Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, Biafra freedom. Is another Savior. Biafra freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wanamejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimo. Eguma wego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimo. Eguma wego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe. ayendeba, ayendeba. Ayendeba, 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 ayendeba. Asim ayendeba, 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 ayendeba. Wanda ayendeba, 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 ayendeba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya brand si akuna nyego bumkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am 20 youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
There it is right there. So there it is right there. Ayendeba, Ayendeba. So there it is right there. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Yes, all that. So good day to you. There's so much going on in the world. My brain is just percolating with all manners of what we're going to talk about. So the story is still wrapping around the United States. The story still wraps very much around the United States and the excesses of their president Donald Trump. So we'll be spending hopefully a lot of time with that. Of course, we'll be doing a lot of Nigerian diet as well. So that's our staple and anything in between. But of course, you don't need any introduction to what is going on momentarily. Donald Trump, he has gone and, shall we say, kidnapped. Is there any other words to describe it outside of kidnapped? Donald Trump has gone to kidnap the president of another country and is holding him hostage in the United States. So we'll get to all of that. But before we get to anything, the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Click on the like button. If you're watching in the live stream, click on the like button. If you're watching in watch back, still do that. Still click on the like button. So important that you do that. Click on like. If you are not already subscribed, then please subscribe. We need 10 new subscribers. We've been needing those 10 new subscribers for quite a few sessions now. So hopefully we get them in the course of this session, and then it will tip us just over a minor little threshold, and we set another target. It's an ever evolving space. I beg your pardon. I go through a lot of water, as you know, in the course of these sessions. It's an ever-evolving space. So the evolution. So 10 new subscribers, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the links just as widely as you can. And if you feel inclined, super chat towards the stream. But the likes and the subscriptions, they are paramount. So do those. If you are not already subscribed, then please do that. We need the numbers to push us through a minor little threshold. So all that, and of course, say hello in the comment section as well, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. Saying hello, Agbadorian. So there's Agbadorian right there, regular as clockwork. So good to see you, Agbadorian. There is Gladys right there. Gladys, show you. I'm not going to attempt your last name, Gladys, only because I'm very poor with names. So that's Gladys right there. That is the inimitable Zita right there saying hello. That's Zita right there. That's Samuel Adeleke right there. Good to see you, Sam. And this is Agbadorian saying a second hello, just in case I missed the first one. So as you are coming in, say hello, so I can acknowledge you, say hello back. That is Yinka Bokoyi. So that's Yinka Bokoyi right there saying hello. Good to see you, Yinkus. So everybody say hello. Just as you're coming in, say hello so we can make friends that way. Say hello so I know you're there watching. And if you want to add where you're joining us from as well, just to know the spread of the platform. So, pardon me, say hello and tell us where you're joining us from. So that is our upper reporters right there, otherwise known as World Peace. So that's World Peace right there. So everybody say hello. So like I said, a whole raft of everything going on, Nigerian and more to it international, but then the international space it vests somewhat upon Nigeria because Nigeria is also in play internationally. So there's a whole raft of web of different movements that ties together. There's a realignment going on in the world, and there's a re-scramble for resources, and everybody is deploying everything that they have in order to grab as much resources as they can. I think everybody knows what happened in America, or what happened between America and Venezuela is nothing to do with the interest of the Venezuelans. It's all about the resources. Venezuela being one of the most oil-rich countries in the world, so it was a flip of a coin. By my own reckoning, it was a flip of a coin. The country that Donald Trump was going to take over, it was either going to be Nigeria or Venezuela. So thankfully, he's taken over Venezuela instead of Nigeria. So we wrap our conversations right there. Hello from Venezuela. So they've already deployed Crown as one of their missionaries to that space. So just so many things going on. Hopefully, we have the panel that can tackle this thing head on. But before we get to Venezuela, and by the way, make sure you are liking and subscribing. Those things are so important. Before we get to Venezuela, let's start it off in Nigeria. So the goings on in Nigeria, the permutations, the movements for 2027, it continues with its intrigues. Kwakwanso in talks with Atiku, Peter Obi to join ADC coalition. So you can see the photograph right there, but don't be deceived by this photograph. Oh, this photograph could have come from any point in time. So this is not, it might not be a later photograph. It might not be the latest photograph, but it's almost likely a photograph from going back maybe 2 years, 3 years thereabout. But that is the photograph being used to present the headline. Kwakwanso in talks with Atiku, Peter Obi to join ADC coalition. So that would be a real flesh wound to the Tinubu re-election if Kwakwanso joins Atiku, but I cannot see that happening. The permutations don't permutate in that direction. Former Kano State, but although Kwakwanso actually came out earlier on to say that because the governor of Kano State, Yusuf, he's already indicated that he's going to be joining the APC. And Kwakwanso came out earlier on today to say that for all of the fights that they fought to rescue Kano State from APC, it is going to be gifted back to them on a platter by Abba Yusuf, or whatever his name is, the present governor. So Kwakwanso still very much keeping his cards very close to his chest. So the headline again, Kwakwanso in talks with Atiku, Peter Obi to join ADC coalition. Former Kano State Governor and leader of the New Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Alhaji Rabiu Kwakwanso, is reportedly considering a political alliance with Vice President Atiku Abubakar and the Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi under the platform of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Although Kwakwanso's political structures appear to be gravitating towards the All Progressive Congress, APC, he is said to be in discussions with the ADC over a possible coalition alongside members of the Kwakwansia movement, his core base. So Kwakwanso has been in talks with the Tinubu camp for going on. However, good to see you, Arogidegba. And you, of course, Crown as well. Yes, that picture was in 2023 during election period. So that's what our Crown is saying. So Kwakwanso has been in talks with the APC for going on for at least a couple of years now. So there's been talks around Kwakwanso defecting to the APC, but there are clearly demands from Kwakwanso which the APC cannot satiate. That's just the thing. That's the sticking point right there. Kwakwanso wants certain concessions in order for him to decamp to the APC, but the APC is unable to make those concessions. And that is where the sticking point is. So what are those concessions likely to be? That is the question. So Kwakwanso could be asking for a governmental slot that he will put people into, And I think the APC would readily and easily concede that to him. So that's one. Kwakwanso would not want a ministerial position. Kwakwanso was already, once upon a time, it was the Minister of Defense of the country. So we don't have the anticipation that Kwakwanso wants a ministerial position. Kwakwanso, it doesn't want to be the vice president either. What I suspect Kwakwanso is angling for is that he wants the assurance that is going to be the APC successor of Tinubu in 2031. And I don't think that concession can be readily given because there are so many other players. There's Babagana Zulum, there's Kashim Shettima, who ambitions towards that direction. There is the NSA, Rabiu, who has ambitions in that direction. And there are so many acolytes and stalwarts within that party that have ambitions in that direction. So Kwakwanso cannot literally join the party and then keep ahead of them. But that is what he wants, I suspect. And that is not something that the party is willing to concede to him. But him going to Atiku is not going to satiate his political ambitions. It gets nothing out of joining Atiku. What does Kwakwanso get for joining the ADC? What does he get? He's never going to get their presidential ticket. He's never going to be a vice president. So what does he get? You know, the best deal for Kwakwanso is a deal with the APC. A deal with the ADC, it buries his political ambitions. It buries his political future. So there is no scope in the ADC for Kwakwanso, but he's doing all this moving around in order to pressure the APC to hurry them up. I cannot see, because there is no permutation that permutates Kwakwanso into the ADC now. Whose slot will he take? He can't take Peter Obi's slot. Peter Obi is already slotted for the vice president. He can't take Atiku's slot. Atiku is the owner of the party and he wants to be president. So what does he take? There is nothing on offer. And he cannot get, there's nothing on offer in the ADC for Kwakwanso. I don't see how that permutation permutates, but he's using those discussions to pressure the APC in order for them to make concessions to him. But Kwakwanso in the first quarter of this year, this is January, February, March, Kwakwanso before March will make a grand re-entrance into the APC. There is no other permutation that permutates. But let's take that from the top. Let's take that from the top again. Kwakwanso in talks with Atiku Peter Obi to join ADC coalition. Former Kano State Governor and leader of the New Nigerian People's Party, Alhaji Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, is reportedly considering a political alliance with Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi under the platform of the African Democratic Congress ADC. Although Kwakwanso's political structures appear to be gravitating towards the All Progressive Congress APC, he is said to be in discussion with the ADC over a possible coalition alongside members of the Kwakwasia movement, his core base. Sources revealed that discrete negotiations are already underway as the political heavyweights explore the formation of a united opposition front ahead of the 2027 general elections. This comes amidst strong indication that Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, the only NNPP-controlled governor, is set to defect to the APC. So if the governor defects to the APC, then that locks down Kano State, because there are three political juggernauts in Kano State politics. There is Rabiu Kwakwanso, who seems to be the preeminent preference of Kano politics. Then there's a guy called Ibrahim Shekau, who also carries a lot of weight. And another strong element within Kano State is Rabiu Kwakwanso. And then, of course, the strongest element has to be the incumbent governor, because he has the apparatus of state. So if you have Ganduje in the APC already, and the governor of the state joins Ganduje, and Ibrahim Shekau, or is it Shekarau or Shekau? Yes, his power has completely waned. He's completely faded out of Kano politics. He's not even a political entity anymore. So if you have the governor and Ganduje with the APC, then it really weakens Kwakwanso's strength. And if he wants to strengthen his strength against those two spaces, then he might well fall short. So it serves Kwakwanso's interest to join the APC as well. So if Kwakwanso joins the APC, that brings an instant 1 million votes into the APC. So that is the importance of it. The biggest voting spaces in, if you win Lagos State and you win Kano State, then you'll be president of Nigeria, because those two voting spaces, the votes of Lagos State and Kano State, they are more than the votes of the entire southeastern region put together. So that's the importance of it. So you have to lock down Kano, lock down Lagos, and then maybe River State as well, and then you are president. That's always been the pathway to the Nigerian presidency, and that is the importance of Rabiu Kwakwanso. Sources revealed that discrete negotiations are already underway as the political heavyweights explore formations of a united opposition front ahead of the 2027 general elections. This comes amid strong indications that the Kano State Governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf, the only NNPP-controlled governor, is set to defect to the APC on Monday. Governor Yusuf's planned defection has reportedly been opposed by Kwakwanso and has triggered sharp divisions within the Kwakwansia movement. Sources close to the Kano State governor disclosed that Vice President Kashim Shettima, APC National Chairman Nentawe, former Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje, and the party state chairman Abdullahi Abbas are expected to attend a brief ceremony marking Yusuf's defection to the ruling party in Abuja. If the talks involving Atiku Obi Kwakwanso succeeds, analysts believe that the alliance could significantly reshape opposition politics and alter Nigeria's political calculations ahead of 2027. So it will be impactful if Kwakwanso joins Atiku. There is no doubt about that, for all of the reasons that I've just explained, that it carries a guaranteed 1 million vote or even 1 million plus votes. But what is his own, what is his political payoff for joining Atiku? That's what I can see. What does he stand to gain for joining Atiku? If Kwakwanso joins Atiku, then that tells you that Kwakwanso has given up any ambitions of being Nigerian president. Atiku makes the promise to Peter Obi to serve for one term and then make Peter Obi president 2031. Let's even say Atiku honors that agreement. We all know that Atiku will not. But if Atiku serves one term, gives it to Peter Obi, and Peter Obi serves 2 terms, which is 8 years. So you are saying what? 12 years. So that's the sacrifice that Kwakwanso will have to make to join the ADC. So that buries any president, because that's the only ambition left for Kwakwanso to be president. So that buries any presidential ambition that he could possibly be nursing if he joins the APC. If the talks involving Atiku, Obi, and Kwakwanso succeeds, analysts believe the alliance could significantly reshape opposition politics and alter Nigeria's political calculations ahead of 2027. Atiku, Obi, and Kwakwanso finished second, third, and fourth, respectively, in the 2023 presidential election, while the ruling APC currently boasts the support of 28 governors. Opposition figures are quietly regrouping, banking on widespread public dissatisfaction to tilt the balance of power. Obi recently defected to the ADC alongside his supporters, opposition leaders, and several national and state assembly lawmakers. He has joined prominent figures, including Atiku Abubakar. I wouldn't describe Atiku. These are dead and failed politicians, by the way. These are people in the political graveyards. The list of characters in the ADC. These are people in the political graveyard. So listen to this. Obi recently defected to the ADC alongside the supporters, opposition leaders, and several national and state assembly lawmakers. He has joined prominent figures, including Atiku Abubakar, who is not a prominent figure, and he doesn't even carry any votes. Atiku has no voting base. He has no loyal votes that he carries. David Mark. Hold on. Somebody just let me just yes. I beg your pardon. I think that's one of the co-hosts that just came in. Oh yeah, that's Pato. Good to have you, Pato. This is a topic that I especially want to hear your thoughts on. So look at the rogues list. Peter Obi recently defected to the ADC alongside the supporters, opposition leaders, and several national and state assembly lawmakers. He has joined prominent figures, including Atiku Abubakar, who has already explained. Atiku never carries any votes because there are no, if you say Buhari carries votes, everybody understands that anywhere that Buhari goes, those votes carry over with him because they are loyal adherents to his political ideology. At least before Buhari was demythified, he carried those votes. If you say Peter Obi, you know the votes that Peter Obi carries, and the votes are adherents to Peter Obi, largely for reasons of ethnicity and some for reasons that it might well be a paradigm shift. But Peter Obi carries votes. If you say Kwakwanso, he carries votes. He controls a mass movement called the Kwakwansia movement in Kano State. But if you say Atiku Abubakar, there is no vote that can be loyal to Atiku because there are no reasons. Atiku doesn't have an ideological thrust. It doesn't have a religious bent. It doesn't have any substance that stands him as somebody that should be followed. All the votes that Atiku gets are votes of the party that is presenting him as a candidate. So the Atiku votes during the last cycle of elections, those were not Atiku votes, they were PDP votes. And it doesn't put that over to wherever it's going. Atiku carries no votes that are loyal to him. I think any political enthusiast understands that. So Atiku Abubakar, David Mark, he stands for nothing. Aminu Tambuwal, he wouldn't even get votes out of Kano. Emeka Ehidioha, that was the one that was disgraced out of the state house in Imo State. Rauf Aregbesola, who cannot even hold Osun State. Nasir El-Rufai, who is probably wanted by Trump to be thrown into Guantanamo Bay. You have Rotimi Amechi, who is the whipping boy of what's it called, Yemson Wike in Rivers State. And then you have Abubakar Malami, who is already in prison for reasons of being the fifth. So those are the list of prominent figures that Peter Obi will be parlaying with. Peter Obi recently defected to the ADC alongside the supporters, opposition leaders, and several national and state assembly lawmakers. He has joined prominent figures including Atiku Abubakar, David Mark, Aminu Tambuwal, Emeka Ehidioha, Rauf Aregbesola, Nasir El-Rufai, Rotimi Amechi, and Abubakar Malami in the race for the 2027 elections. An ADC chieftain, Dr. Ladan Salihu, said Obi's defection has transformed the opposition landscape and positioned the party as a serious challenger to the APC. So there is nothing, it's a very expensive, a very, very expensive adventure that these people are embarked upon. So why am I saying it's a very expensive adventure? We have 774 local governments in that country, Nigeria. Within those local governments, there are about 3 to 10 polling booths. There are so they have to facilitate for elections in all of those places. So they have to have staffing in all of the. I think we have. We must have in the thousands in polling booths. So they have to have 3 to 4 personnel for each polling booth to protect their votes. So they have to have that. They have to campaign in all those spaces. They have to have vehicular movement. They have to have so there's a whole accoutrement. You know, I said it before. There was a time, this was as far back as Goodluck Jonathan versus Buhari. There was a time that the Financial Times of London did they did a condensation of just how much the Nigerian presidency cost, and they arrived at the figure of $2.5 billion. That was as far back as 2015. So that was as far back as 2015. The cost of being, just in terms of the logistics alone, the cost of being the Nigerian president was as high as $2.5 billion as far back as Goodluck Jonathan versus Buhari. So now you can multiply that by 2. So we're looking at a $5 to $7 billion spend just to attack that presidency with no guarantees that you will win it, of course, because Tinubu has no intentions of giving it up. So I'm not even sure that money will come out anyway. An ADC chieftain, Dr. Ladan Salihu, said Obi's defection has transformed the opposition landscape and positioned the party as a serious challenger to the APC. Meanwhile, the APC further strengthened its grip on power in Plateau State. In power as Plateau State Governor, Caleb Matfuang formerly defected to the ruling party. So the APC now has 28 governors now, with the Kano State governor to come. That will be 29. Out of the 36 governors that we have 29 already, and we know there's still more to come. Also on Friday, the PDP stated that whilst its immediate priority remains resolving leadership-related legal issues, opposition parties must ultimately work together to unseat the ruling party. So the PDP is not even in the discussions about, regarding the permutations of the Nigerian politics anymore. But the PDP no longer in discussion. So let's go from that to more serious matters. So now the morning broke, and let me see. Is there anything else I wanted to show you before we get to that? No, I don't even want to show you that. So the morning broke, and it broke to this news of the United States striking Venezuela. So let's pick it up from here.
With a large-scale strike. The United States hit Venezuela with a large-scale strike early Saturday and said its president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured and flown out of the country. Here's what to know. Multiple explosions and low-flying aircraft were seen in Caracas in the early hours of Saturday morning. Maduro's government immediately accused the US of an imperialist attack on civilian and military installations. US President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that Maduro had been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. He added that
you can substitute that word captured with kidnapped. It can only be a kidnapping what happened there, and it's quite a concern actually. But that's this. You know, this is a might is right sort of. You have the power and then you do as you will. This is just a might is right sort of world that we're in now. But like I said, it's a risk scrambling for global resources, and the Americans using what they have, which is muscles, to have their way. So this is what Trump said. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, alongside his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Why quite this guy is using his own property to make national speeches in America is just this guy. You know, I've always insisted that Donald Trump would have made an excellent African president, because that's certainly how he's ruling the United States. Is ruling the United States with the careless abandon of an African president. it's like it might as well be Idi Amin. Idi Amin will be proud of Donald Trump, the way he administers the United States. Thank you for your attention on this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
The operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. The apparent attack itself lasted less than 30 minutes. Trump said in his social media post that the strike was carried out successfully. It comes after the Trump administration has escalated pressure on Maduro, who has decried US military operations against alleged drug traffickers as a thinly veiled effort to oust him from power. It was not immediately clear who was running the country, and Maduro's whereabouts were not immediately known.
All right. So that's that. But the narrative is actually, this President Maduro allegedly, he lost the last elections but refused to hand over power and is ruling that country against the will of the people. And there is somewhat, if the images coming out of Venezuela are to be believed, there's somewhat of a celebration of the removal of this guy. So this seems to be pleasing to the people of Venezuela. So there's that. So let me show you images of the Venezuelan president now. Once the Venezuelan president, now an American convict. So let me show you the images of the Venezuelan president as it stands now. So there he is. It's been Guantanamo Bayed up in the usual American manner. It's been Guantanamo Bayed up. Let me see. Let's watch this. Let's take this from the beginning.
Horror, a real degree of fear reflecting.
James, I'm just going to interrupt you just to bring this image to our viewers, and you can hopefully see it as well. This has also just been posted on Truth Social on Donald Trump's timeline. And this is an image that he has simply captured Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. And you can see there the Venezuelan president with glasses on, with head protections on, what looks to be some kind of safety jacket around him. It's not clear whether his hands are fastened together. I think I can see sort of cufflinks or something holding his hands together, a bottle of water in his hands. Quite incredible that one president is posting this image of another country's president.
Pause for a moment and reflect on what that lady just said there. Pause. I'm going to move it back so you can hear it. Just pause for, that's a British report. I think that's from Sky News. Pause for a moment and reflect on what that lady just said there. Just hear what she says. I need you to hear this again.
That one president is, I can see sort of cufflinks or something holding his hands together, a bottle of water in his hands. Quite incredible that one president is posting this image of another country's president.
Quite incredible that one president is posting this image of the president of another country. Venezuela is not at war with the United States. Venezuela is not at direct conflict with the United States. Venezuela, it doesn't invest upon the United States in any way. But why has Donald Trump why has Donald Trump done this? That's where the question is. Donald Trump explains why he did this, and I'll play you a clip to why he did it in a moment. But let's watch this to the end.
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? I wonder if that would be a bulletproof vest. Jane, bear in mind that many in Venezuela from the Maduro regime, they have been calling all morning for a proof of life photograph. So, I mean, we'd be expecting something like this to be published in due course, but in some ways it will be a response to that. It looks proof of life to me. Certainly there is concealment around his eyes, but that will be him presumably on the American warship making his way in the company of his wife, although she's not seen here, towards New York and towards a New York courtroom. We're hearing that Monday might be the day for the arraignment on that one. So
there it is right there. So Donald Trump has been propelling this narrative of Venezuela being a narco state, a narcotics state. and holding them very much responsible for the narcotics epidemic in the United States and all that. So that is a law and order sort of a thing. So how do you transmute from there? I don't want this image on my screen. Arsenal winning 2-1, 2-3-2. I don't want those people winning the Premiership. So let me just move away from there quickly. I cannot stand the idea. Let me move away from there quickly. Let me put another image up so that doesn't upset me. But there it is right there. So off the basis of vague and spurious reasons, he has launched into a sovereign country and removed their president. And that is entirely about muscles, nothing else. What Trump, when they say might is right, when they say might is right, the strongest, there was this clip from Game of Thrones. There was a little cameo between Stanza, which was the evil queen, and Littlefinger, who was some sort of minion within the palace, and they were having this conversation. And then Littlefinger said to Stanza, who was the queen, that look, knowledge is power. And the woman looked at him, and he told her guards to seize hold of him, and then they seized hold of him, and then he told them to cut his throat, and then they removed their knife and went to his throat to cut it. And he then told them to put the knife down. They put the knife down, and he told them to turn around and face the wall, and they turned around and faced the wall. And then she went up to the guy and said to him pointedly that no, power is power. So forget anything, muscles is the most potent thing. And that is what Trump has demonstrated there. Power is power and nothing else outside of that. Power can oversight and be benign, or it can be forceful in the way that, America has always been powerful, but it has been somewhat of a benign sort of a power. But the potency of it to take over the world, if it wishes to, is what is playing out now. So what we're seeing now is a realignment in global affairs. So America has done this. So they've lost the moral imperative now to tell Russia not to take over the Ukraine. So the imperative to tell Russia not to take over the Ukraine is already gone. But as China now sees that America is using raw muscles to take over resources, they will have to recalibrate in their sort of soft power approach to the rest of the world. So we're going to see everybody now bring out their muscles. I think we're about to enter a nuclear phase, if you ask me. But what do I know? Let's watch this. This is, with Trump removing the president of Venezuela, because you cannot have a vacuum in power, because power abhors vacuum. So with Trump removing the president of Venezuela, the authority automatically defers to the vice president of that country. And the vice president is calling for the release of the president, of course, although I'm sure I think it is, will be somewhat pleased that if you keep him there, then we'll take over. But there's still more news coming for her. But let's move the story in this direction.
Camera demanding the immediate release, moving moment by moment out of Venezuela. The de facto leader there has now, for the first time, appeared on camera, demanding the immediate release of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, calling their capture a kidnapping. Right now, meantime, Maduro, in that image, you see him. It was posted by President Trump. He is on his way to the United States to face drug trafficking charges in the Southern District of New York. Meanwhile, the vice president of Venezuela, Maduro's vice president, her name is Delcy Rodriguez. She just spoke. We've got the audio in now. I want to play for you what she just said to Trump.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the only president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Coming out against Trump.
Oh, okay. So the kidnapping of the Venezuelan president is one thing, but what has his wife got to do with it? And should Ivanka Trump feel threatened? We all know about Trump and women. What has his wife got to do with anything? Was he just along there and they just took her in? Why did they take his wife as well? That's the question. But that's the Venezuelan vice president. I think that's just for the optics of it. I'm not sure that one, she has no influence to influence the release of that president, and I'm not even sure that she wants that president released. But let's carry on.
And that is extremely significant, not just because she saw what happened hours ago to the guy on top of her, but also because President Trump.
I wouldn't go as far as to say she was thumbing her nose at Trump. The way the situation cornered her, I don't think she had any other option. She would not. She had to make a national broadcast in order to reassure the country that there's still some form of governance, and she cannot make that national broadcast without referencing the situation that obtains in that moment. So she has to reference that situation, and she cannot reference that situation in support of Donald Trump. So everything she said there is the standardized things that she has to necessarily say. So it has no meaning. They're just is a space filler political comment. That's all it is, a space filler political comment. So that was the vice president of Venezuela right there. Let's take a little bit more, and then we go on to another clip.
Live from West Palm Beach, Florida. So the timeline, Kevin, is that Trump said what I just played, and then within 2 hours, we got the statement from Vice President Delcy Rodriguez of Venezuela, which I just played. So now we're awaiting Trump's response to that. What does this actually mean? You are there in Mar-a-Lago with the president. What's the response from him?
Yeah, and I don't think it will be a favorable response from the president. You know, he did sound fairly confident that Rodriguez would be going along with this plan. You know, after that press conference, he gave a phone call to the New York Post, and actually Rodriguez came up in that conversation. He was asked if U.S. troops would be on the ground in Venezuela running that country, and what he said was, quote, "No, if Maduro's vice president, if the vice president does what we want, we won't have to do that." And then he goes on to say, we're prepared. You know, we have a second wave that's much bigger than the first one. And so I do think, you know, now that Rodriguez is coming out and suggesting that she is not, in fact, on board with what the United States is doing down there, the president does seem to be setting up the prospect that the U.S. could go in with a second round of strikes. You know, he alluded to that in his press.
All right. So we'll go on from there to Trump's press conference. We're not going to take the fullness of the press conference because it was about 1 hour thereabout, but we'll go to the salient point. There's a particular point that he makes here that I'd like you guys to listen to. But before we get to that, you know, what happened in Venezuela has to be deemed as good news for Nigeria. Do you understand? So what happened in Venezuela has to be deemed as good news for Nigeria. So what happened in Venezuela, as Trump will explain to you now, what happened in Venezuela was a resource grab. What interest does Trump have in Venezuela? No, nothing. What interest does Trump or America has in the well-being of the Venezuelans? None. They have no interest in Venezuela other than what is under the Venezuelan soil. That's their only interest. So for them to have made now this massive deployment, massive commitment to a Venezuelan takeover, then that leaves Nigeria out of the prospect of being taken over by them, because they want to take over a resource-rich country. So if they hadn't taken Venezuela, then they will almost certainly have taken Nigeria. And that's not to say Nigeria is out of the woods as well. But a lot of what's going on here, the zoys are the hands. It's not the oil in the what's the zoys? The zoys are the hands. Oh, all right. You mean the what do they call them? The small caps or the white caps? Is it our friends from the Middle East that wear the tea cozy on their head? That's a Hassan conspiracy theory right there in the comment section. So where was I? So I deem this as good news for Nigeria because it takes Nigeria off the burner somewhat, at least a moment of respite for Tinubu to recalibrate. So now, why has Trump done all this? He now goes on to explain it in his own words. I was aghast when I saw this news conference. Watch this.
As we can do a safe, proper, and judicious we're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper.
We are going to run the country. That is what he said. We are going to run the country. Who is we? The United States. Who is the country? Venezuela. He is going to run the another man's. Can you believe that? It's like a parallel. It's like going back 3 centuries, where they send out the ships to go and take over Newfoundland. This is what is going on. By the way, this guy is only there for what, an additional 3 years. That is if he ever leaves. So, because I think we're entering into uncharted territory globally now, we're going to run the country. That is what he said. The United States. And when they start running the country, they're not giving it back, of course. I don't think anybody is daft enough to think that they will ever give it back. Go and ask what's that South American country that they control, or go and ask Hawaii or all these countries that they've taken. This guy wanted to buy, was it Greenland and Iceland? So this guy is an expansionist, he's a colonialist, and the Venezuela, to all intents and purposes, and almost certainly in perpetuity, is now a colony of the United States. That is all that there is to that. Let's listen on. It's quite. They are going to run the country, is what he said.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can see proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time.
And there it is. So what you're about to hear now is exactly the reasons why Trump has gone into Venezuela. So listen with keen eyes, with keen ears even. Listen attentively to what he says next, because what he says next tells you all you need to know about why Trump has gone into Venezuela.
Such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars.
On whose authority? On whose authority are the American oil companies going to take over the oil fields of Venezuela? That's the question. And do the Venezuelans have anything to say about this? That is the bigger question. It's like I said, we're in uncharted territory now. We're in a parallel universe globally. They are going to go in there and take over the oil fields. That is what he said. And that was the agenda all the way through. I cannot see that anyone sees outside of that. They're going to, and when they go in there and spend all these billions, like he said, on the oil fields of Venezuela, are they then going to hand those oil fields back to the Venezuelans? What do you think? You tell me. What do you think now? Tell me. They are going to go in. They've already taken over the country. He's now going to send the oil companies of the United States to their oil fields to take it over. Once they've done it up and they've started pumping, are they going to hand it over back to the Venezuelans? That's the thing. They will give them 3 cents on the dollar and ask them to be happy with it. And that is the lot of Venezuela. So that could have been the fate of Nigeria, by the way. So that's why I'm somewhat a bit relieved that it's gone to Venezuela.
Fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making. ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it.
You know, the thing is, America is so powerful, and a lot of these second, third tier countries, because you have to say Venezuela it's not a first tier country. Venezuela is a second tier country. Nigeria probably a third tier country. A lot of these second, third tier countries, their structures are so weak and feeble, their politics so toxic that they don't even need boots on the ground. They just have to, like he has just done, they say, take the head off and the body would follow. That's exactly the theory in place here. Take the head has been taken off. The people they hate the government anyway in Venezuela, so they are rejoicing somewhat. And if it gives them a little bit of feel-good factor, it will just take all of their oil, and it doesn't even have to put boots on the ground. They will put a puppet in order for them to be able to relate to whoever is governing them. They'll put a puppet in their state house, and they'll continue to take their resources. And this is exactly what he's telling you he's going to do. He's not even hiding the plan now. He's saying, I'm going there to steal their property, and nobody can stop me. And he's right. Who can?
We don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very.
Let me tell you something, and then I'll play it again so you can see it. Do you know what a Freudian slip is? A Freudian slip. So Freudian, of course, Sigmund Freud, the Jewish philosopher, whatever it was, that was a Freudian slip right there. So if you say what you're thinking, rather than the watered down, correct politically that you want to utter. So you know that we often edit our thoughts before we utter them so that it's digestible to the audience. So we don't say fully what we are thinking, so that whoever we're speaking to can digest it in a palatable manner. But sometimes what we're thinking, before it gets to the editing, it slips out, you know, and that is what they call a Freudian slip. So what Trump did right there was a Freudian slip. He was going to say, we're going to run the country, but he sees it as a company. So he was going to say, we're going to run the company, but then he caught himself in midstream and realigned it to say country. But to all intents and purposes, what he's telling you there is that it is a business enterprise. So watch the Freudian slip. It's quite subtle and it comes very quickly. So listen with a keen ear.
The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot, and we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be.
Did you see it right there? We're going to run the country. So you already understand what's. I think you already know what's going on anyway, irrespective of what he says.
Run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, why are you explaining the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Are those people going to be Venezuelans or Americans? You know, Trump is such an outlandish figure. Is such a renegade and a maverick that it wouldn't surprise me if he actually sent an American to go and run Venezuela. That wouldn't surprise me. You know, the only thing that surprises about Trump is that he's unpredictable. That's just the thing. You know, you should be surprised that you're not surprised, if you get what I'm trying to say, which probably doesn't make any sense.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back.
The people standing right behind me, and that answers that question right there. Marco Rubio, meet Marco Rubio, the new president of Venezuela.
It's a dead, you know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out.
So the question has to be, why have I suddenly gone dark? The question has to be, who or what stops this? That's the question. So Donald Trump has gone into a sovereign country, a country recognized by the United States, the United Nations as a sovereign country, one of the X numbers, however many countries there are in the world. He has gone into that country. And by the way, can people make sure they are clicking on like and subscribing? We need 10 new subscribers today. You can super chat just like Hassan has done, and was it Lato Rich as well? So super chat like Hassan and Lato Rich has done. But equally importantly, make sure that you're subscribed. Let me put up the notice. We need 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. So if you're not already subscribed, then please do us a solid by making sure that you're subscribed. So like and subscribe is a short form of that. So who is going to stop him? You know, that's the question. You know, and because that question is unanswerable, then that tells you then that this guy can act impuniously. He can act impuniously. He can wake up in a bad mood and give the order that your country, whichever your country is, I know a lot of Nigerians watch this, maybe non-Nigerians watch this as well, whichever country in the world. And by the way, these two actions that he has taken in Nigeria and Venezuela now, he doesn't have to do anything more in the course of his administration. He only has to issue the threat, and everybody will come running to hand over their resources to him. You know, if you wonder who the richest man in the world is, it's probably Donald Trump, because he's cutting $1 out of everything, a personal dollar out of all of these things. It's unbelievable, actually, what's going on. So who is going to stop him? That's the question. And because that question is unanswerable, that tells you then that we are in an imperious phase in global affairs. Imperious phase. people acting with impunity just by the power of muscles. So if he gets away with this, then other countries can do similar. What will be the response of China? That's what we're waiting to see. The Chinese have been silent. As the Chinese actually come out, if anybody knows if the Chinese have taken a position, send the link. I think the Chinese should have taken a position, but what position have they taken? What's the position of the Russians? Is the European Union in consonance with this? So what's the rest of the world saying? Because Trump is a very stealthy, STEALTHY, stealthy. Is a very stealthy sort of president, and he likes to catch by surprise. So he'll be making all these murmurings, and you think these are just the outlandish pronouncements of Trump, but there's intent behind everything he says, and he often carries to that effect. We saw it in his first administration when he promised the wall and he built it, and we are seeing it now. It's a very, very dangerous man, Donald Trump. It's like a mafia don, isn't he? But anyway, what do I know? But let's carry on.
Out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. We're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous.
I was muted. I'm talking. There's a guy called, I think Eric Prince, his name is, that just about a year and so ago, he was theorizing about a new phase of colonialism, especially in Africa. And that's what we're seeing taking place now. This is old school, old style colonialism. How else do you describe it other than what I just said? How they've gone and taken over in just one shock and awe strike. I don't even think they spent up to $100 million to take over one of the richest oil fields on the planet. What a deal. Muscles, power is power, nothing else, and there's nothing else that matters outside of power. This is what Donald Trump is telling us.
Dangerous. It's blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. Can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace, and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. If you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country, and they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
Team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, we're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. if we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
What's being done to protect Americans?
Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
Do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it'd be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the
Mr. President, is
leader.
it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything.
Are you hearing what I'm hearing? Are we all listening to the same thing? Are you digesting it in the way that I am digesting it? Can you believe this? Can you believe? Can you believe this? It's frightening, actually. I'm almost scared, It's not going to cost us anything. It's not going to cost them now. This is just. It's like the King of England. The emerald, the what's it called? The Indian diamond. That the Star of India, I think they call it, which is the biggest jewelry in the British monarchical whatever. It's the biggest jewelry that sits on the best crown. It's like somebody picking. It's like the King of England putting that diamond in his pocket, and some chancer picks it out of his pocket. It's a heist. It's a smash and grab. It's theft. That's what it's. It's scary. How can this be? And I don't have the words. It's unbelievable stuff. But this is the new normal, and this is the world that we're in now. It's never going to go back to however it was. This is where we are now. We'll all have to go and bow and kiss the rings, and you'll be paying. We call it Ishakole in Yoruba land, which is tithes or tax. You will submit the fattest cows in your flock to Donald Trump, whichever country you are, or he will chop your head off. That's what he's telling you.
We will. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela?
It's coming to an end. Also, if anybody wants to come in, I'll send the link. So if you want to be part of, because I think this might well be an important conversation, probably the most important conversation yet to be had. If you want to come in, I'll send the link into the comment section. I'll say this is good news for Nigeria, but it might not necessarily be good news for Nigeria. The Americans are deploying to to Venezuela. So that ties up their attention and their resources, but it doesn't actually take Nigeria out of the woods, because Netanyahu, he has been saber rattling towards Nigeria as well, and he's the only other hawk that has the inclination of somebody like Donald Trump. So we're not out of the woods. Another foreign country, almost certainly Israel, can come under whatever spurious reasons, as vague and ludicrous as the spurious reasons that the Americans have used to go into Venezuela. They can come into our country and take it over. And I suspect that the Israelis might well want to do that. If we see over the course of the next few weeks, Netanyahu saying Nigeria a lot more, then you can have the anticipation that the Israelis will come and take over your country. I don't think the Americans will do it, because they already tied up with that in Venezuela, but we're in uncharted territories. We're in deep waters. Deep waters. If you want to come in, I think there's about only 3-5 minutes of this left.
As the U.S. runs that
Well,
country?
no, we're going to have presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country.
And that is it right there. That is the end of Solomon Grundy. The world as we used to know it is no longer. Also, the world as we used to know it is no longer. Let me just play you a little bit of comical something just to realign our mindset that there's still some normalcy going on in the world. Do you know the latest development in Biafra land, the virtual kingdom of Biafra? This is the latest development in the virtual kingdom of Biafra.
Office of the Chief Justice of the Federation, Biafra Internal Government. I, Comrade Eze Callistus, pledge to serve as the Biafra Prime Minister, Biafra Internal Government. Repeat after me. I pledge in declaration of allegiance. I pledge in declaration of allegiance to maintain, uphold, and work strictly with the Constitution of Biafra Internal Government. With the Constitution of Biafra Internal Government. I pledge to serve Biafrans in love. I pledge to serve Biafrans in love. Truth. Sincerity. And honesty. So help me God. Biafra.
And there it is right there. And the beat goes on, as the song says, and the beat goes on. So that is the latest, that's the now new next prime minister, from Nnamdi Kanu to Simon Ekpa and Theophilus Ogene, or whatever it's there, some Ogene guy, or some, that's, so that might well be some sort of comic relief. Let me play you the British perspective on the Anthony Joshua incident. They've sent correspondents to Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and this is what they report back.
I'm standing by the side of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Just over the centre barrier there is where the accident happened on Monday involving Anthony Joshua when his Lexus ploughed into the back of a stationary truck. I've only been here a few minutes, but you can already gauge the amount of traffic that I'm standing by the side of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Just over the centre barrier there is where the accident happened on Monday involving Anthony Joshua when his Lexus ploughed into the back of a stationary truck. I've only been here a few minutes, but you can already gauge the amount of traffic that thunders past here. The speed limit here is actually 100 kilometres an hour, around about 60-65 miles per hour, but we've seen that being flouted numerous times. The driving discipline here is absolutely atrocious. Been overtaken, undertaken. We've seen people trying to cross the road, literally taking their lives into their own hands to dodge the traffic that is, as you can hear, thundering past me. The cars are overloaded, the trucks are overloaded. I've also seen cars driving the wrong way along the hard shoulder. But incredibly, the state of the road is actually very good. It's something that I think Highways England would be proud of here. Very few potholes, but it's the driving that is...
So it was that last point that I wanted him to land on. So everything else that he says is standardized European turning their nose down on Africans. But he said there that the quality of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is better than the roads in England. So you heard it there from the horse's mouth. I'll play you one last piece. This is the Peter Obi narrative, and he's crossing over to the ADC. It looks as though there might be rumblings in the jungle. This is one of the senior voices of that space, the Obedient Movement, and this is his perspective on this now bold move by our man from Oka.
Welcome. My name is Magnus Oraka. This is Woto TV. Because of maturity, I will attempt to be subtle in this video. Otherwise, I'm very, very angry. I heard somebody, for purpose of maturity, I'm not going to refer to the person's name, who said and was asked on one of these national broadcasts, asking that, well, let me start this way. Peter Obi has moved to ADC, right? Okay. And as obedience, we support it. But on the condition that he turns out to be the flag bearer. I believe I'm speaking the mind of every obedience. On the belief that there's an arrangement that Peter Obi would be the flag bearer for 1 year, for a 1 year term. Now, but this person in question was asked a question and he said that, should Peter Obi lose the primaries, will the obedience support Atiku? Obedience will not support Atiku. Obedience will not support Atiku. Let me be very blunt. Obedience will not support Atiku. And there are many reasons for let me
I've often said, and I'll repeat again, Peter Obi is involved in a game of brinksmanship, a game very much above his capacity to play. This move by Peter Obi to the ADC is essentially a move out of Nigerian politics. That's essentially what it is. So his followership, they're telling us that they're not going to back Atiku Abubakar to be president. That's what his followership are telling us. And Peter Obi is not going to get the ticket of the ADC. So if Peter Obi subordinates his ambitions to Atiku, which is the most likely traction, then his followership seeks to abandon him. So how does he play? Peter Obi might well not be on any ballot at all in 2027, because if his followership rejects the vice presidency, then it will be too late for him to go to another party. If he cannot present a narrative that subordinates himself to the convincing of his followership, and also it puts to test the agenda of his body of followership, which is his regional stock. Everybody insists that power should transit to the south for 8 years, but then do they want power to transit back to the north just for reasons that Obi will be a vice president, just for Obi to have and we know that the vice presidential slot in Nigeria is meaningless, and we know that Atiku will rubbish him ultimately. So are they willing, do they despite that much for them to surrender that the power goes back to the north, so just so that Obi can be a back carrier to Atiku? But this guy is rejecting it categorically. Let's watch him to the end, and then hopefully people turn up and we have a session.
Let me speak for myself here. First and foremost, even though we hate Tinubu, I don't like Tinubu. I've never liked it. I never will. I don't like the Tinubu administration. But, you see, we must attempt to slow down the political mentality or the political entitlement, self-entitlement of the corner. We must do that. I don't see a place where, if the situation were to be reversed, that a southerner did 8 years and power now shifted to the north. After 4 years, the Southerners are now angling for power to go back to the south again. No Northerner will believe, no Northerner will accept that. No Northerner will accept that. So power is in the south and should remain in the south. It's an unspoken arrangement, and anybody going against that arrangement does not love Nigeria. Does not love Nigeria. Peter Obi, on the other hand, should also know that it is not about him. It's about Nigeria and the people who want this country to change. He is just a figurehead, and if he chooses to go against that, he will be surprised that
you see what Peter Obi is entering is a pivotal moment. We know that Peter Obi he doesn't like to make decisions, but he has to make an individual decision in this instance. It's a pivotal moment. It is the moment of the interest of the group or his own personal ambition. And I've always insisted that what propels, Peter Obi told us that he was coming to dismantle the structures of criminality. And then he joins Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, Abubakar Malami, El Rufai, Rauf Aregbesola, etc. He's joining them to dismantle the structures of criminality. Peter Obi tells us he's not desperate to be president, but then we see this move. So, at some point, he has to be called to account now, and he has to be mirrored back his words to say, you said this, and you are doing that. It's about consistency now, and it's about integrity. He talks about integrity. Is this an integrous move? Is there any integrity in any of this? All of the words that this guy has said over the course of time, are they mirrored by the actions that we're seeing? What's the substance? What will be the basis of his argument in the campaigns? That he wants to come and clean up the country with Atiku Abubakar and Abubakar Malami. Those are the people to clean up the country. So it's that moment in time. You have to make an individual decision. Is he going to jettison elements like this character speaking on the screen there in order then for the greater the greater good of his own bank balance, essentially? So we're now going to see just the color of Peter Obi's jib, just the cut of his jib. We're going to find out in the not too distant future.
That those who support him can as well change their mind overnight. It's like a forex. It's like the foreign exchange. 1 second, everything can go downwards. It will be an unstoppable avalanche, so much that the downward spiraling will be so calamitous, if I should put it that way. Now, the question is, what is the way forward for ADC? I want a situation whereby the northern electorate will begin to use this opportunity to prove that they too can also go outside their religious and self-entitlement, political self-entitlement proclivity or enslavement or comfort. They can go outside and support other people. I've always held Atiku to this word, to the word where he said Northerners will not vote for non-Northerners. I think he said it sometime in 2023. If Peter Obi chooses to deputize Atiku, I can assure you that that ticket will fail. No obedient will support that ticket. It is rather than if Peter Obi loses in the primaries and doesn't become the flag bearer of ADC, he should just go to UK and forget about press. Just go and sit somewhere and don't be anything. Just go here, buy a popcorn and watch Nigeria from afar. You get me? I would rather vote for Tinubu. I will campaign for Tinubu, using this page to campaign for Tinubu, than for a Peter Obi to become vice. For what now? For what? If I was asked that same question in that TV analysis, what will the obedient support Atiku if if Peter Obi loses our primaries. If such a question comes from a place that the likeliest possibility of the outcome is that Peter Obi will lose the primary. That is an outright campaign for Atiku. That's an outright campaign for Atiku. And this idea, this political strength that you give to northern politicians, this higher than mighty status you give to most politicians in the north is annoying. It looks as if we don't pull this. Atiku, Peter Obi right now is far more popular than Atiku. Far more popular. So why should it be Atiku, Peter Obi? Why not the other way around? If I were Atiku, be a godfather. Get somebody that you know you trust, that will hold the interests of the North. Let him deputize Peter Obi for 1 year. And if possible, after Peter Obi's 4 years, let the person take over from Peter Obi. After the person's 8 years, Peter Obi come back and complete his 8 years. Either way.
There's so much naivety in that statement by that guy. So look at the convoluted, nonsensical, ludicrous permutation that is permutating. So Atiku will pick somebody to look after it. Atiku is not interested in northern interest. Atiku is not interested in anything other than the title of president. That's all he's interested in. Everybody knows that. So Patoski, just wait for one moment. I'll bring you up. I think that's Patoski hopping on there. So he's not interested in any of that. And then look at the convoluted nonsense that he's saying. Atiku should play somebody that will look after his interest. And then when Peter Obi finishes one term, and then in 2031, they will then give it to a northerner. And then that northerner will do 8 years. And then Peter Obi will come back and do another 4 years. Look at that. Look at daft. That's just almost brainless. Just ludicrous beyond belief. But then, of course, that is the obedience space. Let me play you the Kegite music, and then we'll at least we know we have Patoski here. We'll have a session.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Waila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Right there. Am I back on? And that is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshe may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, War Peace. Good to see you, War Peace. Konnichiwa. There's Talk Now, who's always a delightful presence on the platform. Been away a while. That's Dewale right there. Good to see you, Dewale. The Queen of the Castle. That's Zita right there, one of the cleverest women on the planet. Prince Daddy, of course. Man and Boy. A Trump adherent. That's Valhalla right there, known to his friends as a son. That's Arogidagwa right there, our British representative. Jagun Jagun, you may call him Ola, and Sani Abacha, Moonlight Aspatowski. And then we've got Charles next right there as well. Gentlemen, lady and gentlemen, let's just do 5 minutes monologue each to capture everybody's immediate sentiments, and then we'll open it up. I see you there, Charles. I'll be dropping in a moment, and then I'll bring you up. There's not so much going on now, but before we get to anything, can people please make sure that they're subscribed and they've clicked on the like button? If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you have not clicked on like, please click on like. Let's do 5 minutes roundups, and then we open it up to a wider conversation. We kick it off with talk now. Go from talk now to war peace, and then we'll move it around. Talk now. So much going on, but the audacity of Donald Trump has to be center stage.
One man. Good evening. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. It's nice being with everyone this evening. Okay, let me kick off with the Maduro. Will I say kidnapping? Kidnapping of a president of a state, the head of state of a country. It's kind of it's a diplomatic mess, honestly, because United States doing this kind of opened the door for other world powers to do same. If France decides to do theirs, China also decides to do what they need to do. Everybody has their own interests. If they start doing this, what will the world look like? I do not have the details of the issues around narcotic, but I don't think it warrants the move that was made. I don't think it's right. I think it's somewhat convoluted. It's not clear. I'm not sure the United Nations gave that sanction. I'm not sure other leaders are in line with it. The country can celebrate, and that's the naivety about citizens of countries sometimes. They can celebrate, but the truth is there's no free lunch anywhere. United States cannot go there, spend money, invest in the place and just come back empty. There's something for them there. And unfortunately, all those stories of they will make the citizens rich doesn't exist anywhere. It has never existed. Libya is an example. They will put a stooge there, they will run the place aground. That's how it is. They didn't come here to play some pity parties. So people need to understand the way world politics works. America is working after their own interests. That's it. It's as simple as that. It's not about citizens of Venezuela. That's just pure adulterated garbage. It doesn't mean anything. So they are going after their own interests. They've gotten the oil. They take care of it. The citizens, they are completely on their own. They will find out that they are worse off than what they think. That's what usually happens. It's literally the template. I've not seen anywhere where they take over and it has become better. If anyone has that data, let them show us. So that is for that. Now, I would let me just speak on the OB movement to ADC. OB had always been in ADC. So this former movement doesn't show anything, to be honest. If the election is held today in Nigeria, Tinubu will win. Today in Nigeria. The only information I'm waiting for is the Kano political game that is going on. That's the governor wanting to move. Of course, he has to hold on. And Kwankwaso issue, the red hat. Guys, there's a bit of a conflict there. If Kwankwaso moves to the ADC, one man, It's not the same story anymore. Those are the core Talakawas. Those are the core knots. He has some ground good followership. He doesn't need so much money to get that huge followership. Kwankwaso has it in the north and some parts of Jigawa too. It's not only in Kano, it's in Jigawa too, in some places. There are some just people that just love him. So it's going to be tough. Even the governor knows that he can't just defect to the APC. He wanted to do that. But there's no alliance with Kwankwaso yet. And I don't think APC has agreed with Kwankwaso. So anywhere Kwankwaso goes now, and you have Kwankwaso, you have Atiku, you have Obi in one party, and they agree to work together, it's going to be tough for Tinubu. But guess what? At the end of the day, it will be a very slim victory. Anybody calculating 6 million votes in 2023 plus another 6 million making 12 million does not understand anything about politics. That's not how politics works. Okay? Things shift, adjustments are made. The governors that are aligning with the APC, they will bring in their figures too. Just understand that is a simple majority. You need certain number of states to be the president of Nigeria. That's all you need, and a simple majority number of votes. So I think 2027 is going to be very interesting. I love what is happening. It was looking like Tinubu is going to have it all. But now the game is shifting. Now, whoever is saying that Obi is going to be president and is going to represent ADC, please, just don't give yourself heartache, please. Look, someone took over a party, set up the chairman from bottom up, the people representing them. They are going to do a delegate. It's going to be indirect primaries, and they are going to do a delegate voting. And so they should hand it over to Obi. What are you guys talking about? They all know Obi is going to be the VP. Take it to the bank. All this Nollywood that they're just playing around with, they already know what they want to do. It is there. He has always been a member of ADC. They are all aware. So anyone saying that Atiku will be vice president, what is that? I don't know where that one is, where that is coming from. It doesn't exist anywhere.
The constitution doesn't even allow it because it's been vice president twice.
Like, it is not normal. 1992, he has been contesting for president of Nigeria since 1992. Now he's old. This is last chance. So he's going to give it up for who? No, he's playing his ground game. He got the ADC. He set it up himself. He aligned it himself. And he called you in and he will not give you the ticket. I don't know what anybody is thinking. Let anybody not give himself a heartache. The game is simple. It's Atiku and Obi. 2019 repeating itself again. That's what will happen. So two things are possible. Atiku himself, selling himself to the South will be a tough one, to be honest. But it's not that complicated, and politics change with time. There's enough time for them to build on. Let's see how it goes. They will run their primaries, they will run their Congress. Let's see how it goes. It's getting more interesting. And I mean, the 2027 is going to be...
But let me ask you this, and then maybe use it to bring it home, and then we'll move it around. Does Atiku even have to sell himself to the South if Peter Obi is on the ticket with him? Peter Obi brings him the Southeast, a little bit from the South, and tiny little bit from the Southwest as well. And Atiku can focus on the North, and the convergence of those two will land them the presidency anyway. So he doesn't even have to campaign to the South. He just has to focus on his people.
Okay. First of all, he needs to. I will tell you why. So once he becomes the standard bearer of that party, there's no bulk vote coming from the Southeast. That I can tell you. It will be tough to sell to certain people. Of course, he will win. He will win certain places. Again, what happened in 2023 in the Southeast might not repeat itself. All those bulk vote of 95%, it's not going to happen. If Atiku is the presidential candidate, whoever Obi is, whether he's VP, it's not going to happen. Be sure that people from the South will also raise their eyebrow. South is almost sealed. I can tell you that. South is almost sealed. Southwest is Southwest. Southwest will do what they do. The Northeast is where there will be some flip here and there. The North Central is also either here or there. I can tell you that. It's not going to be that smooth, but it will be competitive. But at the end of the day, I think we should allow some months to go by. You will see some things unfold. That's what I think. But Kano's movement, wherever Kwankwaso goes, is going to create a dilemma in that Northwest region. That's the truth. We can't write off Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is popular. Kwankwaso is known. He doesn't need to spend so much money to get the people to vote for him. He's just a loved guy. That's what it is.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. Stay with us for as long as you can. Because I suspect that the body of the conversation will wrap around what even the Americans will factor into the Nigerian elections, because it will fall within Trump's administration, of course. Let's move the conversation to War Peace. Give us a 5-minute monologue, War Peace, so that we move it around and everybody speaks, and then we open it up. War Peace.
One more, thank you so much. I do greet everybody. Yeah, let me start with that of Venezuela, America. Wow. Well, like you said, my man, it's like we dodge a bullet a little bit, but Trump had no choice to back out because there are so many international elements involved. You know, the Britain, Nigeria is still the property of British, so of course they'll protect their interest and their investment. So I think a lot of people weigh in and you understand that to bombing Nigeria to hell is not the problem. It's to hold it, to control it. That is the problem. So I think you see that it will be more problem than it will not be easy to handle. That's why he pulled out. Yes, everybody they find minerals now. America did desperate for minerals, rare earth minerals and all that because Russia is taking taking Ukraine. No doubt about that. The last move they try and make attempt of Putin's life, throw everything out of the window. So Russia is going to take Ukraine. China is going to take Taiwan soon. So everybody they grab where they fit grab. So to hold power, but it's really a shame though. America always like to bully those that is weak. They know that they are stronger than Venezuela 100 times. Why do this kind of show of force? You know, they can't try that to Mexico. That is their neighbors. Mexico, they pump, allegedly drug into they stay now, borders every day. Well, they never go bomb their president, arrest them. But we all know what's going on in Venezuela. But the people to blame is people like China, Russia, Iran, and that I don't know how they call them, that block, this Venezuela, Paraguay, Peru, and all that, Cuba. They should have stand up and condemn this out. Bombing Venezuela and taking the president is not the issue. Can you sustain it? See Iraq today. Terrorists, secretarial war started everywhere. You create warlords instead of trying to create a great society. Let's see how Venezuela will go. Now, the story they give about Venezuela, the president lost election. Of course, we know America was highly involved. They'll bring opposition candidate to come contest with you, which you know you not go agree. If you agree, that means they come from you easily. If you not agree, they tag you as dictator. So what one can do? It's a shame what's happening now, but you cannot question America. Quickly, this of Peter B, ADC. I think I really have nothing to talk about because the election is already done and won already. Tinubu will be president 2027. And if people are thinking Tinubu is going to ring, what do you think Atiku is going to do too? They are still going to ring too now. None of them have any bright ideas to win the election fairly. None of them is going to win on a fair ground. So the strong will win, and I think Tinubu will win. Not like I like Tinubu or I hate him, but it's what it is. It's Nigerian politics. So Mama, I don't have much to say, but Mama, what's happening to your king and your prime minister? What was the fallout all about? Mama, can you hear me?
How do you mean? I'm not aware of any fallout, although I've not been following the British space so much.
Your prime minister made some lackadaisical statement about the crown, and the crown is pushing back. It's on the news. I've been following for like 1 week now, but I think it's
to be honest with you, I'm so engrossed in Nigeria. I don't, Britain is not a safe and boring country. I don't pay attention to what goes on here. Everything is predictable, so I don't follow anything. I only follow Nigeria, but I'll look out for that.
Yeah, I'm done. I yield the floor. I will listen.
All right, Bilal. All right. Thank you. Let's go on from you let's go to Zita, who I think is chomping to get into the Venezuelan. I think there might be an element of I told you so. So Zita, what is your friend Trump up to? Resource grab.
Is it Trump you want me to speak on?
Anything you like, but I think you want to speak on
Why
him.
do you want me to speak on Venezuela?
The Barrawoing of Venezuela. The Barrawoing of Venezuela.
The thing is, it's long overdue, though. You see, when people speak on issues like this, they make it maybe probably a Trump thing. It's not a Trump thing. This is the way America rolls. I've been saying this in your platform. They are the only country that can do this. They've done it before.
Sorry, Zita, apologies. Let me bail out hand over to Ola. Hassan.
Will Ola let me speak?
No, Ola will let you speak, and you already have the floor. Hassan next, Prince Daddy, Adewale is here, Aruki Degba. So just manage it as much as you can. I've got Charles next in the background, and I know he's keen to come up as well. So let me drop myself. Bring Charles up. The super tatas Hassan and Lato Rage. So more people should super chat, but even more people should subscribe. We're still after those elusive 10 subscribers. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Back to you, Zita.
Ola. Hello. Are you guys
just
not?
go ahead. Just go ahead. We are listening. Go ahead. We are listening. When Ola is ready, he will take the floor.
Okay. Everywhere was quiet now. So what was I even saying, sir? For those of us,
America.
Yeah, for those of us who has been to Caracas, when my colleague went on cross-posting there, if it's an American infrastructure, they would have walked away because they print their dollar. But that thing is their companies. Those companies has been crying since Chavez or whatever you people call that, their president did that shenanigan he did that time to domesticate all those massive infrastructures. You don't do things like that now. You don't bring people in to build those gigantic infrastructure that all of a sudden you say you are domesticated. It doesn't work that way. Look at how Nigeria did their own. It doesn't work that way. So since then, they've been crying. And this thing that just happened is bound to happen. And again, people should realize that Maduro was not even recognized as a president by the United States and other nations. So using the word the president of a nation was kidnapped, as long as America is concerned, he's not the president of recognized president of Venezuela. So that being said, morally, yeah, somebody might say morally it's wrong for you to walk into any country and do that. But then America has been doing it. Even the Chinese guy was there when they did that operation. So they've been doing it. And they just like most of you supported Putin. saying he doesn't want shenanigan in his around him. So America doesn't want any shenanigan around them. China is going there. I even have heard that China has shallow oil companies there. So you wouldn't tolerate that now. It doesn't work that way. But morally, people will say, why go pick a president of it? Although that's that, by the way, there is, if anybody feels so much offended, they should go fight. Look, Ola, let me tell you something. This idea of demeaning people's power, people's intellect, their mind, demeaning it is not conquer. We can whine for all we care, abuse them for all we can, make no nonsense for all this. I even had some people saying, can they try it in North Korea? Can they try it in Russia? But let me tell you, they can. The question is, you should be asking, are they, for that reason, are they going to kill up to 30 million people? Because if you think you have warheads in your country, all America need to do is to take out the carriers and your warhead will become useless. So we should stop all this, they can't do it this way, they can't do it this way. When they're ready to do it, they're going to do it and the sky will not fall, period. Until somebody is ready to face them. That's just the truth. For now, they got the shit. And if you don't fall in, they fall you out, period. Let me go back to Nigeria. What is the topic for Nigeria, Beg?
ADC article, the big move to DC, Kwankwaso movement,
Oh, is that what
Kwankwaso.
peace, self? Okay. What
Yeah,
peace? How
this
you
one.
doing?
I did find happy new year, madam.
Happy New Year.
Yes.
So you see, yeah, I will speak more on that thing when the whole place, the floor is open. But let me say this. There is something Nigerians will have to understand. I've said this several times and I will continue saying it. Why am I continuing saying it? Is because when the ships are down, they will be shouting rig. They will demean our institutions. They will abuse our judiciary. They will abuse our law enforcement agencies. And they will run around the whole world, telling the whole world how ridiculous and how useless our institutions are. But I'm here every day pointing their inabilities to defeat the man. And some people think I'm supporting the man. I've said this severally. Tinubu is not indomitable. But you don't meet him in his strength. Go and meet him in his weakness. Period. Then let me take the three people. Atiku. When Atiku contests in an unknown party, I don't know if he has that political. Maybe we will see it in 2027. When the party carries him, he doesn't carry party. So whenever he contests in a big party, his name comes out. But if he contests in a small party, nobody would even remember that he's contesting. But maybe this 2027, we will know whether he has built his own political ladder. As for Kwankwaso, I have said this before, and I will continue saying it. Kwankwaso is an unstable politician. Hate me, like me, I don't care. Kwankwaso defect to a party as a member. Kwankwaso doesn't follow him. He has done that several times. But if he is on the ticket, Kwankwaso will follow him. On several occasions, he has been in different parties, and on that party he is in as a member did not win Kano. That is my detailed observation about him. And the way he behaves unstably, you don't get angry when it comes to things of politics. You have to calm down, look for a window that you can lodge yourself in. Everything is not about the way you say it. You don't get angry. He's very fond of that. That's why I call him an unstable politician. You don't, because of one thing, abandon everything and walk away and go to another. You don't do that. He's an unstable politician. If anybody is taking him, believing that Kwankwaso will follow him, unless he is in that ticket, either as a vice president or as a president. But if he is in that ticket as a member, they will not follow him. That's my observation, unless not it changes in 2027. Then come to Peter Obi. Peter Obi, I call him a wandering politician. His members are getting angry. I don't even understand. I don't even understand what he's trying to do, whether he wants to be a vice president or he wants to be the president of the party. But what I want to say is that whatsoever that made him get that 6 million vote is no longer there. I will talk again when the party opens for everybody.
Oh,
Now, thank you.
okay. Thank you. Ola, are you there now? Odeski, are you there? Okay. I think the next person is next person to speak is uh Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy Hassan. Okay, yeah, Hassan. Hassan, are you there? Mr. Hassan. Hope you have not slept off.
Okay, Prince Daddy then.
Okay, Prince Daddy, are you there? Is
Okay,
everybody
let me
sleeping?
continue.
I'm
Go
here.
ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah. The floor is yours now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We can
Thanks.
hear you.
More peace. Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Let's see. So Trump has taken over Venezuela. There are many factors why Trump went after Venezuela. But Trump being Trump, I think he's trying to use Venezuela as an archetype, as an example to the rest of the American politicians on how to do a regime change, especially in a country that has a lot of natural resources like Venezuela, right? Because Trump, when he was running during the election, his first term, and after even the second time he ran, and the third time actually, he talked about how stupid American politicians are and were, especially what they did in Iraq and Afghanistan. I mean, he talked about how Americans left and the Chinese and the Russians came in and the Iranians. After they left Afghanistan, after dumping like over $1 trillion, the Chinese came there and took over their mineral resources just for free, just like that. I mean, that really boggled Trump's mind. Like, it doesn't make sense. Between Afghanistan and Iraq and the rest of the Middle East, I think America has dropped over close to $3 trillion, and we didn't get nothing for it. In fact, we lost a bunch of assets when they left Afghanistan during Biden's term. So the reason for going into Venezuela, I'm not going to buy that BS about being because of narco terrorism. No, that's BS. Mexico is a far worse country than Venezuela will ever be, and we know that is well documented. All the drugs that cross our borders that kill the children in this country, they'll come from damn Mexico, not freaking Venezuela. And the number one culprit in this drug thing in America is China. Are we going to go invade China? Of course not. So it was just a ruse about going after Venezuela for drugs. That many, it could be part of it could be drugs for sure, but drug is a very small percentage. The main reason is, of course, is the natural resources, and the overarching reason, of course, is that the Monroe Doctrine that they be talking about. China, Russia, Iran, they are knee deep in Venezuela and southern part of America, and that's America's hemisphere, their sphere of influence. Just like Russia is crying about Ukraine, for the West coming to Ukraine and trying to cross get to their borders and make them feel uncomfortable. The same way Trump sees Venezuela. They run it. They are for sure there. The Russians are there. They're the backers of Maduro, and of course the Chinese are there. So what Trump is doing really, at the end of the day, Like it or not, I mean, I'm not a fan of arresting a president of a country and just like that overnight. It sounds crazy, but at the end of the day, we're talking about geopolitics, global politics at the highest level. You can call Trump stupid and call him name, that is fine. But the man knows what he's doing. He's not going to lead the freaking Venezuela to the Chinese. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. It doesn't make any common sense to do that, especially what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. He's not going to do that. So it's all politics. It's all big money, big play. And of course, what do you expect? At the end of the day, he's trying to show the rest of the American politicians again how to do it. He said it. He already said it. We are going to take over Venezuela and run it till the time comes for maybe turn it over to the Venezuelan. But be rest assured, he's not going to turn it over to some damn unknown Venezuelan. If they put a face of a Venezuelan as being a leader somehow, some way, that is fine. But American corporations, American politicians or pseudo politicians are going to run Venezuela. But the only danger is that Trump only has about 3 years left. Now, if a Democrat comes in, okay, it could be a disaster for America. So I guess we can only pray like someone like J.D. Vance wins the next election and tries to keep the momentum going, because yeah, it's a lot of work, and they have to be careful on how to curate this Venezuela takeover. I think they have a plan. They have a plan in place. We didn't hear of any life lost, or American soldiers' life lost in this whole thing. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But at the end of the day, it's all about corporate money. Money is at the root of all this invasion. And to one man's I guess error, he said maybe it cost America about what $100 million for this expedition, so to speak. According to MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is costing America over $2.8 billion for this few months of back and forth with Venezuela till it culminated to last night. So and Trump said it again, he's gonna recoup that money. He's a businessman. And whatever America has spent over this month is gonna get the money back from Venezuela's purse. Is going to get it back. So quite interesting, actually. I'm just waiting. I mean, I heard on a podcast earlier that Russia said, well, maybe Putin, I guess, said they should release Maduro, but I've not heard Putin himself say that directly from the horse's mouth. I haven't heard that. So I have not heard any word from China. So it is quite interesting what is going on right now in the global world. Somebody said it earlier. I think the first speaker. What about diplomacy at the end of the day? What is going to happen to diplomacy? Well, right now, what do we say? Is it a green light for China to go into Taiwan and take it over? And if they did so, what are we going to do? What is the recourse? What are we going to say? It's illegal. Well, we know that Putin invaded Ukraine. So I mean, at the end of the day, America being the de facto leader of the world, supposedly the peacemaker and the sensible of all the powerful nations, is simply doing the same thing that this quote unquote rogue nations like China and Russia would do or have done. So what do we say? And to one man's point, when he gave his little analogy earlier about power, is power and power play at the end of the day. There's no other country that would do what America did than one that has the resources and the assets as do America. So it is quite interesting. A lot of people are shocked about what happened, but I wouldn't say I'm shocked, but it is quite interesting. What I'm expecting really is to see the true response from China and Russia. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, Patoski, are you there?
Let me say something. Can I come in? First of all,
Sure, sure.
the unfriendly place in the United States praised Trump. Washington Post, they put out a praise for him today that is to their national interest. And let me reiterate, for those of humans saying that, can they do this in Russia? Can they do it in China? Can they do it in North Korea? Let me repeat this again, and I will say it anytime, any day, anywhere. If North Korea or China or Russia do something that America think is affect, of course, this one that happened now, China was involved, is affecting its territory. That thing is extremely important to United States. That's why they're surrounding themselves with ocean. If you dare, I promise you, they're gonna do it. Trust me, they will do it. So this question of if China, can they try it in China? Let those ones encroach in that sacred territory and see what they will do to them. Period.
Okay, thank you, madam. Hassan, are you there, please? Try to look at the name. Who is Mr. Valhalla? Oh, Mr. Jago, are you there, please?
Thank you, World Peace, for stepping in. So,
okay.
I just arrived. So I know you've spoken, Madam Air, you've spoken, Prince Daddy. So who is the next person? Talkman's already spoken, right? Then Azan, are you there? Adewale, are you there?
I'm very much here.
So I don't know the part you want to take. This maybe you want to talk about this greatest bully of our time, maybe Adolf Hitler reincarnated. So that just thought he could wake up and drive people out. Honestly, I think that guy is overstepping. What do you think?
You should be saying America is overstepping, not that guy, because it's not a Trump thing.
No, I believe not all American presidents will have done that.
You want me to start call each one? I will tell you what he did.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Adiwali.
Thank you, my brother. I'm not surprised because it's not Trump. Trump just take it to from level 2 to 100. For a very long time, the president Maduro succeeded. Hugo Chavez has always been on the wrong side of America, and they've tried. I'm going to say something, but I'm not so sure. But it's just that it may look like him. I want to believe that guy was poisoned, but because yes, he was a dictator. The same thing with Maduro. You know, when the America named you a dictator, that means you're not on their side. Because we've seen America supporting a dictator for a very long time. Samuel Doe was once an ally of the United States. He was even invited to the Oval Office during the George Bush Sr. What happened? They turned their back on him as well. So we've seen that happening. I think what is happening now is that Russia gave a green light to United States. That's how the reason why they are able to take it to 100. Because Americans have tried to impose sanctions by ensuring that their oil has not been sold in the international market. And that was affecting the Venezuelan. And of course, the opposition there were not treated very well. So Americans exploited every avenue that they could. And those who are saying that all Venezuelans are happy, they are wrong. Not all Venezuelans are happy. And to be honest with you, Trump did a very shoddy job. Him and his administration are very, very clumsy. Reason being is that Not quite long ago, this particular man was almost quiet. They were using a drone. CIA were using drone, and it was because they didn't want to make it too public in a way, so they didn't say it was CIA operation. But everybody knew. It's no longer after that. One of the media there now said, "Look, Intel said this was an CIA operation." The one right in the open while it was given an address. That's when the drone was coming, and they quickly take the drone out. Now they've been going after this guy because of one thing. They've denied America oil company or American corporation from making landing in Venezuela. And I don't blame them, because if you look at it, Gaddafi was once an ally of the United States. They turned their back on him and called him a terrorist. And they took him out. Look at what happens to Libya today. Libya would have been, at par with other Sahel countries like Morocco, Saudi Arabia. Look at Egypt. When they troop out, when Americans supported the Muslim Brotherhood, what happened when they turned their back on them? Today, those countries that I mentioned are not the same level they were. I think the rate at which they were developing. So Trump also coming out and giving an address saying that they're going to go into the country, that he has spoken with the vice president, the female vice president, who is now an acting president, that she's in support of what they're doing. And this same woman now came forward and addressed the nation and said, look, the United States should release their president. What does that tell us? That's a very short job. And then they say they are going to come in, take over their. Hold on, I'm talking to somebody. They're going to take over their oil, and they will govern them. Tell me which country American has taken over their resources, taken over everything, and that country ever remained the same. Tell me. Okay, go away. For those people that are rejoicing, I think they don't yet understand what befells them in Venezuela. And it is wrong. Don't get me wrong. Didn't they arrest the man of Iraq? What is his name again? They arrested him, right? He was arrested. He was flown to the United States. But this time around, the same thing they did to the Honduras president, the same thing they did to Panama president, they supported. They were actually, there was a documentary about this guy, for those who don't know, the head of government in Panama then. He was a military dictator. They supported him, they supplied him. They were even using him, to perpetrate all those drug infiltration and all that. What happened after that? They turned around to use that same thing that he was helping them with against him. So this thing to me, once, if you want to look at it from the moral angle, I think America was wrong. This arbitrary taking over of the country and abducting a certain president doesn't speak well. And I don't want to. I will go back to that later on, but let me go to the article and the OB area. The game that is being played now, I think, is going to favor only one person and only one person only. The only exception is if the party itself decided to give that ticket to Peter Obi. That is the only thing that will favor Peter Obi. And I don't know how Tinubu will be able to, weather that, because one, Peter Obi's supporters will reinforce themselves if that ticket is given to him. But the way it looks now, Atiku is not backing down. And what's his name? The Port Harcourt man, Rotimi Amechi, also doesn't seem to back. And they have the money to spend for the primary. So I wonder where Obi is also going to come in now this time around, except if he has been promised a vice president ticket. Just like the video woman played, those people that actually supported him in the first time, they will back out if he settled for vice presidency. But he has shot himself in the foot several times. You know how many interviews he has given that it's not going to be it's not going to be advice to anybody or is not going to jump ship to any party. But now that same clip is being played over and over, and it's going to be used against him because it's in the record now that you've gone to go through almost 3 or 4 parties, political parties, and yet you still haven't found your rhythm. So, and another thing is that now that he has moved to ADC, OT is not going with him. That speaks volume. I could see what is being played in Kano. Kano governor is going to defer to APC. Now, whether Kwankwaso will follow through is what I'm not so sure of. But the Kano governor is just a matter of time. Probably by next week, we will be seeing some green light in the media because it's been concluded that it's going to move. And that tells you about, 2027. To me, it's a done deal. You don't expect a sitting president who appointed an INEC official, who also have all the governors, almost 29 states now, be it 26 states, around him. Those are the machinery that are going to, if I thought anything, they will rig the election for him. It's as simple as ABC. So I wouldn't want them to spend his money on that's never going to be. That's just my take on that. And I will stop so that other people can comment and I will jump in when everybody has already gone through. Thank you, Ola.
Mr. Ola,
Yeah.
can I speak?
Okay. Between you and Patoski, I don't know who first come.
I don't know. I'll defer to Egmont Pato. I mean, as an Omoluabi that I am.
Patoski.
You can speak.
Okay. Arrow Gidigba. Okay, let's
Okay.
go to them because it's like Patoski is still
Okay.
So
Thank you very much,
this Trump, you understand? This Trump that turned himself to omnipotent, the question now is this: what do you think the implication of what he has just done in Venezuela to Nigeria? Are you seeing? Are you being threatened as a Nigerian?
No, I'm not particularly threatened as a Nigerian. So there's a lot of things to evaluate here. This was an inevitability in itself. So the first thing you have to understand is the United States have an energy situation right now, and the midterms have come in. So there's a lot of things on ground. So the first thing you have to look at is this. Maduro himself had an election some time ago where it is reported that he lost and is sitting tight. So let's look at that. There is the individual in the opposition that won, who Trump has now dismissed as a possible individual to come into leadership in Venezuela, who is the same individual that actually gave Trump a Nobel Peace Prize. So this tells every single Piggly Wiggly in the house that when they open the door for the fox, just because they don't get a chance to play with the toys, that they most likely are going to be the first individuals that will be consumed by the fox. So, but then we have to look at American distilleries, okay? Most American distilleries are actually configured for Venezuelan heavy crude. I believe Venezuela actually has the largest deposits of crude oil in the world. I believe something like that. They have every crude, and their crude oil is one of the best. And American refineries are configured for that. Gas prices are right through the roof in America right now. The Trump and the Republicans will be looking at how they can secure the midterm.
Okay, but the point is irrespective of whether they are going through energy crisis or whatever, is that sufficient enough for you to just go?
I'll address that. I'm just trying to bring, because there's a lot of other stuff going on. It's not just simple as they're just bullies. Yes, they are bullies, but I'm letting you understand that it's not just done just because it's a bully. There's the madness, but there's some logic to the madness from their point of view. So you have to have people like Rubio, for instance, some of the individuals puppeteering this. Trump has been assessed by several individuals to be suffering from acute illness, mental illness. So now, put it that way. So this is some of this game is towards the midterms, the midterms, because otherwise the Republicans are going to get a flog in the midterms. But so it is what it is. Number one, it's illegal. International law is illegal. I believe the American laws as well, because he's not gotten any congressional approval. He's also threatening to put boots on ground. So is he going to go to the Congress to seek approval now before he deploys American assets, military assets, troops on ground? So to the best of my understanding, he needs to do that. So he's already broken quite a number of laws. But I'm just counting down till when the Chinese decide to invade Taiwan. When they decide to, there's a few islands as well that they are contesting with the Indians and the Japanese and the South Koreans. I'm just waiting till when the Chinese just decide, you know what, we're just gonna run right through there and take over. Of which the Chinese are already, threatening and they already have some posturing, military posturing, naval posturing, across that region. So it's only a matter of time. I think Russia, although they are depleted militarily, I think they're just going to really just launch a big time wave on Ukraine and take a lot of land, and then they'll go to the table and say, we're not going to cede this land, we're going to keep this land. So it's very dangerous. But I also see a lot of countries across the world moving from the Americans to the Chinese, and I also see a lot of countries actually arming themselves. I see a lot of countries actually seeking military protection, and actually putting a lot of money into military defense. The Chinese are going to make a lot of money because the Russians, I don't think, have the capacity to supply military defense. The Chinese, we've seen with their parade some months ago that they have the capacity to manufacture some modern military defense stuff. So they're going to make a lot of money from a lot of people around the world, and they're going to supply that. They have no problem doing that. But this is not good from a global perspective, and I think the Americans are going to suffer the consequences of these actions for years to come. As we saw in Afghanistan, we saw in Iraq, decisions are made, and years down the line, decades down the line, there's still consequences for those decisions. We've seen that in Syria, we've seen that in Libya. So moving on to Nigeria, Peter Obi. Well, the inevitable has happened. He's been in ADC. Now he's jumped ship because he has no choice. He's been forced out of Labour Party. So he had no more. Where could he go in Labour Party? The Nanadi Usman faction has lost out in Labour Party. Abure has secured his position as the chairman of Labour Party. He has consolidated with Arabambi and those other man's Apapa faction. So what is Obi going to do in Labour Party? They already made it very clear that they cannot guarantee an automatic ticket in Labour Party. So he had to go to ADC. He didn't have a choice. Now he's in ADC. The ticket has been designed for Atiku. Is he going to be the VP? I think that's what it's going to do in the end. It's going to be the VP. But even at that, I don't see. Yes, they're going to put up a good showing. Him and Atiku as a VP, as a president and VP tickets. But Tinubu has made a lot of progress. Okay? Tinubu has secured a lot more votes, I believe, substantially more votes in the North Central. In places like Kaduna, where he didn't have votes in 2023. In places in the North where he didn't have a lot of votes in 2023, he secured the votes. In the South, he might get some more votes than he did in the Southeast. There will be a bigger showing in the Southwest. So really, yes, they're going to do well because there's a lot of votes. There's a lot of votes out there that everybody can pick up. Okay, there's only, I think, less than 30% voter turnout in 2023. But still, I don't know. Well, I guess I think they can do well, but I don't see a way. Well, God can do anything, but I think Tinubu has made it already in 2027. I think anyone that wants to contest against him is risking it and wasting going to put a lot of money on the blocks. and there's no guarantee of any victory. I think Tinubu has it about 80%. The opposition only has about 20% chance, and it's waning day by day. Kwankwaso is only deceiving people. Kwankwaso and Tinubu already have an agreement. They have an understanding, but Kwankwaso is notoriously very good at keeping his cards very close to his chest. So this whole, the Kano governor going to APC and Kwankwaso is staying in NNPP. It's just a smoke screen. It's just Kwankwaso is just playing the game, and he's already made it very clear he has no ambition, he has no desire to ever work with Atiku. So Kwankwaso is never going to work with Atiku. You can take that to the bank, okay? He's never going to work with Atiku. There's no benefit to him working with Atiku. There's absolutely every benefit, for him working with Tinubu. So he's going to play the long game. So it's pointless. Why would anyone want to contest against Tinubu in 2027? I really don't know. I don't. But then again, politicians are they're peculiar breed of people. They believe when it's absolutely logical that they have no chance. They still get deceived by their followers and their minions that it's their turn and it's their time and God is gonna do perform magic. But that's where I'm gonna leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arogriba. Then who is the next person? Shas, have you spoken today? Shas, are you there?
That's as good.
Then
no, I haven't.
Okay, please fire on. Are you in support of?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are
Can
you
you hear
in
me?
support? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Let me ask you. Can you hear
Hello?
me? We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can anybody please hear me? Because it seems as if Charles is not hearing. I don't know.
I can hear both of you.
Okay, Charles, please go ahead. We can hear you. Okay. So, Madam Zita, what did you say you would like to speak after the first round? So you want to continue?
You see, number one, let me say something the guy said. There's nothing wrong with what P2B is doing. I will keep saying it. It's normal of politicians. They will even be doing it. They will be shouting, I am not desperate for. And their supporters will believe him. A man who has been wandering from party to party is not desperate for anything. And he says that they believe him, but that's typical of politicians and their gullible followers. But let me say this. What I wanted to say is that Buhari, apart from the shenanigans they did in 1999 to bring Obasanjo as whatever they claim they want to do to the South or whatever, Buhari is the only Nigerian that left. Buhari and Tinubu are two Nigerians that left politics for a very long time. They have breaks, a lot of breaks in their political life, and they still made a comeback and won an election. Not just winning an election, they won the #1 seat in that country. It's only Buhari and Tinubu that have been able to pull that off. Most people, it's like a page, that in page 1, they just turn to page 2. Like, what's his name? Yaradua and Goodluck Jonathan. They are the ones that left. So let me see. Atiku has been off the line. Although he contested in 2019, contested in 2023. So he's been active in politics. They've been active in politics more than Tinubu. But he came and put that out. What am I saying, Ola? As I said before, I've been complaining about this thing in this platform. Nobody is listening to me. Why am I saying it? I believe that for one, I don't like this running around the internet, running around the media houses and be screwing trash about our country and the institutions in it when you lose the election. It brings our country, brings our interest very low. I don't like it. So that's why I'm trying to point out their failures even before the election. Ola, I have said this severally here. Tinubu is not indomitable. But this thing they're doing, if it is the way they want to come this year to fight him, he's going to whoop them. Because
but do you think the voters are politically knowledgeable and enlightened as you are? Because
okay, let me tell you why I said they are enlightened in their own level, and that person, that their level can give somebody a win. Let me tell you, this conglomeration of recycled politicians, including Tinubu and all of them, the opposition is capitalizing on Nigerians, those hate and the situation in Nigeria today. That's what they are capitalizing on. That's what they think they have to fight Tinubu. And they believe Nigerians are angry with Tinubu. I don't know where they got that one from. But Ola, let me tell you something about politics. Politics is a very ridiculous and dirty game. Do you know that Obi going to join a Northerner to be his vice president when a Southerner is still in the position and the Northerner just left the seat? A Southerner just entered.
how do you know that Obi will be the vice president? How did you come?
Hold
how
on
did you
now,
conclude?
calm down. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what can swing votes. I'm just giving an example of what can swing votes. I don't care what, you know me, I'm not a Obi fan. I don't give a fuck what he becomes or what he's going to contest on. I don't really do care. We are just discussing. So for him going to join a Northerner, not to be a presidential candidate from the South, but to be a vice president to a Northerner to unseat a certain. Do you know how many Nigerians that time were anger? In a twinkle, that hate, they believe that the Nigerians hate the establishment and probably hate Tinubu. That thing will change in a twinkle of an eye. They will say, hey, so these people want to continue ruling. Our own person just enter. They want to unseat him. You don't understand. That's how politics work. So if the only thing they are using against Tinubu is Nigerians, that Nigerians might end up going against them. I have said it before. You do not disregard somebody's strength, somebody's resilience, somebody's doggedness, somebody's patience, somebody's endurance. Above all, somebody's power. You disregard it and you demean it. That's not conquer. That you screw your, can the person do it here? Can the person do it? If it is here, can the person do it? They did like this, they did like that. That you are trying to demean it. It's not conquer. That doesn't mean you've conquered the person. Acknowledge that strength. Look for the person's weakness. Then meet him on his weakness and deal with him decisively. But if you keep demeaning those strengths, he is gonna whoop you. That's all I wanted to add.
Anyway, it is no brainer that if Tinubu, if Obi now goes as vice president to another desperado, because that makes two desperado, right? We all know that Atiku is so desperate. Then at least he has been the most desperate politician in the country so far. Then if Obi joins as VP, then it can signal something. You understand that, okay, this guy is just desperate and it's like a treason, against the South.
I actually want to see the vote he will gather now. I actually want him to contest for president. If you take it with Tinubu.
No, see, let me tell you one thing. Tinubu not position himself
so
very
that
well.
their eye go clear.
I did not position himself very well. Obi almost will have sold out the southern part of that country to Atiku in the last election, and it will have been so unfortunate for the country. Anyway, let's move to another person. Then we'll come back to.
Do you mean that he sold southern part of Nigeria?
No, it will have no. Assuming that Tinubu didn't get his strategy very well. You understand? Atiku came second, so probably Atiku will have become our president by now, and maybe all this roadmap to liberation.
Do you know that? Do you know the funny aspect of it?
Yeah.
If Tinubu and Obi were ticket in 2023, they wouldn't have won. I keep saying this, but when I say people don't like me, they look at the result and say this is a lie. They wouldn't have won. Do you know why? There is no way Nigerians will say a Hausa man left the seat, another Hausa man will come in. They wouldn't have won that election. And it would have been a very angry election. They wouldn't have won. But if I say, if people will say, who are you? But I have said it anyway. You won't slap me. But the ticket is coming back. Hello?
Go ahead.
The ticket is coming back. That is Atiku Obi 2027. They're going to whoop them. Because that anger will still come back. That guy that said it here, online here, is not the only one saying it. Even the Igbos are saying it. Even the people from other places that voted for Obi, they said if he go to align with a Northerner to take the position away from the Southerner, it's not going to work. But you know, I'm very stupid. I talk a lot of rubbish. 2023, Atiku Obi wouldn't have won Tinubu. 2027, Atiku Obi will not win him. Period.
Okay.
Maybe 2031.
No, okay. 2031, assuming we still have Nigeria anyway. That would be an assumption, because you can't keep terrorizing the country and you still want the country to be together, especially when we have the top party now, even intervening in our affairs. So it might just be a way to. It doesn't mean that if it's southern part break away from.
Listen, let me tell you, Obi is a wandering politician.
I know.
If he finish wandering in ADC, maybe after 2027, he will wander back to maybe AD. Nonsense.
That's desperation. Shaz, I can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So I know you've listened to everything we've spoken, and we have the bully in chief. You understand that? Do you really see any difference between what the Fulani bandits are doing in Nigeria and what America just did to?
Look, I'm one of those people that I'm of the opinion like there's nothing like democracy. What we have is like an LSA system who just come around, give you two candidates, legitimize them by making people think they're having a selection, and they just give you whoever works for them. The only difference between Trump and the natural American politician is that Trump is just telling the truth as it is. Under the Democrats, there will be, freedom, legitimacy, oppression, we're coming to save you and stuff like that. There's a similarity between Venezuela, Libya, Iraq, Syria, all those countries that have been intervened militarily by America. What is similar is that they are either they're all producing and they have majority stake in their oil production and control, meaning they don't give private oil companies a leeway in having a majority stake in their affairs. For Venezuela, under Hugo Chavez in the 2000s, like what just happened, the real problem between America and Venezuela is because under Hugo Chavez, he forced foreign companies to accept a minority ownership, or either you do that or leave the country. And some US companies left after the assets were appropriated and taken by the states, some states like Chevron and stuff like that. And America has been trying to get into the oil game, basically have control in terms of majority stake ownerships in most of these countries that are state controlled, or like they don't really give a leeway for like American foreign companies to control the whole show, right? Regarding the invasion, look, it's from drug cartel to, we already knew it was regime change. The only problem I have is the way people tend to accept it. It's almost like I think all of us, like the entire world, and I think it's now enshrined. And you if you notice, like in American politics, they keep on saying leader of the free world, leader of the free world. They've engraved that thing into our mentality that we actually see America as basically the like alpha and omega in everything. Like, forget, there's nothing like state sovereignty. That does not exist with all what we are seeing. Like, nothing like sovereignty exists. There's nothing like borders or nothing. Like, it's basically America owns the world and controls everything. You either do as they say. What was alarming is that when after the whole takeover and everything, he said that, okay, people are rejoicing, and it's like, for your information, we're not handing over the country and the oil resources back to Venezuelans. We are going to hold it on to the foreseeable future. And people are like, saying that is so awkward. Like, so for Venezuelans, when you hear that kind of things, did they actually come to liberate you or come to control you? And it's the latter. They don't give a damn about your free. There's nothing like freedom. Those things don't exist. Like in this age of globalization, capitalism, and everything, those things, there's nothing like borders. There's nothing like sovereignty. The only reason why, and that's the funny thing, the only reason why China and Russia are the powers that they are is because they maintain a closed system. And it's still the same problem. Those countries don't allow foreign interests, capitalist interests into that. They have strict control over their borders, and they know why. Because as soon as those people get in there, they will take over your country in the name of capitalism, in the name of democracy. You don't play ball, they throw sanctions. You don't do this, they will cut you off. So, like, for me, like the world, unfortunately, it's either you get stronger or they just roll over you. For Nigeria's case, and it happened on Nigeria, like these people just, like I said, like there's democracy, they'll give you your leader. It's not even your leader. Like they choose your leaders that favor the American foreign policy. The moment your leader decides to, even whether democratic or not democratic, they will kick him out. They will look for a way of kicking him out and replacing him with somebody that is more pro-American foreign policy. But for this situation with Venezuela, it is what it is. Like, the strong win, the weak lose. Is either nation starts focusing inwards in terms of protecting because now in this global age, there's nothing like sovereignty. We've seen that one. That's for sure. Any country, if Europe decides to, if they just wake up tomorrow morning and they just decide, like, you know what, Africa, to hell with you, we're coming in and we're taking over your country, there's nothing that will happen.
Okay, at that point you are now, are you not afraid? Because I've always said this thing that Africa as a continent seems to be the only continent without defense mechanism, that we are always at the mercy of all these imperialists, colonial masters and all those stuff. So and unfortunately, our people are not even aware. All we want to do is religion, to nowhere and all those stuff. So are you not really worried that
I was so this is the idea behind China, Russia, and the formation of BRICS, because what we've seen in the past century of the US hegemonic system, where the dollar is ruling the entire world, they can print as much money as they want, they can buy as many boats as they want, they control the world currency. So basically they're operating a government on cheat mode, while others are busy looking at GDP, looking at this, looking at balancing account books and deficits, budgets and stuff like that. These guys just print money, buy as many boats, like control the entire system. It's their backyard, it's their playfield, right? And BRICS basically, and that was the idea behind BRICS. I think Russia and China knew that, look, the way things are, we can never win these people. Make we just form our own economic team that will rival these people, because there's no way we can catch up with them. They will dominate us, right? I guess US, Europe, and the rest of them saw this, and that's why that BRICS, they've been strategic. Venezuela is a member of BRICS, so like I think a minority member. I don't know how they divide it. Venezuela, Nigeria, Iran, China, Russia, South Africa. These people are all into that economic system, and that economic system was meant to checkmate the US. And US knows the moment that system comes in place, all these whole wake up in the morning, sanctions, they freeze your account, they freeze your foreign reserves, you can't do anything, they jump into your country, that ends. And this is what this is all about. Even for Tinubu basically, the only thing for Obi doesn't, I'm an obedient, right? But I've said it before, like Obi, like Tinubu, Obi, these people don't control Nigerian politics. Foreigners control that landscape. If the moment America just decides that, you know what, Tinubu is pro-Russia, pro-BRICS and everything, I don't think this guy is going to favor us, they will kick him out. Obi will win the election. And that's why Obi strategically just, US should come. He's showing, even Obi, as far as I'm concerned, the way he is, he's more of a sellout now. Because this whole leaning, although he's being smart about it, right? But he's basically leaning to America in the sense of, see, if boy Tinubu know they cooperate, me I dey here, I dey loyal. And that's what America is doing with Nigeria. They waited all this time that insurgency has been happening. They've not done anything. They kept quiet. The eve of Tinubu's re-election 2027, they've showed their face, basically telling him, oh boy, if you no side with us, if you are still you want to be independent financially with these BRICS and everything, this is 2026, so 2027, you are meant to get elected. We know how to get you. So for me, like, Africa as a whole, man, they should just forget Africa is like colonial. I've always said it, colonialism never ended. They just rebranded it in a different form. There's nothing like democracy. There's nothing like, what we have is a system of government that is pro-Western and is just forced on us. Basically, what democracy does is it opens your borders, opens your economies, makes you dependent into an integrated economy that you can't do without. The moment they don't like you, they freeze your assets. The moment they don't like you, they freeze trade. So basically, you're not independent. They just control you using financial means. So like I've said, like and that's why the only countries that are really booming and competing with the West are people that maintain a closed economy, like China and Russia. So for me, Africa, in this instance, like Africa is gone. Like Africans have, some of them are waking up in terms of Traore and co.
When you say they maintain closed economy, did they really maintain closed economy?
So this is how it is still state controlled, right? It is more.
No, what I mean is that did they do that without military strength? Because number one, now, America will not just wake up and go and try rubbish with Russia.
No.
In as much
They
as
can.
people want to believe.
They can.
No, they can't.
They can.
They will turn them to jail.
Excuse me. Let me say this before we discuss things like
America
this.
tries
Ola, can I speak, please?
Okay.
Before we discuss things like this, it's good we do our research.
Okay, let me paint this scenario. Let me paint this scenario.
Let me finish. Let me
Okay, go on.
finish. Everything they have done to Venezuela, they have done to China and Russia. The only thing they have not done to them is to go and pick their president. And I can assure you, if need be, they will do that. Period.
They will go and pick a Russian president.
Yes, if need be.
Oh my goodness.
Leave Madam Zita.
Okay.
I've never watched this type of Nollywood movie before.
The greatest form of defense against this neo-colonialist interest is arming yourself
you
up.
know, say when I tell you, say they go bomb Nigeria, they know
they will bomb Nigeria is a small fry now. They will bomb Nigeria now.
I'm coming to something. You see, this way you laugh at me. That's the way you laugh at me a month ago.
Is it not the same Russia that they're trying to negotiate with?
Now, calm down. I have to remind you about your laughter. I told you that they will come to Nigeria and take out whatever they want to take out.
I agree.
You said they're going to bomb Nigeria. I said no, that they know them. They are Nigerian neighbors. You laugh.
I know they will bomb Nigeria. Is a nobody now.
I don't say this
is it not Mali and Burkina Faso that is showing you shaggy? Nigeria is not in the equation here. I'm talking about Russia and China. You can't do the same thing to them. The only thing you can do with what you can try and do with Russia and China is, as usual, do your covert CIA. Wait now. What you can do with Russia and China is to do your covert CIA operations. Try to talk to some military men that will form a coup and topple Putin. You've tried it before. That's the best you can do. And you tried it during the Ukraine war, where Wagner Group tried that stunt. And what happened to their leader? He died in a plane crash. You can try it with certain people, like weak leaders and people that don't have that knowledge of their institutions in terms of military strength. You can't do it with Russia and China. That's the best you can do. A coup using military personnel for those nations. But if you are thinking you would put your boats by the border, do your espionage commando things, fly helicopters, try that one now. At least you tried it with Ukraine.
Bro,
you tried coming
every country get a strategy to handle them.
There's no strategy.
Stop speaking like
the
this.
The best strategy is defense, and Russia and China have showed you. There's nothing you can do to those nations. There's nothing you can do.
Okay, okay, hold on. Shall we come back to that so that let's give.
You are laughing again.
I will laugh now. Why I do go laugh?
In 2 months' time, I will remind you.
There's no 2 months. Forget that one. EU and co. They're already at the negotiating table.
Charles, hold on. Let us give Patrick a chance to speak so that we come back to that Madam Zita, the Nollywood, the season 2 of.
Too much American movies.
Yeah, we come back to that. Patrick Uche. Are you there? Latrick.
My American movies, they come to pass. So when I warned you about Nigeria, you see, it can never happen. You laugh.
I didn't say it can't happen. I said it could happen.
Let me lay the foundation. Madam, there was a time a man called Adolf Hitler.
Very soon, when they're coming out from their house,
I
said, they will wire
he will bully everyone and nobody will be able to withstand him. You understand? At the end of, Germany tried rubbish twice and they put Germany in their place twice. Even the second one happened to be worse. And, that is still limiting them to the capacity of a military thing they can produce today. Now, so we have someone that seems to have link with Germany. You understand? They have German ancestry. Now, let me tell you one thing. If you have this man for the next 10 years, America will not be great again, whether you like it or not. So do you want to, you really think Donald Trump will send someone and go and kidnap Putin? Or it will send someone to go and kidnap the Chinese president? Oh my goodness. I think we need to find a very big thing.
I think there's a mistake you're making. Like, this is not about Donald Trump. This is standard American foreign policy. Donald Trump is following.
Trump is taking his own too fine time of.
No, that's the funny thing. This is not Trump. These people, they use Trump as, they just try to disassociate the American political system from Trump. They just use Trump to do that dirty work. But I can assure you that this is standard. This is America. This is not Trump.
No, I agree. At least I've seen what they've done in Iraq and all this.
Exactly.
That's not what I'm saying.
The only thing about Trump is not diplomatic about it. He just comes out and says it as it is.
Has anybody ever kidnapped a sitting president before? Just remind me. Maybe my history is not that vast.
Saddam Hussein, I know that one. They killed him now.
You know, Allah, American has done it before.
Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein.
The sitting head of state in Panama, who, like I said earlier, who was once working for the DEA, he was removed. He was taken out. Okay, while he was still in power.
They use his people for him, but this one is accusing America of kidnapping.
That was the shortest job that the Trump people did. They should have, Trump doesn't have filter, and unfortunately, it's going to work against him because look, a time will come. This administration will come to become history, and the history book would not favor him, and that is. It's not Trump, it's the American foreign policy regarding South America, especially where there's a huge deposit of oils and mineral. And they've been trying for years to see how they can lay their hands on it. Unfortunately, Hugo Chavez, as a matter of fact, when he took over, because he was once a military officer before he decided to take over and then contest for the election, they were kind of like trying to cozy to him. When the Maduro came too, they were watching him. But unfortunately, just like the speaker said, they didn't want foreign oil company to take over because look, what went up said that we are going to take over the country, we are going to take over their oil. I was taken aback. Would nobody ever say this in the public? But that is what the American has been doing. I'm not trying to be anti-American, but that's what every regime in America has been trying to do. Whereby they will take over the foreign resources to their own advantage and leave the country in carcass. That's what they've been doing. Go ahead, please.
You cannot bring a company to come and build that billions of dollars of infrastructure and walk them away. It's not done.
Nobody wants. They don't want them. Now. They never want them. If you take ExxonMobil out of Nigerian oil space today, Nigerian oil space will not collapse. But they are there. They've been there, right? So, are you saying that Nigeria company doesn't have capacity to build such a huge company like that?
They did not do it the way Nigeria did their own with Shell. That's not the way Venezuela did their own. If you do it the way Nigeria, I think Nigeria learned from what is happening in Venezuela and got their own right. Shell is not called Shell in Nigeria today; it's called Renaissance.
Oh, now I'm just using as an example. But isn't that what is being obtainable? Nobody wants them. Look, nobody say you can't come in. But look, if they don't want you, they don't want you. But all these sanctions left and right, I'm not trying to be anti-America, but that's what America has been doing.
They don't even care if you're anti-America. What I'm telling you is that you cannot bring a company into
and
your country
they don't even
to
want any
build
company.
that kind of billions of dollars worth of infrastructure and you walk them away. It's not going to happen. And let me tell you, there is nothing you can do about it. It has happened. It's happened. We are just discussing. You can't do anything about it.
No.
You and I cannot do anything about it. And they're going to do it again and again and again. And the sky will not fall.
America can put their money down just like they did with Aramco. Aramco does have some refineries here in America that they control, that they run. But you see, Caracas doesn't want a situation whereby they will have no say in their own resources. And unfortunately, the moron, the Maduro himself, unfortunately, every Southern American countries have always been at the risk.
That did that in Chavez. It's not
Maduro. Well, when Maduro took over, they started running the affair. He said doesn't have common sense to smoothen this over. Look at what is this guy in Cuba? His brother. What is it called? The one that is there right now. What is his name? The Cuba president. There was a time he was smoothing things over with Obama. Obama had to travel to Cuba, right? And they were trying to reestablish. Even American embassy was being reopened in what is the capital there. And as soon as Trump came over, stopped everything and closed it down. You
We
see,
wouldn't want to be discussing a president that used over 100,000 bombs on countries. I'm not interested in discussing that, your
you
Obama.
see, it's always
But what
about
I'm telling you is that I don't know what you
one
mean by
side
trying to
story that
bring
we
Cuba,
always tell. Look,
because that man
you know,
wanted to run down the armory of the United States. I don't know what you mean by Obama
you
trying to
see,
do this, because he did nothing.
mhm. I know
I
you
don't even
always
know
want
why we
to.
are discussing a man who threw over
Because it was a good
100,000 bombs
example
on
of,
countries. I don't know
for a
why we are
very long
discussing it
time, CIA has been trying to capture these
without
people
Congress
alive.
approval. So I don't know why you're always bringing this issue here. I'm not
Did your
interested.
current president get approval before stomping Venezuela to adopt a sitting president? Did he get approval?
US is fond of playing good cop, bad cop. They will be
You
doing that.
know, you see,
Good cop,
sometimes
bad cop.
we
Now, everything they
must say
do.
it the way it is. Look, that's why I say I'm not an American. If it's favor it, hey, so be it. It's about flexing power. But we don't even look at the moral angle of it now. It's about setting precedent. All the regime have been trying to do it one way or the other. But when you are now blatantly going and stomping a sovereign country and you don't even have no remorse to it. In fact, they even shot themselves in the foot when he said, oh, the acting president supported their action. And that woman came out on the television and said, look, no, I do not release my president. So you are throwing the country into chaos. And let me
He
tell you
never
something.
said the woman supported. He said that he support to work with them. Please, next time when they're speaking, listen very well. Don't go and listen to a
This woman,
YouTuber.
sometimes you like to twist things. He said the woman has, supported them from the get-go, that he supported what is happening in Venezuela, that what the American is doing. That was the word Trump said. I'm not saying it verbally, but that's exactly how he put it. You know, Trump can be so exaggerated in a
Don't
way.
beat a dead horse.
But then the
It's
woman
totally
turned around.
relevant.
You see,
Hold
that
on.
is where the
It's totally
diplomatic show the
relevant
job
what
comes
the
in.
woman said.
You know, if you don't do your due diligence, it will come back to haunt you. He shouldn't have said that on the national television. He should have kept to the strict, say what you got to do the
He never
interview
said
and go.
that.
But
Please.
He
look,
said
he
it.
said
He
it.
said, and I
He
quote,
said it.
he
What are you
said
guys saying?
the vice president,
What are
Deki
you guys
Rodriguez,
saying?
He said
she was
she's
essentially
ready to
willing to
do
do what we
whatever
think is
it takes
necessary
to
for
make
Venezuela to be
And
great
then said
again.
we are going.
work.
He
Not
said
that
we are going to take over
she
their.
supported the
He
mission.
said we
He
are going
never
to
said
take.
she supported
He
their
said
mission.
so. He said it.
He said we are going to take over their government. We are going to
And she
run.
said that she was going to cooperate with US to transition power.
Okay, let me
And he
try
said
to
he
get
Thank
this
you.
doesn't.
thing
That's
She
here.
what he
doesn't. She
said.
doesn't.
Not that
He
he
said.
supported them to come in.
And then she
Come on.
said. He said,
What do you
"Oh, she
expect?
doesn't even have a choice anyway."
Adewale, what do you expect the woman to say anyway? So I mean, what recourse does she have? What can she do? I mean, what do you expect her to say?
He knows the truth to his people, to the Venezuelans, not to an American, and
Listen,
I will believe what she tells her
She's
subject, not
trying.
what.
Listen now.
Listen,
She's
what?
trying to. She's trying to save face.
Who cares? Who cares
The
about what
VP.
surface?
Hold on.
Look,
The
what
VP
she
was.
discussed with Trump never made it
She
to the
was
public.
selected
What
by
she's telling her
Maduro.
people, listen.
The fact that she's trying to be loyal to Maduro is not strange. It's not a big deal.
I see.
Why are you trying
I
to make a
would
big
take
deal
it on
out
the
of it?
face value. What she said to her own subject is what I would take. What she discussed with Trump never made it to the limelight. It's between her and
No,
Trump.
she discussed with Rubio, not Trump. So Rubio, everybody's this
Okay,
spinning. Everybody's
whatever
spinning
it
right
is
now. Who
that she
cares?
discussed with Rubio, does he ever make it to the press until Trump opened his big mouth? But that woman addressed our own people in our country and said, look, I am not in support of this. You should release Maduro because Venezuela has only one president. I mean, you would jettison what she said to her own subject and believe what Trump said?
She was selected. I mean, the fact that she has loyalty towards Maduro is not a big deal. Why are you making a big deal out of it, Adwale?
Look,
Out of everything that's going on,
I'm making big
that's
deal
what that bothers
because,
you.
see, this is the problem. Because Russia decided to remove the shock
Adewale, for
absorber
your
of
information, Maduro is not a president in the eyes of America and a lot of
any
countries.
country have the
That is
right to
Is
recognize
it
or
not
not
a
to
sovereign
recognize any
president? Is it
country.
concerned America?
It's none of anybody's business who is recognized, who is
So
not
you want to tell me
recognized.
if America should say that
you
Tinubu is
don't
not your
see how it
president, you
can
will
be their
agree?
business now.
If
Sure, you
America
say
should
it's
come
not
today, will you
anybody's
agree that Tinubu
business.
is not
You
your
don't see as
president?
it can be
Do you
their
know that
business now.
what I found very intriguing is that some
You don't see
people
as it can be their business. Sure, it's none of
look,
their business.
look,
You don't see as it can
you know
become
the
their
funniest
business.
thing.
Don't worry,
Nah.
they go kick out your Tinubu.
You
We'll
know
see
what
whether you maintain this energy.
you know what is the problem? The House committee are having a hard time because as a member of the Congress, you are bound to support American foreign policy, one way or the other. But you can criticize each other behind the closed door. When this man started making incursion into the South America, the Venezuela, they were like, okay, what is your end goal? Because if you want to take the oil, we are with you. We will support you. However, how do you? Because you don't want to go into another territory, another sovereign land, and start making a mess.
Okay,
We've had a lot of
before you
this for a
came on,
long time.
I
Now,
spoke earlier, and I said
hold
something.
on.
Hold on, Adewale. I said something earlier. Go ahead.
Okay. And then this member of committees were flabbergasted when he ended up doing this. Now, you went to somewhere, you poo-poo and you leave a tray. Now, it's not about you. It's about the any other administration. Even if tomorrow Republican come into the White House, they are still going to have a lot of places to mop because now you are making a mess. Now you are creating enmity. You take Maduro out today, you think Maduro is the only person ruling that country. You are going to leave that country in a carcass, in their
He
own
has even
skeleton.
threatened Colombia to watch their
So
back
that
now.
country is South American has always been at the short hand from the Northern American country, and it's on for even Mexico that is next door to America. They treat them as if they are not part of the same continent. What are we even saying? Look, nobody say you cannot because we are past colonial era. This is now post-colonial, but colonialism never stopped. But what you are trying to do, at least do it in a way that you can justify. What you've done is left the country.
Okay, let me chime in. So, Adewale, so far, this is barely day one. What has Trump done wrong, or what has America done wrong so far in Venezuela?
What you've done wrong is say that you're not even handing over power to them. You're holding it to the foreseeable future.
Netanyahu has
Yeah,
a warrant of
when I made my
arrest.
submission earlier, I
America
said,
would not let them arrest that man.
I said Venezuela is going to be an archetype for American politicians on how to invade a country and take it over, especially a country with natural resources. And Trump has said many times, he said how stupidly and how foolish American leaders did in Iraq and Afghanistan. We spent trillions of dollars. At the end of the day, we came out with nothing. In fact, we were so bad overall, our performance.
Okay.
So what Trump is doing right now is saying, look, listen, he said, I'm going in with these people behind me. If you see,
which people?
Venezuela, the administration member chooses to
is it not the Venezuelan people that should be behind him? Is that where? Which people is going to be supporting?
Tell me the country that America took over that they are better off.
That's the silly model that they use in Iraq and other silly places where the Americans try to force and find a leader for this country, and those leaders were disloyal, or they were thieves. We saw what happened in Afghanistan. When the Americans left, guess what the president did? He took all the millions of dollars or billions and flew it out of the country. So Trump has said, no, I'm going to teach you guys a different way to go about it. The people that are going to be truly in charge will be Americans. If you see a Venezuelan's face there, it's just a face for the people. But the people they're going to call the shots and
what gives them the right to call the shots? Because
the funniest thing is that when they took over the Afghanistan, right, they were so ashamed they had to stay behind to mop the ground. Act like a benevolent superpower. So what they were doing is that they were trying to they were trying to sponsor educations, infrastructure rather than trying to build. As they were trying to build, it's like a drop off in the ocean because the destruction was so enormous that even if Americans stay, the fact that you are even pumping money in there, they don't want your presence there. So Americans stayed there for too long. Americans stayed there for so long, and at the end of the day, they were chased out because they have no choice. And guess what? The country was back to square one. Square one. That's where they're back to. So tell me, in all those Arab nations that American has been,
they were spending for every dollar they spent, I would say, only like 10 cents or so really went to real meaningful projects. It was just for the boys. They were stealing money. They were just robbing American blind.
But that whose failure is that? Who is it? Not the invader?
It was meant to fail. It was just meant to embezzle.
So
money.
if it was meant to fail, why would America go and waste billions of dollars on something that was not funded?
How can you go to a place? supposedly because of their natural resources, and you spend trillions of dollars. You spend trillions of dollars and get nothing. Come on. It was
So
all a
it is
joke.
now that natural resources wasn't about freedom or democracy or any of those
It's
things.
never been. It has always been about the oil, and that was the
What
reason
freedom
why
where?
Trump is going to
Freedom where?
Venezuela. We all know that. And you see,
Oh no no.
if he had been open
Say
to the
about that
to the
freedom.
House Committee on Foreign Affairs, if he has been open to them, because they kept them, he kept them, this administration kept them off, the whole thing. Look, if he had informed them, look, those people, they would not have no choice than to back him. Okay, but they will probably find a way to have a soft landing so that it will becomes a big issue like this. But
Adwale, stop. Listen, before they went into Afghanistan, all those damn places, these were the same foreign damn committees that supposedly knew better. They don't know jack.
no,
They know nothing.
they gave Judge Bush a go ahead now.
Of course they did. And what did George Bush do? These people are as bad as they don't know much.
The protection that they
They
give Judge
have no
Bush is
clue
what
what's
is
going
saving
on.
him today. I'm not saying America president would have take a seat at the Hague, but the protection that was given to him because it legitimized his command to go to those countries. But in this country, in this state, this is not like he's waging a war. But to be honest with you, he doesn't speak well. This is a modern time. This is not in the
You know
70s or
what?
80s when the Panama.
I got BS on that. Now, you tell me how many people have been killed. How many American soldiers have died so far, or Venezuelans? I like to
Or
know.
what
I don't
gives
know the numbers.
American right to arrest a certain president in another sovereign country?
No, it doesn't give them any right. But at the same time, an
Uh-huh.
American president. Hold on.
Netanyahu has the
An
warrant of
American
arrest.
president
As
has
American
an American president has the responsibility to protect Americans
who
and
gives them
protect
the
his
mandate?
territories.
Who gives American president the mandate, the authority to be the police of the whole world? Was that what
The whole world
nations?
gave them the mandate. Are you
I beg you,
satisfied
Jerry,
now?
make I-
What even gives America to
The whole
mandate to
world
ensure
gave them the
what
mandate.
is it by force to practice democracy?
No,
Now by
the whole
force.
world gave them the mandate.
Tell us.
Yeah, when you keep
you know
running
what
to them
America
for
did?
everything, you are giving them their mandate and you're
The International Court of Justice indicted America. You know what happened? America found it difficult to comply with the directives of that court. Till today, they would not. To the point that Trump was even threatening to withdraw United States from that.
Adewale, you sabi talk. Oh.
No,
How
it's
can you
just the point.
censure somebody who is not your member? You can talk. Oh.
I beg, John. I beg, make I hear what. Who tell you? Who say it's not? Who's not using? America is not a member.
Not a member of ICC.
Yeah, but they can appoint American as a judge.
So America might be worse than United Kingdom when they were the colonial masters, just creating problems everywhere. You understand? We didn't witness that, but we witnessed what America is doing now, which is unfortunate. You call yourself democracy, and yet you are behaving like me. In fact, you are worse than the military dictator, because the military should be, they will plan the coup and they stay there. You understand? Within the country, you went to another person's country and you kidnap this thing, and you are preaching democracy to us. Are you not moving against? Are you not talking against what you talk?
Well, because America as a world leader is trying to be responsible and hold accountable rogue leaders across the world. So
who made America a
Maduro,
world leader? Because I don't understand. The only reason why you're a world leader is because of your military. That is the only thing that makes you a world leader.
Excuse me.
But Prince Daddy, what made Maduro a rogue leader now?
You are actually America actually no, Prince Daddy, take it along now. America actually was world Jaguda, not world this thing. World
what did you say? What did you say?
One angle you guys are not looking. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, followed by Saudi Arabia. But Saudi has always been the one putting out the highest output in the world market, right? So Saudi has always been in a position where they dictate production, and so sometimes America want to shape price just to policy, and then they would have to talk to Saudi like, hey, let's increase production or let's reduce production. But what happened during the Ukraine-Russian war. I don't know if you guys remember when they wanted to cripple. I think something happened where they needed oil people to come out so that way they can save inflation or things like that. And Saudi refused when the Americans were pissed off. Because they trying to do it to cripple Russia more. So Saudi refused, and America were like, "Wow, you know what? Damn, you couldn't get into achieve what we want to achieve because Saudi, these guys really got balls. Because Saudi was saying that we can't just take side in this Ukraine-Russian thing. We can't just root because Russia went to Saudi to talk to them, plead to them, and things like that. So Saudi refused. So now America, I think what they're trying to do now is kind of get Venezuela in the market now. So that way Saudi doesn't have that, hedge where they dictate output in the global markets, where oil price and things like that. But I think that's the main reason why they had to go there now, especially how things is going, you know. So with Russia and Saudi, those two countries, they really dictate that market. So now they think Venezuela is very important for them to take this that oil, like the largest oil reserve in the world. it's a really important thing for them. I think I think that's the main reason.
Well, yes, for sure. One of the many reasons. But if you ask me, I agree that that's probably the main reason because at the end of the day, Trump. At the end of the day, Trump was concerned about the Chinese, especially, not so much the Russians. The Chinese coming
Yeah, it's both
in
of them. They
and,
are
and,
one.
and
China and Russia, they
dominating.
are one.
Eventually, by the way, Trump was he didn't have cold feet, but at the end of the day, if in the next couple of years China is going to take over Venezuela and the entire freaking southern part of America, China would do that. We already know that
With
across Africa and
force?
the rest of the world.
With
Okay,
force? They would take it with force?
No,
well,
not with
not
force.
by force
Economically,
now.
probably strategic partnership
Economically,
and things like that.
I mean, and they were going to establish themselves in such a way that it would be so hard for America to dislodge China from Southern America, especially Venezuela. And Trump sees that. So all this BS about drugs and this and that it's all BS.
Yeah,
We all
we all
know
know it's
that.
all BS, man. They have
Okay,
to use
so it's all about. If you look at it, by the way, that's why it's so easy to know Trump in the sense that he says the way he sees things. He said it before. He said American leaders, George Bush and Ben called as stupid and dumb for what they did in Afghanistan and Iraq. Okay, he said it. He said if I'd gone into Iraq, I would have taken Saddam Hussein oil because they had plenty of oil too.
but
But
they
guess
did
who's
now. They
done with
took
it?
the oil now.
They didn't take Jack.
Oh, they
Who
took
took
it,
what?
man. Are you
Oh,
kidding me?
are
I
you
mean,
kidding? No, are you?
just go and look up the
Okay.
companies. Hold on, wait. Just go and
No.
look up the companies.
America's. Do you know how many trillions of dollars America spent there? So are you telling me that's a big
Prince
deal?
Daddy, let's not do argue. Just go and look at the companies in Iraq right now. Then look at the company that were there before Saddam. It's American and the British
It's
company.
the same
The
tactics with
Western companies.
Venezuela now. They will
It's the
flood
same
the
thing now.
whole
How would
thing
they invade
with
your
oil
country? How would
companies,
they invade your
Chevron and
country?
co.
Take it and not take your oil. Come on
I'm
now.
saying is that the Americans spend so much money. They spend trillions of
They
freaking
trust me.
dollars.
They got back what they spent even more,
They didn't get back
tenfold.
Jack. See, that's the thing.
How do you know they
Americans,
don't? Is it because politicians are
Americans,
telling you they
because
didn't
they
get
lost
it?
money. The corporations, the Shell and Co. and Chevron can make money, but
Yeah,
Americans
that's
spend
what.
trillions of freaking dollars.
Hold on. How do you think America? What do you think America used to make the money? Is it not American companies? You think it's is it Trump? He said, "It's their companies now. They go there to kick them to put their companies there. It's their companies that they
That's
are
why I
fighting
said
for.
that
Their
there's nothing
corporation."
like democracy. What we have is this elitist capitalist system of control. Nothing like
Prince that
democracy.
is telling me that it's American company that's making money. Yeah, that's what America. You see
No,
American government will be there.
the point I'm trying to make is that see, we don't call that a freaking good deal. You don't go to a country and put debt on your freaking country
Hold on.
over
Who do you think they will put in
$3 trillion.
Venezuela? Is the American company or Trump? You said I would take it. The American. It's the
Of
American
course, it's
company now.
American. It's
Exactly.
American
So that's how they
company.
do it.
That's what I'm saying.
So
But right
in
now, that's
Iraq,
what I'm
even in
saying that.
Libya, Libya, Iraq, all those countries they went to, go there now. It's the Western companies that are there. They are there now. They've taken the oil from them. What are you talking about, man? Just like they've taken it from
No,
Nigeria since the 60s. They are the one there.
Exactly. That's why
Shell,
I said
no,
this whole concept of
British
we
capitalism,
all know that
Petroleum,
those
freedom,
all of them. They are
companies.
the one there.
globalization, a scam.
So the
They
point
just
where
take over
Dangote cannot
countries.
even take Nigerian oil, put it in his own refinery.
all of you, the way we are even talking, you are still not solving my problem because now, Mike, if you reincarnate, assuming you reincarnate like 2,000 years from now, will you still meet a continent called Africa? In the sense that people of your skin, because the way everybody is fighting for the soul of people with resources now, it doesn't look like we are going to withstand these people. It looks like they will be doing worse than what all these jihadists and the Fulani bandits are doing. So how can Africa protect themselves from all these?
The thing is, what they want is just your resources, your wealth, because that's what money is. People don't understand that money is not cash. Money is actual the resources, the minerals. Those are the things that actually they add value, they have the value. So currency is just something backing it. You understand? So getting access to resources, that's what it is. So Africa, I don't think we are ready.
Africa will just need to pick a side. The days
yeah,
of
exactly. We are ready.
Non-alignment. The days of non-alignment is gone. You have to pick a side. Is that you are pro-West or you are with China and Russia with BRICS?
Africa has always picked a side.
It's always been about pick a side. It's not new. It's always been about pick a side. That's what the Cold War.
We pick a side or we are forced to a side, because two different things.
That's what the Cold War was about, and that's what the Cold War.
But they
hold on now.
A side.
Nigeria does Nigeria have a side? Nigeria is open to both China.
No, Nigeria is more in the West. No, we're more in the West. Don't Nigeria. I have to give it to Nigeria. We give me a side. To be fair, the only side that forced everyone to pick a side is the West, the Americans. The East Bloc, which is the Chinese and the Russians, they don't force. They don't use force. The Russians use force to use his own former Soviet subjects, like the Ukrainians, the Georgia, all those former Soviet group. He forced them to be on the Russian side, because those ones, like, he can't afford. You see them as their subject, but as far as going out beyond their boundaries to go and force other nations to align with them, those ones are not doing it. Though they couldn't figure out to do it. So during the Cold War, the Soviet, the language barrier, they didn't really understand the world, because the West, the British, French, American, they've already been around the world, colonized and taught the language and already studied the other people, so they know how to operate among them. During the Cold War, the real battle was really who we gain the influence of all these other countries. We win the war, and America ended up being the one to gain the influence. That's how the Soviet lost that war. It's not really because America had a superior weapon or anything. They were just fighting the battle of influence. And that's why back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, America was using their celebrities, their media, their movies, and then they were using them to influence African countries to side with them. But many people today will say Africa's messed up, because the Soviet really were the people they were supposed to side with. Because the Soviet really, those were presenting case to them that, look, I never colonized you, I never enslaved you. Why are you siding with the West, the British, French, Americans? Because they done evil to you. But back then, America played one game. The entertainment, where they use black American celebrities and Americans, they kind of use movies to kind of condition also align with them. So that's how they gain Africa away from the Soviets, But hey, the leaders in Africa that are trying to align with Soviet, like the Patrice Lumumba, even what's his name? This guy trying to play non-alignment, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. If you're gonna look at his speech in the UN, he was declaring non-alignment. Many people say that's one of the reasons why he was assassinated. But any leader in Africa back then, there was no they're trying to be non-alignment or want to align with the Soviet, they were taken out.
Do you think that it is because of this non-alignment that America is doing all these strategic bombings and everything to pressure Tinubu to pick a side?
No. They source this. Hold on. Okay. Nigeria, what they're saying, let me tell you something. They are watching Nigeria closely because they believe Nigeria is trying to play a game where they want to slip away from the West and align with the more with the East, which is the Chinese and the Russian. Nigeria kind of with the Chinese and indirectly the Russians. They're suspecting because look at the Sahel guys. They formed this thing. Those ones are broken. Those ones declared complete alignment with the China, the West, the East, which is Russians. So I think Nigeria may be making indirect moves, trying to maybe do the same, but don't want to show their hand. And America may have seen something Like, oh, we're catching you. We see, you know what I'm saying? Because Nigeria are very clever. I don't think if Nigeria want to align with Russia, they won't be like the. Hold on, I'm coming. If Nigeria wants to align with Russia, they won't be like the Mali, the Burkina Faso that are talking now. Nigeria will use brain. They're trying to do it, to undercover, low key do it. You understand? So they're watching us.
Yeah, because even this move of America at the eve of Tinubu's re-election is very suspicious as well.
Let me give my take there, because I don't really believe that Nigeria is moving away from the West. Rather, that I believe the West set us up, because the time we need them most, you understand, they allow terrorism to fester in Nigeria, and it got to a stage that even those international terrorists that were not present in Nigeria, they were not coming. Now, if the resources within our country fall within into the hand of terrorists, you understand, look at the huge resources we have, it's going to create a serious problem. Just imagine terrorists controlling like over $10 trillion resources. And now you now have that resources in the hands of terrorists when America is there.
Oh, that's not possible now. What are you talking about? How can terrorists just be controlling resources? Come on.
The Taliban that is controlling Afghanistan, and Syria.
What are you talking about? They are the government now. The Taliban are the government.
Who made them government?
The Taliban were the government. America toppled them and they came back.
You will argue very well, but
they are not terrorists.
Let me lay the thing down for you to you continue. The thing is this: you understand, whether you like it or not, those guys, they were advancing. If America would not act today, northern Nigeria, especially all those where they have all those rare earth minerals and all those things, they were already falling into the hand of this.
What are you talking about now? When did Nigerian government tell you?
Mike, hold on, let me talk now. You see, I've given all of the talking, so and the moderator, I don't even talk. Okay. The thing is this: they be stealing our gold, they be stealing our lithium. You understand? Now, so just imagine they use religion to mobilize people and they captured the entire north of that country. Even the resources in that axis alone, we are talking of about $5 trillion. You understand? So now the question is this: what do you think the resources of $5 trillion will be in the hands of jihadists and terrorists?
Okay, we'll get your point. Ola, we'll get your point. Ola, how is it possible? Do you know how many army anyone will need to occupy the entire northern Nigeria and take it away from Nigeria? Even America doesn't have enough army to occupy the entire. So hold on. When you make a statement like that, like jihadists will take our country from us, take the whole northern Nigeria from us. I mean, come on, man. What are you talking?
Come in, please. Wait,
you are talking about jihadists. All they are doing is just doing asymmetry work. They attack villages and disappear. Run away.
Can I come
it's not like if hold on, let me make this statement. If the jihadists were actually an army occupying the territory, the Nigerian army have to do Nigerian force have to just bombard the whole place.
Have they not been bombarding them for a long time? Can I quickly come in and say this?
Let me hold on. Let Oriola talk. Then you can come after Oriola, because Oriola's been Oriola fire on. Let me hear you.
All right. So I see it from different angle. The whole capture thing. I kind of agree with the fact that someone pinpointed that it might have to do with China. So here's the thing. North America, apart from there's echo. Apart from United States, every other country in North America and South America, they belong to US. They're in the backyard of US. So if anybody's making economic ground or military ground, that whoever that country is, it becomes a problem for United States. They don't want it. So China started making this ground that they're making. First, if everybody remember, the first thing when Trump came to become the president, the first thing he said was Panama. It was first the canal that that everybody uses. If you're making a trade and coming to United States, you use the canal. He has a problem with it because US put it together. The entire South America belongs to United States. They're crossing paths where China is trying to build the what might call it the I'm sorry.
I think you're going to take a phone call.
Oh yeah. It's my
Okay,
daughter.
can I come in
No,
now?
no, no, no. It's my daughter. I'm back. So here's the thing. So because they're making ground by building these seaports and everything, making a whole ground with economy, the United States has problem with that because they first they don't they're looking away, but now they want to make it force and let people know this is our backyard. You can't be pushing your strengths coming to our backyard. So that's number one. Number two, when you look at the entire South America now, a lot of companies from China is taking over. They coming there from cars to whatever. Even after China cut some trading that has to do with farming products with United States. You know who they went to? They went to this people Brazil. So all this territory and it doesn't start today. The capturing and overthrowing and installing presidents is not today. United States has been doing it since they took over the entire South from Spanish. After the Spanish American War, after
Yeah,
they took
Monroe
over,
Doctrine.
they
Monroe Doctrine. Yeah.
yeah, so they they call it their land. Even when you listen to Trump talking today, he was talking about them stealing their land. So here's the thing: the entire this place belongs to them. Before this, do you guys realize that as of
Are you talking about the
yesterday?
Monroe Doctrine?
Yeah. So do you guys realize that as of yesterday? Well, are we on Sunday now? Maybe on Friday there was China was there with the president trying to make a deal so they can defend them, and not realizing that not even the next day, in the nighttime, they're gonna get rid of the president. So what it is what I'm saying here is this is a call of caution to China that your
Oriola,
strategy.
well, you're not understanding it. China and Russia has already taken over Venezuela. Venezuela has already been Venezuela and Cuba, and I think one other country in South America. They've already fell off in the hands of the United States for a long time. The United States have been trying to get them back. Hugo Chavez already
But
broke away.
that's
Hold
what I
on,
just said.
Chavez already broke away from the U.S.
Right, we
Do you know
know
that? Hold on
that's
now.
what I just said.
No,
That
no,
they breaking away from them,
no, they're
and they
not
have
breaking
to
away. They've
let them
broken
know.
away long time ago. It's what I'm saying. Cuba and Venezuela have broken away long time ago from the
We know.
US. And they've been heavily harmed by the Russians and the Chinese. In fact, the Venezuela have the all the anti surface to air missiles from Russia. The country is heavily harmed.
No, no, no.
What the US did.
Whatever they gain from China, they just got it recently. A lot
No,
of
no, no,
what
no,
they're
no, no, no,
using,
no,
no.
no,
A lot
no.
of what they're using is America. Even go look,
Who? Venezuela?
wait,
Venezuela?
yeah. As of today, see, wait. As of today, after the capturing of the president, I think it's about maybe like 5 hours ago. Now the military of Venezuela, they're now they're on everywhere now. And they what type of airplane, warplanes and what are they using? Majority,
Hold on.
some of
Venezuela,
them
I
have
don't
been
think you know the history
manufactured
of
by.
Do you know who Hugo Chavez is?
I know who he is, but
Who is he? Who is he?
wait. I'll answer your question later, but let me land
Nah, I don't think
what
you
I'm
know
trying to
Venezuela's
say.
history, man. Don't worry. Go ahead, Sean. Just
Yeah,
say.
I don't know. So what I'm saying is, United States is well, I won't say threatening, but this is a warning shot to China to let China realize that they know what's going on. You can't come to our territory, and I think China is playing the game of if you're going to tell us that we can't take over Taiwan, here's the thing: we'll come to your backyard. And during the Cold War, that's exactly what Russia did. The technique of taking and siding with, even sending their warship to Cuba. They did that. So that's exactly type of game that China wants to play, and they didn't want to take it.
Okay,
So
can I
that's what I'm saying.
quickly
That this is very
Let
let me
Ravi
butt
come
in?
in. Yeah.
this is
Let me
very
butt in. They
wait.
are both playing the same game.
America also have their warship in the Philippine water in the South China Sea waters.
They
They have
too.
been there
They
for a long.
wait.
Yeah, so they are. No, let
Philippines
me finish.
belongs to United States. They
Let me
completely
land. Now let
accept
me
it.
Oh, you
land.
can't say that now. Philippines is a
It
sovereign
belongs to them.
nation.
Who put the president? Wait, the president who detect what happened or who to become the
Let
president for
me
that
finish
country?
Gloriola, you have
first.
to make you have to make fact. You can't just say it
It's
belongs to
fact.
them.
Just look it up. Just because
Let
you
me
don't know
finish.
doesn't mean that what I'm saying
Let
is
me
wrong.
finish.
You
Let
can't
me
say what I'm
finish.
saying is wrong
You can
if you
say it's
read
a
about it.
subject. You can't say it belongs to them. It's a subject, but it doesn't
Oh
belong to
yeah,
them.
Let
well,
me
it's
finish
the same
first.
thing. They
It's not the
Let
control
same
it.
me.
thing.
Wait, I'm
Well,
not
okay, we
done
get
yet.
your point. Shall let me
Remy.
talk, man. Let
You
me
want to
talk.
come in, but you can't just cut me off. I'm not done yet.
No, I'm not
So
calling you
You're
out,
not
man.
done yet again. Okay, continue. When you
yeah,
finish, then I'll come
yeah.
in.
When I
Quickly,
finish, then you can come
quickly.
in.
Be quick. Be quick with
I
it.
don't
It's
have
okay.
to be quick. Take your time. Everybody,
You
everybody
But
don't
has
have
their
all the
everybody else got to
time
opinion.
talk
Take
now.
now.
your
You can't
time.
take 10
You don't have
minutes
to rush me.
explaining.
Why would you rush
Uh,
me? Don't rush me.
Okay, go
When
ahead.
I'm
You
done
don't have all the
talking, then
Ola,
you
time.
can you
can
give us
talk.
time so we don't sit and just hear the.
Yeah, just hear me. Well, that's the thing. Everybody else
Ola, are
talk.
you there?
So it's my turn to talk. So
Hey,
I'll
I'm
take
here.
my
I'm
time.
here because
Are you keeping? Well, are you
It's
moderating?
not
no,
keeping
I've
time.
I've
We talk
declared everything
as long
open.
as
That's
we
why you
want to
see
talk.
people talking.
You
So,
can't
but
tell
But
people
it won't
Okay,
to.
let
allow
us
us
know.
to
Let us
talk
You
know
now.
can't
I've
cut
been
when.
people
talking for
off.
more
You
than
okay,
10
can't tell
look,
people
minutes.
not to
hold
talk.
on,
What's all this?
Oriola, uh,
Give him time.
if you are talking for the first time, it's going to be 5 minutes. But then anybody can interject, but interjection cannot go beyond 1 minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand. It's not even 5 minutes here.
It's
It's
been
not
about 7 or 8
10 minutes.
minutes now.
It's more than 5 minutes
It's
already,
not
so
five
you can
minutes. But
continue.
let me
Okay,
land.
continue,
But
continue, continue.
the
Well,
point
I'm
I'm
trying to
making
moderate,
is
man, so we can have good
I felt
conversation.
like that what it is China feel. Oh, I said China. US feel they're not threatened, but you can't come to our backyard, the place that we control. You can't come there and try to enforce yourself or try to or start building economic paths and try to build seaports and all of that, making economic ground. You can't do that, and I think that's just a checkmate to them. That I know, like China might try to take opportunity of that to attack Taiwan, which I'm looking forward to. I think that's the best thing they would do. But here's the surprise: all the thing that they think they're gonna take away from Taiwan, they're gonna blow all of them all off. That they would think they're gonna make some ground or to get some things out of it. They will realize that everything will be all blown off. So the thing that I think of my the angle I'm seeing this from is they letting them know you can't come to my backyard, and I don't think it has nothing to do with bricks might be something as well. The fact that they're creating bricks, and I think while everybody was saying that Nigeria was not moving to, you're siding. Why would you join BRICS? Once you join BRICS, you're becoming their enemy. So that's another thing. Like they're making side. You can't choose. Well, you can't say you want to take advantage of IMF, take advantage of World Bank, and at the same time take advantage of being in BRICS. No, you got to choose sides. And the thing is,
No.
they're choosing sides. They're seeing them doing all these things. Why do you think he went after South Africa and he went after Nigeria? Congo was the P word I'm going to say. They already know what it is. They fall in line. And if Nigeria's not, I hate to say it, if we're not going to fall in line, well, anything like
What
this
will
could
happen?
happen.
All right,
They
man, we
will
get your point,
stagnate.
man.
Oh, okay. Let
Man,
me contribute.
what was all
Oh
this?
God.
What's so
Okay.
good now?
No,
Ah,
All right, we're gonna
me
let
listen
us
to
other
you
people
too.
speak
Talk.
now. Ah.
Yes,
let
speak. We are listening to you.
let me
Speak,
speak. Oh,
speak your God
Okay,
business. So
no,
we are
thank
listening
you.
to it.
happy New Year,
Okay,
Uncle.
okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm not an uncle. Okay, happy New Year to everybody. It's also nice to hear your voices. That everybody we are ill and healthy, and we have to give glory to God for that. Actually, this is geopolitics playing out. And what American has done, removing their Venezuelan leader or whatever they call it, whatever they are doing, when you look at it from moral angle, it's not good. But they are also protecting their own interests. But what America is accusing the rest of doing, they have been doing for more than 25 years, or more, even more than that. They have their warship station at the South China Sea for a long time, in terms of years, protecting Taiwan, Philippines, and other small countries in that place. And remember, America also have an American base in Saigon, which is not very far to China and not very far to Japan and the rest. So what I see that is playing now is that America is losing its grip economically all over the world because I think more and more countries are aligning with China, not even Russia, in terms of economic prosperity, and you cannot blame them. So if I'm dealing with America for 40 years and I still remain come out in terms of development, I have to look elsewhere. And Nigeria is a non-aligned nation, so that means that they can deal with anybody. It's not that we have to stick with America all our life or even UK. So you have to look at it from that angle. And if you even look at it, if they remove your president, what next? Then what will happen next? So after this blah 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 blah, then before you know it, Venezuela will also turn to war zone. Everybody will be carrying guns and they'll be killing one another. And what will American do? When they try their best, they cannot really solve the problem. The next government will come in the next 2 years in America. Whether you like it or not, after your midterm election, there will be another president in the next 2 or 3 years. And everything will change again. And then what will happen to Venezuela as a country? They will
It'll be
turn
the same
themselves to
policy,
another.
Remy.
Eh?
No matter which government come in America, it will be the same foreign policy.
No, I don't think that would be the same foreign policy. I don't, it's always for if it's the same foreign policy and the same economic development plan, America would have been far greater than of today. If you look at that country, they have
You
been
don't know what you're
diminishing over
talking
the.
about. It will be the same thing.
If
Don't talk
actually
about what
if
you don't know.
okay,
It's
that is
always the
your
same.
because
They've been going for.
let me finish. You know the problem of you guys live in America. If you live there, you always think you know everything, and that is not the way the world rolls.
You need to read
Actually,
more. To read more, realize that the politics of
things have been changing all over the world since in the last 25 years. And to you, you
Remy,
still
sorry,
believe
Remy,
that
Remy is absolutely right on
nothing.
that point. Gone are the old days that things remain the same. If new administration comes in, things remain the same. Things are changing, and I agree with Remy. If another administration
That's
comes
not
in,
true. Tell us, okay, what changes between when Trump the first time and this guy Biden? What changed? Tell us what changed between the policy is almost the same. Tell
Well,
us
no,
what.
there are some things. There are some things they can do differently.
listen to what
Yeah, but
Remy is
majority
saying.
of
It's
anything that
things are
concerns
changing globally.
anything
Things
that
are changing globally.
threaten
So
the United States is always the same thing.
Prince
Regarding foreign
Daddy,
policy.
you guys have a point. Yeah, there's some things, of course, things have changed, but there's some fundamental
let me give
foreign
you a
That's not
very
the
good
policy.
things that have changed.
example.
You
Hold on,
guys
give me a
can tell
second
me
now.
the
Give me a
things that
second.
have
Let
changed.
me give you a very
Tell
good
us the
example.
example. Give us
Let me give
that's
you a very good
foreign
example now.
that is
You
foreign
asked a
policy
question.
related.
No,
Foreign
no, let me
policy
give you a very
related.
Okay,
good example. When you are making your submission, Riola, you said that all South American countries is being controlled by America. But you forgot one thing. In the last 10 to 15 years, most of these countries have shifted their economic policies toward China in terms of development. And if China is helping them to build bridges, road, a lot of big companies or something like that, what do you expect them to do? And what you guys are not even thinking about is that before the international currency for business is dollar, but China was able to do a lot of swapping arrangement with a lot of countries, including Nigeria recently.
Like who? Like which
I'll
country
I'll
in
give you
South
so many,
America?
like Ecuador. Ecuador, so many countries in South America.
Even
If they,
Venezuela, even Brazil.
yeah, if they deal with China, they are dealing with their not dollar, they are using their renminbi. What are you talking about? And when you talk about Africa, so many countries are dealing with China swapping currency, not bypassing your dollar. So what are you talking here? So sometimes I know what America is trying to do. They are trying to reestablish themselves, but things have gone past that one. There are some countries you can bully. There are some you can never touch. As you have your military or ship around China, China also have a lot of their aircraft around the Pacific Ocean. So it's like when you look at Honolulu, directly straight to the what do you call it? The western part of China. It's through the ocean. You can attack one another. Nobody will stop you. So it's like we don't want to fight. So
What happened to? Yeah, Remy definitely have a point there. First of all, these countries are all members of World Trade Organization, so I don't see how Uriola can say you can't come here and do economic trade in the South. It's not possible. I mean, we have to trade. They're all members of World Trade Organization, so and they're all members of
That's
United
not
Nations.
what I
So,
said. I didn't say
Mumbo,
they can't trade.
you mentioned
They
that too.
claim that they're making
I
economic
partially agree with you in terms
they're
of
making
maybe
economic ground. That's what
the
I'm saying.
dominant. Yeah, that's what economy is part of it. The economic ground. So there is trade now. That's what economics is all about. Is trade. So they're going to trade. But what America wants is a president that will favor them over their adversaries. That's what America wants to do. So they will let you trade, but they want you to favor them, like secure their interests. America care about their interests more in your country. So if let's say they have their interests in your country, and China is coming to your country to do whatever they want to do, and
So
then
what would be their interest though? Tell us. What would be their
no,
interest?
maybe
If you're
okay.
saying
Let's say okay.
economic
Let me give you one example. Let's say American company is one in your country, right? Controlling a particular sector, and then Chinese company wants to come there and take the place of the American company. The U.S. government will step in. They will have issue with your government if you allow that to happen. So that's another. That's it's all. That's all it is. Or let's say U.S. have a strategic military look base in your country, or maybe you want to bring the adversary to your country, establish a military base that will pose a threat, maybe give them an edge military wise. They will have interest. They will have problem with that, like because that will
yeah,
be
but
against their
that's
interest.
yeah, but
So
that's
there are
what I'm
many things that
saying
can be.
that
That hold on, there are many things that can. They will look. They will say, "Come, okay, you have your sovereignty, but this move you want to do as a country will be against my interest, my national interest." So that's why they will have problem with you. But they can't entirely just have full control over you. Say you can because they are all member of the United Nations. They are all member of World Trade Organization. So there's a limit where they can tell you.
all those ones doesn't, to be honest with you,
There's something
it
called free
doesn't really
trade.
matter.
You
It
know what they
doesn't
call
really
free
matter.
trade? We all
When you're powerful and you control the entire world, those things that you just mentioned now, they're
but they
part of
don't control the
UN,
entire
they're
world
part
now.
of okay, who else? Who else
Okay,
is
if you
their
say they control
their
the
part?
entire, hold on, wait. If you say
Who's their part now?
let's
We
not
know
argue.
when was the last time China actually
Okay,
put the
calm down.
boots
You
on
made
the
a state.
ground and fight?
Okay, I didn't say that. I didn't say they put boot on the ground. You made a statement. You say they control the entire world, and I said they don't. So my statement is right. Yours is wrong because if you say they control the
Okay,
entire
how?
world, wait
I just
now.
told, then tell me how
Okay,
they didn't control the entire world. Tell me.
okay. Simple. They don't control. They don't control China and they don't control Russia. So that means they don't control the entire world. Am I right?
No,
Did I answer your
that's
question?
not right. That's not right. If you want to
Oh,
hear me, and then I'll
really?
tell you
Okay, tell
why
me.
you're not right. You probably are telling me that because China is making economic ground now. That's the reason why they don't control them. But that's a lie because
United States controls China.
but man, can you listen to me? Maybe I need to talk slower. What I'm saying to you is you're telling me that the reason why they don't control China is the fact that they're making economic grant. When you look at
I
their
didn't say
GDP,
that.
they okay. Tell
Did I
us
say
why do
that?
you think they don't control them? It has to be a reason. And I'm sure the
You
reason.
hold on. You
I don't
guys
want to
listening?
put more in
You
your
made
mouth.
a
Tell
statement.
us.
You said they control the entire world, and I said no. And then he asked me that how do they not control the entire world? And I said because they don't control Russia and they don't control China. So that means they don't control the entire world.
Is it because
And
the
Tell us
world
why
uses a
they
and
US
then
didn't
you are
dollar
control
telling me
backed
that
China
I'm
system?
and
saying
Russia.
because economic this and I didn't say
Yeah,
anything
but
else.
we have to know why they don't control
You
China
have to
and
tell me now.
Russia.
You're the one that said they control the
Oh my
entire
God.
world. So tell me how.
I just started telling you, and you told me that what I'm saying is not right. I've just started telling you
Do
that
they
you're
control Russia? Do they control China?
see, the way you're looking at control is someone
Okay.
physically
So now you
telling
want to
you
define control
what to do.
differently.
That's not exactly how
Okay,
these
define
politics
control
work.
then, so we know what you mean by
That's
control.
not exactly how these politics work. The way these politics work is making sure that you are aligned. I can checkmate you. I can let you know that you need something, and I will give you a great example. This is how they checkmate and let you know you're not as powerful as you think. So now the chips that we're looking at now, a lot
Oriola,
of
tell me how
those
they
chips.
control
Just
Russia and
listen,
China.
man. If you want to listen, you listen to me. They when it comes to chips, they
Now
use
you're talking
those.
about chips.
Oh my gosh. When to,
Is it plantain chips or which one? Be
isn't
specific though.
So they
doesn't
control
chips
chips. So it's chips that they
you
control.
need
It's
to
not the entire
listen
world,
more,
eh?
man. You need to listen more. Doesn't chips have something to do with economic power?
You say they control the entire world. You are telling
your
I say they don't control Russia, they don't control China. You are telling me chips.
damn, this guy, you need to learn something. The thing is, you're not listening.
So
You
we
have your
control
own
chips, we
point of
control the
view in your
entire world.
head.
Okay.
Instead of you to just listen to what I'm saying. The people that control the world, the people that control the world, when it comes to companies or technology that make impact, they have stuff to say. They control it. They tell people that can have it, people that they can purchase these things. And that's where China doesn't have power enough. And you're telling me they don't control them. They don't control them, and they need important things that can make the economy to become even more powerful than what it is currently right now. And they can't get access to those things, which is one of the reasons why they're also considering of taking over the TSMC in Taiwan. That's one of the reasons they want to take over Taiwan. Instead of you to listen, when it
Uriola,
comes
define
to
what you mean by
economic
control.
power, I'm telling
Uriola,
you, they're not as big as you think. China is not as
I
big
didn't
as
say
what
China
I'm
is
saying to
big
you.
as I think. You don't.
You
I
said
didn't.
they can't control them, and I'm
You are
giving you
controlling.
example
You are
how they
doing.
can control them.
You are doing strong man argument, which is what most black people
It's
do.
not
They
strong,
will
man.
start arguing something you
Please,
didn't say.
I don't will blow black man. Please
You
don't
are
go
telling
there tonight
me
because
you are saying I said this. I didn't say it.
you always talk that way. And the thing is, see, you have to
No, I'm not
listen,
saying it to
and
insult black
you
people.
have
I'm
to
just saying when I'm having a
listen
conversation with
to
black man,
people telling
they will tell
you
me that I
things
will say
that you
A, they will
don't
start
know.
arguing B against
You
me
just
because
asked
as
me
if I ever
that, do I
mentioned B.
know who Hugo Chavez was? Like, you just asked me that question, and
Have
I'm
you
telling
Googled it
you
yet?
now, and yeah, I googled it too. Yeah,
Okay.
I googled. You think you're talking to a baby? So here's the thing: they're not as powerful as you think they are.
I didn't say they were as powerful. I never mentioned that. You keep
You
doing this,
said
man.
they don't control them, and I'm
So
telling you,
yeah, but that doesn't mean I say they are as powerful as anything. I didn't say that.
so when you can't control someone, so what makes you not to be able to control them if they're not as powerful as you?
I don't know. They just don't control them. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. But the point I'm making is
Mr.
this.
Riola, is it okay?
There's no need to call me Mr. Oriola. You can call me Oriola. What's up?
Carson, everybody. I just want to say Happy New Year to you guys. Happy to see you guys going on, and everything is going marvelous. I enjoy your topic. I was in the background, but I don't prefer Nigeria to be with Russia, number one, because anybody that goes into the Soviet Union are poor. All the old countries that are allied with Russia are poor today.
You
Go
are
and
right.
check it. Go and check it. So let
They're not
Nigeria
powerful at
allied with
all. Russia is
so,
not.
so I don't want Nigeria to be poor, Ejo. Not it's
So
not
is
about
Nigeria
Is
rich?
Nigeria rich now?
I don't understand what you're saying, no.
Nigeria rich. Okay, take care, guys. Okay, take care
So
now.
all the African countries are aligned with France and US and all of them. They are all rich. Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump. Anyway. Oh my God, man.
Okay, all you guys that you are the fans of Traore, how are you feeling about Traore now? Like, if I got my information right, it's like about 40% of the territory is under this. Is it JMIN, whatever? What do they call their name? You know,
The
what's
terrorists.
the update? The Traore that you guys so fancy. It's like that everybody is saying as the best thing since the sliced bread. That is turning Burkina Faso to Dubai. You understand? So are
I mean,
you
I don't
guys
believe those things,
following?
man. I don't think those guys
You
have
believe what?
the resources to really do. I mean, one thing look Nigeria military had was the Air Force. We were able to build Air Force over the years, and that's why we've been able to deal with those insurgency, particularly the Boko Haram in the northeast. Because in the beginning, I remember during that Jonathan early time where those guys were heavily being funded and they were occupying local government in Borno, and the Nigerian Air Force were able to be launching, missiles at them and things like that. So what we have going on in Nigeria today is just asymmetric, which is terrorism, just attack and run and kind of things like that. So it's not like those terrorists are stationary in one location or like they're just all one army with uniform in gathering in one particular territory. That's why it's so difficult. If that's what they are doing, then we all know that all we have to do is just use our fighter jets to fly over there and just launch bomb at all of them, you know. But today, all they're doing is just banditry. They come, kidnap, attack a village, run away. I mean, mix with the population. So that kind of warfare is very difficult. Guerrilla asymmetric warfare is very difficult to fight. So that's what Nigeria is dealing with. But compared to Sahel, their military just have rifles. The terrorists have rifles. It's kind of like typical West African civil war, where the rebels have the same. They only have soldiers on the battlefield, and that kind of war. It's
Yeah,
you have to have air
let me
force.
ask this question real quick. Since Christmas Day, I think it's almost 2 weeks now. Can you guys, if you pay attention, don't you think that all those insurgency, the little games they always play, don't you think it died down for a little bit? Because it looks like since that bombing thing at Sokoto, we haven't heard anything related to kidnapping or doing their shenanigans.
Maybe they are
just
enjoying the
kidnap
holiday with their
No, no,
families. You
no,
know, they will
no.
resume.
There are
they, they,
some pockets, but there are
they just
some,
kidnap
but
Ekiti Monarch in Kwara.
there
So
are
what are you talking
some.
about?
Oh,
But
they
the
did?
point is that the point is that bombing that Sokoto has clearly shown to all these their sympathizers and their sponsors that they know them. So
Yeah,
don't be
yeah,
afraid.
yeah.
That is not the point. Yeah, so it's not that they
That's
are
what I
not,
agree,
but at least
Remy.
and
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. That's it. It's
yeah.
as simple as
If you
simple,
go after
simple.
their sponsors, then
Yes,
the sponsor can talk to them or pull them back or something. So I
yes,
think
that's
the
just it.
US, one thing I can say, I think the US might have launched a strike at their sponsors. You understand? But the Nigerian government didn't know who sponsored, who was the sponsor. They were just going after the food
No.
soldiers.
That area is the staging area where they indoctrinate them. You know, they have armory there,
Exactly, the training ground and everything.
then at least there's it's about to go dirty between the Bauchi state governor and Tinubu because it's a commissioner of finance, finance commissioner is in detention facility as we speak, and yeah, EFCC and I think DSS they're on his case, so they link his activities to terrorism, terror financing, and that governor Bala, whatever he call himself,
Bala
calling himself
Mohammed.
yeah.
Allah, you know that's the
Bala.
issue I've always had with the Nigerian government. Like over the years, you know, they say if you want to kill a plant, you go for the roots. You don't start going for the branch and the leaves and think you are fighting. And that's why when we always have this conversation, I always get frustrated. Like, why are we always having conversation about the food soldier looking for one dusty Fulani guy? I'm like, that's not what we should be talking about. We should be talking about looking for who's the root, the sponsor, the
I
roots.
think it's because of politics that some of the previous leaders they shy away from facing the reality on ground. For example,
Leaders
when you
like
look
who?
at Jonathan, yeah. So
I
when
know
Yeah, so
that's what you
over
are
the
getting
years, I mean,
to.
you understand what I'm saying? Over the years, Nigerian government never investigated
yes,
the
over the
root,
years,
the sponsor, all those things.
Remy, whatever you may say, you won't be fair to Jonathan, and you and I know that. So
no,
what
no, no, no,
level
no,
have
no.
done?
I'm not. No, no. Okay, okay, okay. Let's look at it this way. Actually, if I were Jonathan, when you look at Nigerian policies very well, Jonathan was not supposed to contest that 2015 election.
Hey,
So
stop this thing.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
like
no, 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 no. When we look at gentlemen
No,
like
Let's
no, no,
move
no,
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 on.
no, no, Remy,
listen.
Let's
Remy,
move
Remy,
on,
no,
Let
no,
me
no, Remy,
finish
oh,
first.
no, no,
Let
you
me
won't finish.
finish.
No,
Let
I won't allow you. No,
you
you
are
will talk.
stiffing my voice now. Let me stop
No,
now.
I
Let
will
me say
examine
what
your
what is
fault. No. You want
yeah,
to mislead the
no.
people.
Let me say
Look,
whatever I
man.
want to say. It won't
Guy,
take more than
hold
two
on. No,
minutes,
I
and
will
I'll be
land.
out.
I will no, you will talk. You will talk.
Okay.
The fact that Jonathan contested did not warrant people going and import foreign militia. What are you talking about? So because
Okay.
Jonathan now contested,
I'm not even
Allah, me
going
and he
to
had
that
that
route.
argument a few nights ago.
I'm not going to
I'm
that
like,
route at all. What I'm going towards, you do not let me finish. When this Boko Haram started and they started bombing all Nigerians, Jonathan should have the power. Pick anybody. You should have used that situation to wipe out those people that are controlling you in the northern part of the country, or put them into jail or whatever you want to do. But
like you
it
mean the
was
politicians?
yes, the politicians that are using it against you, you could have used
Yeah,
the
but did
moment
he
or the
have evidence against
situation.
them? That's the question. I can't just. Did he have evidence against?
But at the same time, it was too. I don't know. They
But
were
Remy,
bombing Abuja.
Remy,
They were bombing everywhere.
but Remy, you also understand we live in democracy. You have to go and investigate,
Yes,
and,
that's
and
the that's the
that's the part
problem.
you miss. But you can't just wake
That's
up
why I
saying,
said politics is also into
but
it,
Nisuru,
and some of this.
you can't just say, okay, you suspect this leader here sponsoring them, you go and just arrest them and kill them. You have to go through court process. So what you should have done was launch secret investigation, gather evidence, find out how they are doing it, put a wiretapping, use the DSS to tap them, record their conversation, and gather evidence and discover that they are sponsoring, who's sponsoring, who's not, and then prosecute them.
Yeah,
I,
you are
I
right,
know,
but
I
Ola,
know,
unfortunately,
Ola,
I know
Bala
this is
Mohammed
how
is
these
hiding
things
behind
happen.
one finger. The reason why it could not
yes,
be
I
paid
know now.
because of that immunity. But once that immunity is gone, so
They are
sometimes
going to
Nigerian,
pick him.
the way we
I
always,
know. I think there could be a way around that immunity. Honestly,
how?
yes, there could be a
No,
way.
that's not they're going to do to him. Oh.
There's no way around it except the state assembly.
It could say the president in that country. There's a difference between. See, let me tell you one thing. You are doing something related to proper governance, and when you are sponsoring terrorism against the state, I think they will find something. They will find something to do that. To be honest, this may be the first test of that immunity course with the Supreme Court. This might
Yeah,
be the first.
there should be a loophole to there,
So
like
immunity should not
suspecting.
cover any governor that is sponsoring terror. You understand?
Yeah,
Terrorism
it's
against the
true.
state, no matter
It's
what.
true. It's true. Are they taking him to court?
Yeah, they take his commissioner and his commissioner is singing like
If that is
Yeah,
the
those
case,
one, they are gone. I think
Ola,
those one have already told the EFCC everything. So because they have
Let,
to look
let,
after
if
their
that
own life
let's
too.
hear
if
Prince
that is
Adewale.
if that is the case, it won't take long before you see a Bauchi people having a placard saying my son is being prosecuted. Everything is political in Nigeria. There's
They
never
will say
a
our
time.
son,
Our son,
like the
Emefiele.
southeastern leaders.
I mean, come
They
on.
will
It
say
won't take
our
too
son.
long. They would
That thing always irritate. I'm like, are
Yeah,
you kidding me? Your
I,
son
I,
did something wrong.
if Samayepa
I,
was prosecuted in Nigeria, guess what they will be saying? They will say,
They say they're
"Oh,
prosecuting our son."
I'm
Of
telling you,
course now. Mhm.
That's one of
Yeah.
our biggest
Oh,
problems in that country. It's like
okay, how
okay.
did
Can I?
Obasanjo
Let me say
how
this
did
real quick.
Obasanjo deal
even
with
James Ibori, when he buried,
Lamiese?
some people
How did
already defending him.
how did Obasanjo deal with the Lamiese? How did he deal with him? Adewale.
Because he told the British authority now, and
you know,
he got him
as,
arrested over there in UK.
as at that time, remember EFCC was just newly built, right? I mean, established.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he did was that he knew that situation like that would happen, and this man escaped from London. Look, at that time, the institution called.
No. The question is how did Obasanjo? Let's just even can we give by this accused the same treatment? For example, Obasanjo Alamisi
We
treatment. Can we
can
do that?
when he's traveling now, they can do the same thing for him now, and he got arrested in those foreign country. It's
Yeah,
possible.
but what happened to your own institution? That's I will.
Yes,
I want
that's the
to
problem.
wait.
And what happened to the
Let me
local
say.
politics? The local
Let me say
politics.
something real quick. Let me say the guy that was prosecuted in Finland. Does
Yeah.
if everybody followed that case very well, he has nothing to do. The president didn't say a word. No, the
Yes.
governor didn't. If I don't know if they have governors or whatever, they didn't say a word. It's the institution that just took care of
Mm-hmm.
it. So
Thank you. God bless
I'm
you.
now
That's how it
questioning,
works.
like, in Nigeria now, you said the governor is blaming Tinubu. Is Tinubu the institution? How come you can't just leave it to the institution we have, EFCC, to take care of it? If anybody is threatening the nation, we have institutions to take care of them. So why? What does that have to do with the president? Is
No, the issue is that politics is local, and in Nigeria, everything you do, because we don't trust one another, is always about tribal something. What the guy was accused of, if he's financing terrorism, but because of the immunity, they cannot pick him up now, unless they have to find a loophole, as Ola said. So anything you can do to bring him to justice, that would be fair, that would be good. But in terms of foreign country, it's the institution. Who cares? The guy was just taken and the sentence within 1 or 3 months already in jail. It's over. Everybody move on with their life.
Now let us now go back to that era of this thing, Remy. See, after this one, if you talk against Jonathan about terrorism, then I will know that you are one of our problems.
No, you don't let me finish. What I want to say about Jonathan, you not let me finish. What I was trying to say is that when Boko Haram reared his ugly egg, I think it was the president that time, if I'm right? It was him. So
no, Tinubu was the president then.
No, it was Jonathan. It should have used it should have used all the resources within him and all the power within him to use to put some people into order. Because these people,
let me tell
okay,
you.
why is Tinubu not doing it now, Remy?
No, Remy, people like you were the reason Jonathan could not do it. Let's start from this. You understand? You know all this your international human rights
people like me. Jonathan did not rule very well. Is that my own problem?
Hold on, Oga, hold on. People like you, like that, me, I'm not even saying Remy in particular. People like you that you want to be politically correct, all those stuff. International Human Rights Organization, you know, they started this massive campaign of extrajudicial execution.
Yeah, then you talk to the people that are living Americans like Oriola and the rest.
Hold on.
Not me now.
They were taking this thing to international media and they were running this campaign against him. You know, all the like of Human Rights Watch, you know, Amnesty International and all those stuff. Then the foreign government themselves, the foreign government themselves, you know, with all those kind of story they have that there will be civil, all those they forecast that there will be civil war in Nigeria latest by 2022 and no country survived a civil war twice. They were running that campaign. You understand? So the thing now is this. This guy, the level of that security was new to Nigeria. And this guy was trying up and down to get help. He was running to America. And America was denying this guy. The only thing America proposed to that guy
because that is American politics.
Hold on.
It's always double standard.
The way America proposed Africom to this guy. And this guy deny America Africom. Then the game went to the next level. Now, this guy tried to get equipment. He could not get it. Even the one he got, they said he could not use it because of this Leah, whatever. Then again, he tried to use this private jet through what's the name of the PFN?
Private mercenaries.
No, this is this CAN president or PFN president, Orisha Jaffa, right? They tried to get those equipment from a black market. Yeah, the politicians in Nigeria, they tip off America that you know all this your people that want
I beg you know why money laundering in black market. You are saying you
article, but it's on record that because
what involves a can aircraft belong to a Christian.
Wait now. Ruben Abati was
in power. He does not have the political will to do that, whatever.
He was a weak leader.
Stop this information. Stop this information.
He was a weak leader. That money was meant to be laundered. It's not money for equipment. It is true.
You will not know more than Ruben Abati. You won't know more.
What do you expect Ruben to say?
You are talking about somebody who's
guy, this is the problem we have now. When we have sentiment, we are not even looking at the issues, but we address our own sentiments. Not because we need to crucify.
That is human being for you. You also have sentiment because you are supporting Jonathan and Obasanjo.
Just because you want to crucify Jonathan, because it's nobody.
I'm not crucifying. We are telling you the truth that he was a weakling.
You are crucifying that man indirectly. Yes, Jonathan was corrupt, but was he trying to fight?
I'm not saying about corrupt. I say he was a weakling.
I want to agree or lie here. Remy, this is my question for you. The same people that you say accuse Jonathan of not arresting, those people are still alive today. So why is your Tinubu not going to arrest them?
Okay, fine. So now look at Tinubu now. At least he's fighting it directly. Maybe Trump. What Trump? Let me finish. Let me finish. Maybe what Trump did.
You have to make clarity.
Let us. Don't let us talk. Okay, go ahead.
You are hanging Jonathan for not arresting some people.
Hold on, Remy.
And those people committed whatever you say they commit, they are still hanging around the corridor of power. Why is Tinubu not arresting them?
He's being forced by America. Intervention. It wasn't doing enough. Stop it. Don't. I'm a supporter of Tinubu.
Let me
Remy, so how do you want to defend Tinubu on this one?
For you.
So he's as guilty as Jonathan.
Okay, let me talk now. I'm not. What I'm trying to say is this: at least he has taken a lot of decisive action
Against
about
them?
this insecurity
No, the
against
people,
the
the people.
terrorists and the
No.
banditry and
I
the
didn't ask about the
side.
terrorists. No. The people.
Oh,
You are saying Jonathan refused to arrest the leader, the sponsor. The same people are still alive. Why is Tinubu not arresting them?
no, I think first and
Okay,
foremost,
so he's as guilty as Jonathan.
we have
Okay.
to look at
He
it.
has
You
no
are coming and hanging the president as
It's a
Mike, he
different.
has no answer. See, as he's trying to explain
Let
it
me
away.
say something now. Olakilode. Okay, so let me
Ẹnìkan tó
my
dé
sort
náà
of
ni.
man. Wàhálà kan fún yàn ní àìtẹ̀jẹ̀ kéèyàn sọ̀rọ̀
No, you
kẹ́
don't
tó
like
tó tún
Jonathan, I
break it.
know, but let's
I
just
No,
know
no, no, no,
sometimes we
no, no,
just
no, no,
we
no,
like to
no,
go
no,
after
no,
people who
no.
don't lie.
Ola,
Unfairly.
the person I do not really like is Obasanjo. I don't care too much about Jonathan, but I don't like Obasanjo because I think Obasanjo was the luckiest Nigeria ever lived. And all the opportunity that came along his way, he frittered it away because of ego.
You're right.
He did not even build that country to the extent that, okay, I want to leave, then I want to give it to someone that can continuity. If he, for example, he did something that was good, whether we like it or not, he was able to pay off our
Obasanjo did
debts.
something that was good.
No, no,
Okay,
I will tell you the
Yoruba.
reality. He was able, listen, he was able to pay off our debt. He left about 60 billion, over 60 billion external reserve. But because of his ego and because of his third time agenda, because he still want to be ruling indirectly, he put two weaklings there in the name of Jonathan or Yaradua and Jonathan. And what do we have for 6 years? All throughout that 6 years, that 65 billion was frittered away. Petrol was at $110. All the monies were frittered away.
I think we
So
should focus
nothing to
on today.
show.
Let's leave
So
the past.
is the architect of the
Let's
problem
focus
Nigeria
Let's
on
has
leave
today.
Jonathan and Obasanjo alone. Let's focus on what we are dealing with today.
So I don't care because I know that but Jonathan was weak from day one. So I don't really expect too much from
Honestly, I
him.
won't think Jonathan
But
was weak.
Obasanjo,
If somebody asked me, I'll say he'll probably the bravest
he
leader we
was
had.
experienced. He was a weak
Brave,
leader.
okay. It
Forget
was the
it. He
most
was not a good
weakest
leader
leader
at all.
ever Nigeria
Hold
never.
on.
Let me tell one thing.
The
You
problem with
guys
Nigeria
are too
is
much.
we see anybody that talk with soft tone, we see them as weak.
No, it's
Jonathan was the first Nigerian leader I'm talking about that actually, beside Abacha, that actually stood up to where America tell him to go to
not
do,
that you.
and he refused.
Thank you, Jare. Thank you.
Why do you think they went after
Refuse
him?
what? I don't think that is the reason that they went after him,
No,
Jerry. Apart
they,
from all this thing you are talking
the
about,
hold on.
what does he do?
Okay, why did
What does he
America
do
go
for the
after him?
nation?
What do you mean? That's
Obama
not
practically
what does
campaigned
that have to do
for.
with bravery? The argument is, see, you're doing the same thing someone else was doing earlier. I'm talking, hey, start arguing B with me. Ah, this from argument, I'm not talking
I'm
about
not arguing with you.
the
I'm
deal with
trying to tell
nation.
you that there's nothing to show for all
No, the
those
argument
6
was
years I
bravery.
was.
No. You said the guy was not brave, weak. And I'm saying, no, just because you speak with soft tone doesn't mean he's
Remains
weak.
of Lai Mohammed
What,
lineage,
but was he
Jare.
able to was he able to defeat them? At the end of
Defeat
the day,
who?
he was defeated
You
and
are
Who has
Lai
defeated
Mohammed.
them?
You are able to manipulate. You are just Lai Mohammed. I beg. Shukuru.
hey.
You are Lai
Elijah,
Mohammed
funny.
and
I'm not
Shukuru.
manipulating anything.
What America would take Babangida, give him order, you start shaking, jump. What they would tell all these other leaders. Jonathan, look at them. When Chinese wanted to break some
Jonathan was
deals with
a weak
Nigeria,
leader.
hold on
Master,
now. The
man.
Chinese wanted to break some deal with Nigeria. And they like Clinton approach Jonathan and say, hey, they can't look at her. He didn't even respond. My mind went ahead and do some deals. Jonathan,
What kind of deal does he do with the Chinese? Let me know. Can you
you
tell
don't
us?
know. So all
I
this
don't know.
investment Chinese have in Nigeria, I don't know. You don't know it's Jonathan that really
I
opened that
tell
ground.
me now. Give me example of what
You
kind of
don't know. Now I
investment.
have to give you detailed examples.
Sometimes I laugh. Okay,
What do you
whatever.
laugh?
Because if you don't know
What do you
it,
think
you're just
the
saying it.
Obama wanted to hang him? Obama started talking about the LGBTQ, all that crap. Okay, like even the
Yeah,
LGBTQ, did he succumb? Because Obama was trying to tell him,
how
you
can he
know,
succumb to that one? That one is
exactly.
any leader will not succumb to that one
What
in
do you mean any
Nigeria.
leader will
Nigeria
not?
is a religious country.
Didn't
You
Ghanaian
cannot
leader?
come with
Hold on,
LGBTQ.
which other African
I
leader
beg you
didn't
now.
succumb?
No
So
Nigerian,
Jonathan is not as
even
weak
at
as you guys are accusing him. The man is not weak.
That Ghanaian
Nigeria, we
leader you
believe
mentioned.
someone that they will believe someone like Nnamdi Kanu is strong because he can shout. You know, that's where Nigerians reason. They will say,
no.
"Oh, Nnamdi Kanu is
Who you're
tough
talking
because he
about
can
now?
shout." No, I'm just saying
We are talking about
we
president. You
believe
are
strength
taking it
is
to another
when
place.
hold on now. We believe arrogance and loud noise person is a strong person, and anybody that
Is
speaks with
Tinubu
softer tone is
arrogant?
weak.
Tinubu is not arrogant and he seldom talks self. Papa. He's not arrogant. He seldom talk. And
Remy.
Jonathan that will talk
No,
that
the only
when
reason you're not calling
there's
Tinubu
left and
weak
right.
is because you like him. If Tinubu was for
Jonathan,
another
no.
group,
Anything
you
APC
are
can
calling
never be
weak.
wrong. Mike, anything APC can never be wrong in
Exactly. If
2023.
It's
Tinubu
not
was
about
from somewhere
APC.
else now, you would
Online
have
now,
called him weak.
you
You say it's
started with your own
weak.
propaganda.
No,
You
Mike,
started
let me
with
tell
your
you
own
something
propaganda.
now. If you are talking of how Buhari look away when the herdsmen were terrorizing the country, Remy, we have credible
No, that's a
explanation
lie.
for
Don't
why
lie on me. When I
why
talk
Buhari
about
did not do that.
Buhari, that is one thing I don't like a lot about. You do sometimes you don't say the truth.
Now I
When
know
I
my
talk
enemy
about
now.
Buhari, no. When I talk about Buhari, I told you the truth that Buhari does not perform on economy and on security. And I gave him that he did a lot of wonderful in terms of infrastructures. I think we can see some roads and some
What is
train.
infrastructure? What is economy then? What are you talking about? It doesn't perform well in the economy
No,
and do
no.
infrastructure. You are contradicting yourself now.
What I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, look at our debt to our revenue before he left. At the end of the day, look at the money they
Oga,
borrowed
you are
to.
Shukumereje, Joe.
I this not
Ah,
Chukwumereji. You are the one.
Chukwumereji was
You are the
that guy was
Chukwumereji.
a
You are
propagandist.
going
How can you call?
Chukwumereji. You are going. There's one thing about Ola is this:
How
if
can
you
you
are
call
not
Remy
aligned
Chukwumereji?
with the,
Ah, that's
don't
not
mind
good.
him now.
That's not fair.
If you are not aligned with the person he likes, he will quickly call you a name or something like that. Okay, quickly. I
What's
just want
that?
to. I
What's
just want to
that?
keep this in. I want to keep
What's the
this in
name of
before
that
we.
lady that was that had to resign? I think
Kemi
she was
Adeosun.
finance. Yeah, she has
Kemi
an interview.
Adeosun, yes.
Yeah, she has an interview, and she was saying how they actually meant to do well, especially when it comes to the subsidy, but because there was
Yes.
some more powerful people, they
Mhm.
had to succumb to them, because that's one of the reasons they had to get rid of her, because there are more powerful people that won't let them do what is good for the country. And she was just saying how she support what's going on right now, and how tough Tinubu is doing, and is carrying out all these reform and stuff. So when you speak about no, Buhari now wanting to do or have a bad economy during this time, you have to understand there's some other powerful people that won't let him do exactly what he wants to do, and you have to realize this guy is the old guy, so it's easy for them to just not look aside or try to push him off, brush him off. So I think that's what really
I
happened.
think the leadership style, the leadership style, the leadership style for both Buhari and Tinubu and Jonathan are totally different. Buhari leadership style is give you a job and give you a free hand to do it. He does not care. But Tinubu will give you a job and also set up a KPI performance for you. He also follow you up. You want to see results immediately. But Jonathan, he does not even, I don't know what to say, Steph.
Okay, Uncle Remy, you don't catch yourself. You know, it was
I don't.
under
I am trying
Jonathan.
to tell you that.
Hold
I'm
on
trying to
now.
tell you that Jonathan
Hold
is a
on. I
weak
will.
leader. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on.
You
No,
know,
hold on.
you know it. Don't sugarcoat it. The guy did not do nothing for
Hold
you.
on. We have basis to compare now. The thing is this. It was under Buhari we started hearing KPA that they are going to do some kind of KPA. Then they were appraised, and that never happened. And engineer Oriola tried to exonerate Buhari based on what Kemi Adeosun said. Now, let me put this into you. We
I
had the
didn't.
glimpses of hold on. We have the glimpses of what could have happened very well under Buhari. Had Buhari not be, I did not be so tribalistic and not driving his own ethnic sentiment. When he was away and he allowed Oshibajo to take over, everybody was like, yes, if Buhari could just leave this man to keep performing for him, that his government would be okay. People started mentioning Diagbon that, oh, during the military period, it was Diagbon that was ruling, so he should allow Oshibajo to do that. You know what happened? His cousins that chased his wife away from Ashura. You know, that was the first time you will hear it in the country that a wife of a sitting
Like the
president ran
cabal.
away for her life.
Have you
Just
heard
imagine.
of 48 laws of power? If
Yeah,
you
see,
if you're
I don't want to
yeah,
go to that.
did you know
No,
the
no.
person that actually portray and actually carry that power, law of power, is your current
Hold on.
president.
Let me
That
finish. No,
Oshibajo you just mentioned
Let him finish, Ola. Let him
You will
finish.
lecture
Let him
me. You will
finish.
lecture us on that. Let me just finish. Now, you see, just imagine IBB, Miriam Babangida running away because of one year Kaba in Ashurok. Oh my goodness, those Kaba will face firing squad those days. You understand?
That
Just
was military
imagine.
era. That's not democratic system.
Hold on now. No, that was just a metaphor now to know that how he will react. One Kaba. Now, just imagine Stella Basonjo being pushed away from Ashurok. Or you were so the thing is, it was so funny. Now Oshibajo performed very well. Your Kaba went and they even brought Buhari back when it was not even fully well. And immediately they brought Buhari back under Buhari's nose. You understand? Oshibajo was even making an attempt to see Buhari, they were blocking. Imagine that. Now they started removing Oshibajo's staff, started replacing. You understand? So the question is this. You ask for
But
them
that is
to
still
stand
within
for
their
you.
power. That is in the power of presidency because he
Hold
appoints
on.
Never
You give that
outshine your
guy.
master. Never outshine your master.
No, it's not a matter of outshining. It was not outshining. It was
That's
actually
what he
defending.
did. He lacks that knowledge. He should have never done
No,
anything against.
Initially, hold on now. He asked Buhari, according to, go and read the different report now that, okay, what should I do here? They said, Buhari said, okay, you are the vice president, so I go and hard. Whatever you do, I support you. And now, if you allow Oshibajo to perform that, the credit will have gone to Buhari. Who will remember vice president in that country, to be honest? You understand? Who will remember vice president? So
Atiku Abubakar.
Which Atiku Abubakar? Do you want to say? Don't let me tell you one thing. Do you know the case of that Atiku Abubakar people keep talking about? You understand that people say Atiku Abubakar perform. Atiku Abubakar was actually plotting to remove Obasanjo. All those impeachments you see, you understand? It was Abubakar trying to remove Atiku Obasanjo, even without even spending up to 1 year in power.
There was a rumor that Obasanjo even portrayed for him for second time.
Right? We all heard this. Probably true. You understand? Now, he put you in charge of economy while Obasanjo was traveling for diplomatic reason. What this guy did was to be because all the governors were actually reporting. He was sharing the executive council meeting, and he allowed the governor forum to assist, and he started doing some kind of welfare to gain the support of the National Assembly. Before you know, under 1 year, he started plotting how to remove his boss, and because this is a desperate man, you understand? Now, how is that a performance? How is that performance? Because I know when people say he perform, what performance exactly are we talking about? What performance? Obasanjo said, okay, on Nigeria Airways, he used the word say I kill. He said he used the word say he pie Nigeria Airways because he said he looked at the depths, and when he looked at, if he continue with that way, that Nigeria will not be able to bear that, he has to liquidate that. You understand? The way Obasanjo was speaking when he took some key economic decision, it is more of him taking that decision. So now, Mr. Atiku and Co, they supervise Koja. That's where we want to go. Waja. You understand? Everything. So it was only when Obasanjo sat back the second time that the economy moved forward. What did Atiku do? What did Atiku do in the first time that people were just pressing him? Because it was bribery. Obasanjo said it was in the issue of Nigeria. Atiku was the first person that encouraged bribery of the National Assembly for them to perform their duty. So the monster we see in the National Assembly today, that's the brainchild of Atiku.
Planted by Obasanjo.
You said what?
Ghana must go. Obasanjo.
No, say that Ghana must go was what they used to catch them now.
And that was what they were using during the third time agenda. You open your office, your congressional office, the following day you see Ghana must go right there by the corner.
You see Obasanjo as well as the Nigeria fed for that third time agenda, and that was the reason we had Yar'Adua as the president, because if Obasanjo did not go for Yar'Adua, Desperado Atiku would have become the president in 2007. And there's no guarantee that a person like Atiku will even run the second time and leave the power. Because when you look at his body language, that guy will become another Pobia in Nigeria and didn't become our president.
Okay, Ola,
Right, sir.
sorry, Ola.
Right.
I want to say this. I think I'm right. The two puppet masters, they played their game very well. They are good.
Who
They
are
are
the
able
puppet
to
master?
the puppet master. I will name them today. It is El Rufai and Amishi. They were able to
Fire up.
corner. They are able to corner. What do you call Obi very well. And the game have not finished. Go and write it down. They will corner him to the end that he will not be able to leave ADC for any party, and he will not be the VP candidate. And I will tell you why they will not pick him. Picking him is a protest vote against Atiku.
What is
So they will
APC?
pick Amish in
Can you define
ADC.
can you define ADC?
I'm not defining it. I'm just saying my own
I can
analysis.
help you define it. It's the
Define
party.
ADC, Darirola.
Is the party against Bola Tinubu? Basically, that's what it is.
Okay, that's a good definition.
Okay, maybe.
ADC is the party for Atiku, and for the purpose of Atiku only.
Yes, now, and I know I'm right about it that from day one, Obi already accepted to the VP. But Obi is a slippery politician. At the end
No,
of the
it's
day,
a desperate
no,
guy. He
this
just wants to
this is
get in
what is
before
going to happen. At the end of the day, he will quickly check out before the primaries of ADC and go and join another party. Go and write it
Wait,
down.
can I say
Because,
something? Don't you think
go
he
ahead.
might have agreed that okay, I'll be the vice president? Atiku said I will only use one term, and
Do
after
you
he's
believe
done,
that?
I know I don't believe, but you know,
Okay.
Obi is slow. He can believe anything. So maybe that's what they told him, and he bought it.
Obi is
It's
no.
what it
In
is.
reality, Obi is not dull. Oh. Let's
It's
just get
dull,
this
Joe.
right.
It's dull.
No. Obi is not dull.
It's dull.
Let's be factual.
What
No, it's
makes
not
you
dull.
What makes you think he's not dull?
When someone is in quest for power, sometimes, or you quest for something, it can be stupid in tactics, but it doesn't make
But
you.
no. Maybe he's bright in his art of
Let me
trading,
let
but
me
in
tell you
this
one thing. Let me tell you one
politics,
thing.
he's not smart enough.
Oshibajo had know that Buhari will not let him perform. Do you think Oshibajo will have agreed to becoming the vice president of
No, Ola, are you talking like are you talking like a small boy
No,
this
no,
much?
I'm asking you if
When we talk
Oshibajo
Oshibajo
about
is
know
power,
slow.
that
every
Buhari
man
will
wants
mess him up.
power. No. What you should know is that every man wants power. As me throwing VP to Oshibajo at that time.
Remy, as bad as Tinubu is today, he avoided everything, vice president, until the right time came. Let me tell you one thing. If the right time had not come in 2023, 2022, Tinubu would not have even gone
No, he will not
himself.
Contest. If it's not
He will
sure
not
for
contest.
him, he won't.
That's an example. That's an example of a politician that is not desperate. He has content with. He is contented with managing Western region, the southwestern states. Doing his politics there. He waited for the right time. But look at Desperado Atiku. He has been doing it since the time of Abiola. You understand? So
No, I want to correct. I want to correct something like quickly. Although Tinubu was managing the Southwest politics, but he has an inroad in all the regions of Nigeria. Lately, I know that he sponsors some northern governors, some other eastern governors, or maybe they are his friend. He has his hand in all the cookie jar. Any cookie jar you pick, his hand is there.
that's
So
a
this is a
good
very
that's a good politician that is not desperate. Tell me
You know,
yes,
people
yes,
that
you are
Atiku
that
right.
man
You
has
are
sponsor.
been
right.
living in Abuja for more than 10 years.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Now, okay, Tinubu, at least he was not making it at least, okay, if I'm not there and we forget about others. Tell me the people that will be helped to become governor. Tell me the person that Atiku helped to become governor. Even Jonathan still help people to become governors, still help people to become senators. Tell me the
Who?
people
I
Really?
have a question for you. Why do you think
Really?
Atiku is desperate? Because when you
what is
look at
Adewale saying?
no, let me
Who did
land my
Peter
question.
Obi help to become governor?
Wait,
I asked you a question. I never. I can't point to anybody.
can I
I'm
land my
not.
question,
I
please?
say even
Oh,
Jonathan
okay.
help people.
Oh,
Maybe he
okay.
helped the guy he left power that
So,
Anambra guy Obiano.
Dixon.
That
Okay,
Obiano.
sorry,
I think he
Oriola,
supported him.
All right, so
sorry for that.
here's why I think Atiku.
Obiano. That one that is
That's why I
Let
think
Oriola speak. Sorry, no
this is
verse. Let
why I
Oriola
think
speak.
Atiku kept coming back, and he keeps like he wants to become the president, because when you look at it, the Northeast, who else is there? Who else can you is more powerful or has the same type of political as big as politician like Atiku? And they are
El-Rufai,
not.
No, nobody.
El-Rufai.
No, El-Rufai
El
is not
Rufai
from
is not west
Northeast.
now. Not
He's
not
from Northeast.
not
I'm
El
just
Rufai is
kidding.
not west. Kaduna.
Yeah,
I'm
so I'm
just
just
kidding,
saying
man.
that
No, no,
they need
nobody in
exactly. So that's why
northeast.
the
The
guy is
only
running. They need Northeast to become the president, and the only person that can come out now and show a force is him. So until somebody else, which I think the current vice president can be that person, but because he's already vice
no.
president,
I think there are two people from that northeast that will come out in after 20. I mean,
oh,
Ribadu and Shetima.
yeah, but what that's what I just said. I said that's the only two
Yeah,
powerful
yeah,
people
yeah. You are
coming,
right. You are
and
right.
they're in
You
the
are right.
government. But apart from that, the only person that we see is Atiku. So you can't blame him for running over and over because nobody else is there.
But don't you think it's just don't you think if you have been rejected more than 8 times now, you're supposed to just move on with your life? I don't know.
Did you
Nigeria don't
know
want that guy.
since
They don't
19
want him.
wait this since 1979 or in the 70s, Biden has been trying to become United States president, and he didn't become the president until 2020. See,
But can I
so
ask you a
you can't
question?
tell him to
Does
stop.
Biden contested? No, hold on. Does Biden contested in the Democratic primaries from
I think almost.
1979 till?
I'll look it up. I
No,
think almost every
okay.
primary.
So that is the
Right.
difference because I know that the Biden you are talking about, he has been in the or had a lot of government position. I think he was a legislator before. I'm
Yeah,
not
it was
sure,
the
or
senator.
maybe a senator.
Yeah, it was
I
the
don't know.
senator before he
So,
ran.
so, and I don't think he has been contesting primary because I know during the
Wait,
Gore
this
period,
guy,
during Obama period.
Beanie Man, or what's his name guy now? Bernie. Bernie has been contesting since
Mhm.
forever too, and he's still running and contest. The point I'm trying to make is you can't tell him not to run if he's still of age. He still have the power, even though me I think he's way too old. But according to him, it looks like he's still telling us that I'm good, I'm healthy. So you can't tell him not to
I
run.
think what is banking on is that at 80 and at Tinubu at 70 something, they are nearly at par. So you have to choose between the two elderly men. That was it. But unfortunately for him, there's so many things that he does not have now. In Nigerian politics, the governor plays a big role. The party structure play a big role. And I don't think the election of 2023 will be like an election of 2027. Because in 2023, it's APC against themselves. 50% of the people in that party they don't want Tinubu to be president, especially from the north,
You
and
can't
they
rule
play a
out
lot of
rule out
big.
ADC right now, man. You can't rule them out. Okay,
No,
anything
no, no,
good.
no, no, no. They have an accolade task. They have a big task, man.
I know.
The only governor that was in Labour Party is also telling that he's not going to follow B to ADC. And before you turn around, to go and write it down, it will cross carpet to APC again. And at the end of the day, you are going to the election with 31 state governor. How? Come on, man. 31 state governor, 30 state governor. How can you defeat them? Even senator, they have a lot of people on ground already. When people, this opposition, they don't get their act together, they continue to strategize and continue to penetrate.
Well, I
Before you
don't
know
know.
it,
I don't know if my
Kwakwanso, sorry, Kano State governor will also defect. And when a Kano State governor defect, and do you understand what Kwankwaso is saying? Kwankwaso is saying that any party that is going to build an
yeah,
alliance with, they
given.
must give him two guarantee.
Yeah.
First, give him a presidential candidate, or maybe make him the VP
Wow.
candidate. Now
Wow.
let's check out ADC.
That is
Atiku want to be the presidential candidate of it. Hello, can you hear me?
we can hear you. I can
Yes,
hear
we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. I am trying to say Kwa Council is giving them option. He said that you make me presidential candidate. That means you want them to jettison article. Or you make me a VP candidate. He's trying to tell them that he can also be a VP candidate to Ameshi or Obi if you make them the presidential candidate. So It's too much what you're asking for. So he's trying to tell them he does not want to join their party. It's as simple as ABC, and he won't join them. And in staying in NNPP too, they have already breaking his ranks. So if the governor defer to APC, so that means they are break his ranks, and he cannot get that kind of vote he gets in 2023 anymore. Because in politics, it's all about interest. Even the Kwankwasia people we are talking about, some of them rode on his back to become senators, rep, and set. Majority of them already defected to APC.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think
Why?
every governors and every House of Rep and senators that actually jump cheap and or join APC right now, do you think they're all loyal to APC and loyal to Tinubu?
No, not all of them. But the beauty of politics is this: they also know each one another. So that is why when you go to state, you might discover that the people they will give the power to control the money, the machinery, everything is not in the hand of governor when it comes to that election. So they know them very well. So
So
they
you
take
don't
it. It's
think
not
any
that they
of
just
them?
say, okay.
So you don't think any
Yeah,
of them
and
is
yes,
working against
if they are not so
Tinubu?
sure, if they are not so sure, if they are not so sure about you, they can also work against you when it become gubernatorial election using the federal might. You might also lose out. So for those ones that are looking for second term, while you rock the boat, just play along, get your position. The president also get their position. Everybody smile. So, but if you want to rock the boat, at the end of the day, they might also checkmate you. So politics in Nigeria is not like American homes. The president is so powerful that the power that belongs to the president of Nigeria I don't know.
Yeah,
But what I
I
can
hear
say is
you.
that
But what see, let's take politics how. What I'm saying is this. I think there's some people, everybody that joined, I don't think not all of them are in favor of Tinubu. They're trying to work against him
oh, you
in
are
that
right.
party.
Of course, you are
So
right. You are right. You are
I'm
right.
talking just not even politics now. So I don't think, and I'm definitely sure because they call him the father of Nigerian politics. So he definitely knows the game. I'm definitely sure himself he knows that there might be some people that they're there just to get information and they're not really for him. So that's what I'm saying, that all these people jumping ship and coming to
Okay.
APC,
Do,
I
do,
don't
do
think
you
they're all in
know?
the
Do
same
you know the
politics.
politics that is happening when you saw those states, all those state governor? When you saw those state governor that defect to APC, they are not only they are not defecting as only the only governor that will defect. They are defecting with all the machineries, the commissioners, the state house assembly, the federal house maker. Everybody is defecting at a time.
You know
So
one
that
thing,
means
Remy?
everybody is
You see
trying
all
to
those
protect
people
their
you
own
mentioned,
interests. Yeah.
those National Assembly governors, local government chairmen, councillors, and all that, and or even commissioner. They came from grassroots. They know people, and
Yes.
those people that they know, they give them money. They are the one that will
Mhm.
campaign and canvass for votes. They are the one that will form the majority of the block of the vote that will be casted for those candidates. So when you have people
Mhm.
defecting, don't just think that, oh, they are defecting because they have just one vote. They have people that report to them, that are in the grassroots, that are in the local area, that are actually working for them as a mercenary. So when the election
Mhm.
time comes, guess what they will do? Those people will fall in line, because if they don't vote for the candidate of those people, their leader, the National Assembly, State Assembly, or whatever, they will be the one to lose out. And once you are out of game. So, or you're out of power. So they will want their principal to be,
Yes.
close to the power. So that's why
Yes.
they will vote for them. When you see those
Mhm.
loud mouths on social media making us, oh, they will hear this, they will hear that. Look, they forget that those people at National Assembly have people, they came from local government, they came from ward. Those people are the ones that will vote for them. At the end of the day, the power that they have, when you see people defecting, they're just defecting, they're defecting with their machinery, with their people at the grassroots, at the local government level. They are moving en mass. And because everybody wants someone who is
Mhm.
close to the power, so they will want to vote for them. So when they are moving, don't just assume that, oh, it's just one man, one vote, and that's it. No, there are people back home also moving with them. So your opposition should be scared. The voice out there is that, oh, we are going towards just one party state. One party state in a democratic
I
system,
think what the
that's
opposition
not
should
the
have
great.
done, what the opposition
Wait, let me
Go
ask
ahead.
him a question. What's wrong with one-party states?
We are not even in one party state. One party
Nothing.
state is when you only
We're
have
not a one
one
party
particular
state now.
party and anybody can come out from there. But in this case, we have multi party where they always accuse the
Wait,
incumbent because they're losing grip of their party. They cannot organize. If you are well organized, you can't have people infiltrating your midst. It will be tough and
At
difficult.
all.
But
oh
Exactly.
wait,
because
Mhm.
they are
let me
greedy,
ask you a question. Is APC a one party? You know, APC is not really one party. They're multi-party. Do you realize that?
in terms of merger or what you're trying to say,
I think what
Exactly.
he's trying to say, in
You know
terms of
that different
forming together, they
parties, and they
have different
always,
block.
yeah, no, yes, and they always let you know that we're a section of this. When it comes to power, when it comes to us running for president, we need this section of the party to bring.
Auriola, do you know what affect the opposition? Before Buhari died, Atiku, El-Rufai, and the rest, they are trying to cut Buhari so that his CPC block will now go to whatever party they are trying to form or
That's what
whatever
I'm
they are
saying.
trying to do.
That's what I'm saying.
But
That APC is not
unfortunately
even
for
one party. The ideology
but
is different.
unfortunately for them, Buhari went to where God called him to his side. And at the end of the day, some of those CPC block, they said they are still in APC. They rebook article. And those ones that have stolen a lot of money, like Malami, that wanted to contest for KB State election, and with all that guy never had any public or position before. It was just a attorney general for 8 years and sell the money his iPhone. It's just
Yeah, he's not
unbelievable.
a politician. That's the same
Ah,
example as
they
wait.
caught him
That's the same
red-handed.
example as this guy, Oshimbajo. They're naive when it
Mm.
comes to policy or politics.
That
And
one,
this,
no.
There's
That one,
to me, they're in the same boat.
yeah.
They're so naive when it comes to
Who
politics.
are who are we in the same boat?
Malami
No,
and
that was an accusation against
Oshimbajo and
Oshibajo.
even Peter
That was a
Obi, they're all in the same boat. They're never
Wait, no.
they were
You can
never
even talk
politicians.
of you can talk Oshibajo and Peter Obi are with you, but not that rogue, not that Jaguda
no,
Malami.
no.
Why will you?
Ola. That
Malami
was
like
a
Jaguda now. How
big.
will you compare?
That was a big accusation against
Now what?
Oshibajo to the tune of about several millions of dollars when Buhari was away for
Yes,
6 months,
you're
and they
right.
cover it up. I better say the
What
truth,
did he
Jare.
do? What did he do when he had
Ọmọ
that? What
bàbá
did he
yẹn
do?
kówó jẹ jàre, ó kówó jẹ, ó
Hey,
kówó
hold
jẹ, ó
on. No.
kówó jẹ.
What? No. When they
So
accused him, what did he do? Was he defending himself? He didn't defend himself so much. He just said, "I waive my immunity and I've consulted my lawyer to start."
He
You
never
understand?
did that.
anyway,
He never did that.
he never
He
did. He
never
never
come
did.
out and tell us
Since
that.
that time, it just went quiet.
You
They
were
got
mute.
him. They
You
got
went
him,
mute.
and they got him well. That is all the truth. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa bára
Guy,
sọ tán.
Oshibajo was the person that declared his own asset that we read publicly on the pages of
Please.
newspaper.
Why are you so
So
like all of a sudden thinking he's a good guy? He has a plain white. He's
no.
not
Putting
even.
in the bracket,
He
I said
stole money
remove
too.
Malami. Oh
He
no,
stole money.
Oriola, remove Malami out of it. You can talk of Oshibajo and Peter Obi. Talk whatever you want to talk. Tell them say there's same your name.
But at the
But when you
same
put that
time,
Malami,
the
hold on.
allegation against
Okay, no,
him was
no.
real.
When you put Malami, you change the entire thing because we are talking to someone that is linked to
Okay, we are not
terror
putting
finance
Malami,
here.
but
What are you
he
talking
is
about?
also
Don't put Malami
he
here.
also stole
I
money
don't
too.
trust any politician
Yeah, but
personally.
Malawi was only accused. They have not 100% found him guilty. So what's wrong? He was only accused. It's just accusation.
Yes, sit down there.
Yeah,
Malami,
have
beg
they
you.
as the court comes and tell us
Why they lock him? I beg you. See, the thing is this.
So has
No,
anybody heard from Babasi and Lawa?
Malami stole a lot of money and he's in court now.
Even
They
right
will hear
here,
his
you see, whenever one man is talking about, one man was so sure, oh my goodness, that
it
guy.
was only
We are always
accusation.
talking about him here constantly.
How you guys like saying that he stole money? It's just accusation until it's guilty.
it's
Oriola,
accusation now, and luckily they
I
were.
will link you. I will link you that you were fronting for Manami if you just
I'm
keep
not
saying that
fronting.
thing.
No. I'm not. No. I'm just saying that it was just
I
accusation.
joke, I beg you.
I
You
haven't
don't know
found him
anything.
guilty. I'm not in support of him, but They have not found
But
him good.
actually, Oshibale should not have even said he want to contest for presidency that 2023.
He
No,
was
no, no.
naive. I told you, he was
No,
naive.
yes, yeah,
No,
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 Buhari
no,
deceive
no,
all of them
no.
now.
Oh
Because
no,
I asked
even
that
What,
question.
even in
what
Buhari's book,
concern Buhari now?
wait, in Buhari's book, the wife said, Buhari was surprised that
Yes.
Osinbajo said he wants to run against his boss. So so
It's just like
you can
Malami
tell.
say he want to run against Buhari or something like that.
No,
So
no,
it
no.
was quite funny.
Buhari was surprised that Osinbajo came up to him and said he wants to run for the president, and he was like, "What? Against your own boss,
And,
Tinubu?"
to make it even funny, Buhari said that he just came to him just to inform him. Not that they really sat down and discussed about, okay, can I go for this? It's just,
No, man,
I've
Buhari.
come to tell.
He should have, see, let me say one
Okay.
thing. He should have told Osinbajo, they say, look, as an elder, I said, let me just advise you. Your boss want to contest, so don't contest. Then let
And you
Osinbajo
think
fight.
he's gonna
But
listen? You think he's going to listen?
at least, at least
He
you should
was
have done
power
your job.
drunk.
In the
No,
primary, why
wait
can't
now.
he step down also? Other people step down. Did he step down?
No, guy.
I beg,
No, guy.
Gary. He's
Let,
just
let, let, let me let
he's
me tell
too
you one thing.
naive.
If you're going to a person like Tinubu, well, Tinubu will have told you, say, look, these are the people that guys believe should be the governors. Tinubu will tell you, at least those people that know Tinubu will tell you straight away not to try it. But everybody that was coming to Buhari, they was giving them yes. And the next thing, he said, okay, at least governors selected their own, they selected their own successor, that they should give him chance to select his own successor. And this guy directly was funding for them, maybe Ahmed Lawan. Can you just imagine?
So what do you
So
want?
That
What do
one
you
is the
want?
work of the
What do you want
cabal.
him
Oh,
to say?
it's not the one
To
fronting
tell
for
them
him.
not
It's the
to run?
cabal.
Do you want him to say don't run? He's never going
Mhm.
to say that. They're their own
Tinubu,
men.
Tinubu will tell you not to run. Everybody that wanted to run during Fashola, you understand? Tinubu will tell you not to run. Nobody was even expecting Fashola. He
Yeah,
was saying
they don't even want himself that time. They don't want him. It is
Fashola, right?
Fashola was imposed on them. I'm telling you.
Yes,
They don't want
you saw
Fashola.
Fashola say Fashola you. No, they said what I heard though. I don't, they hear different rumors. They say he engaged Fashola and others to go and look for successors. They say they were bringing successor, and Tinubu will say no. They said when they brought the last one, they said, okay, Tinubu now say, okay, what of you? Say you will be the next person because he has already seen all of them that you will be. And I see they make that Fashola the next thing. He already looking at who is going to be successfor for Fashola even right from that place. That's leadership. That's what we're saying. When people talk of Obi today, I keep saying, well, who are the successors of Obi? Lagos is working just because number one,
Obi is a propaganda.
Yeah, but
A big
Obi was never a
propaganda. So
politician now. I
no,
want you guys to
how many people are even politicians in Nigeria? Look at Awolowo now. How will you become governor of any state in under UPN without Awolowo? All these governors that rule today, that lead the country today, there's something so common about them. When they leave office, they don't have leadership guidance for others. Because you see the successor, they turn against them. The successor turn against them. Who will turn against Tinubu in Lagos?
Ola. I remember that one of these times that we were talking and I came up and I was telling you guys that you're looking the way when it comes to southern Nigeria or southwest Nigeria, the way we see things when we kind of like align with leadership in a way. That doesn't when you look every other people's culture, it's not like that. So us is more like if you're power and you're doing what people want and you become so popular and more powerful, people get to especially when the kings are with you, we align with that person and try to follow. So like, okay, this will be the leader. Let's just listen to whatever he says. And even in families, when you're a leader, we always have these people that this guy is the head of the entire lineage of this family. Always have, but yeah, exactly. So you can't compare with the northerners and the southeast. They don't have nothing like that.
but
That's what,
yeah,
No,
Oriola,
no. Wait now. Even in the southwest, now when Fayemi left that office, can he control that office? when
No, he's
this
not
guy.
that kind of leader
But did you listen
now.
to what I said? People
Hold on,
probably
that's what I'm
don't
saying.
see him as a leader.
How many Southwest leaders can even talk to even his successor? That's what I'm saying. But Tinubu still build that successive that successor's plan.
I think he
People have
And
has
it
to
still
that
work.
see you.
leadership.
People have to see you as a leader and a powerful
Mhm.
that feel like they have to follow you. You have to realize
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
once we
saying now.
see,
How the Tinubu position himself as leader and all this our janja, we look at the lack of Aregbesola now. That's stupid. Oh, one of the most stupid person. What? Oh my goodness, that Fashola, that Aregbesola,
I
that
think they have started
Aregbesola. I mean,
sidelining him. They have started sidelining him ADC as well. And
no, already, of course, he destroyed
And
some
you know
position there.
Yoruba own is different.
but don't you
That
think he might be
Aregbesola,
working
what he
for?
did,
Don't you think he might be working for
Generation
Tinubu on the low?
of Aregbesola, they will telling them that so that your father is
Wait,
a traitor. The
don't you
same thing
think
with
he might be
Oshibado.
working for Tinubu on the low? Just the way Reno was working for Tinubu on the low, and
Who
this other
knows?
guy, the
Because this is when master
that
chess
other
player, he
guy
can.
that was picking up against Tinubu, they're all working for him. To be honest with you, that's how I see it. Even though they
It's
are,
possible.
Aregbesola was not working for Tinubu because if you know them before and now waiting they are between them now, we know that it wasn't working.
okay.
That
So
guy was.
did you think in 2022, 2023, Reno was working for Tinubu?
It wasn't. No, that guy.
It
I think he was
wasn't,
working
but
for him.
I think
It was. Reno was not working for Tinubu. He was working for his own pocket.
What convinced Reno is that when Reno went to that Chicago University, I saw the transcript by his own eyes.
Guy, what convinced Reno was when Tinubu article lost. I beg you. I know they paid that, and the guy quickly
He's
changed
working for his mouth. Huh?
And the dollar.
He's working for his
Yeah,
own pocket.
that dollar Reno they work for. Don't let us
Why
twist
everybody have
them.
to work for something now? I share of fellow machine on. At least
No,
that guy play a very good game. Today's
no.
whatever you like it or not, he's gonna be an ambassador.
At what point did Reno go to Chicago? At what point? After the election was won, right? What are you talking about?
I think it's before the
Up to
election.
today, he
It
has
was
not
before that
criticized.
election. It was because he was trying to look for something. It was before
Reno na
that
Atiku guy.
election.
Reno na
No.
Reno.
He
What
never
I'm trying
criticized
to say is
Atiku for
that
one day.
what I'm trying to say that whether you like it or you don't like him, at least he did his job. Because in politics, I see politicians, if you continue to climb that ladder, that means you know the game. But if you continue to remain stagnant or going down, that means you are nobody.
He did that job because Tinubu, according to those people that know Tinubu is a person that doesn't hold grudges against you. He
It's
just
true. It's
even
true.
when they
It's
took
true. It
Amechi to him,
doesn't.
Amechi himself say when he went to beg Tinubu just look at him like this, say, Tunde, let us go. Tinubu didn't say anything. You understand? He still supported Amechi after that. Amechi still went against him again. So, but people that know Tinubu say he doesn't even hold grudges because he knows that the thing you want shop you they do for. So he know. Even as you they hail him, say
People,
on your mandate.
somebody like Amechi is see himself like a national leader. Who the heck?
Yes, so
Who the heck is? You see the way this guy walk like a crab. This is somebody that you say this is a leader.
It's a
No,
joke.
it's more
and
than a
apart from
joke.
that, he is so arrogant and proud. He thought he had that Nigeria really like him, they will vote for him.
I think
But
that thing is
but but
synonymous
but, but, but
with
whatever
the
you
Port
can
Harcourt
say,
people,
I
those
think some
so-called
cabal, during that
South
Buhari
people.
regime, during that Buhari regime, some cabal are really supporting him. And at the end of the day,
Let,
he defeated Oshibanjo. He defeated
let me tell
Oshibanjo
you
too.
one thing.
He came second.
What's the name of this doctor that became the governor of Rivers State? If not because of people like that.
Or dealing.
Orderly. People like Amechi will have been one lesson teacher in one local meeting.
Yes,
I'm
now
telling you, man.
look at what Wiki said now.
This
Wiki
guy
said
has not
that.
done any reasonable job since they've graduated from school.
Him and Wike, never, not one day.
But
Wike is just like
Wike is a better politician than him.
we
Wike
are
is
saying that outside politics they don't have life.
They have never had life.
but most of Nigerian people that be in political posts, they're not the only one now. Several of them. They have been local
Remy,
government chairman
generally, you are more intelligent than Amechi. Because if you have the same opportunity that Amechi had, you will perform better than Amechi. Now, despite being a lawyer, if you have the same opportunity because of your the how wide your experience is, if you have the same opportunity and you have the right dedication, you understand, you will perform better than Wiki.
but the only way that Nigerian can have opportunities like that is that when they do what we call total resource control. State control your resources. That is when you now see
Remy,
real people going to.
Remy, let me tell you something. You see, one thing I've noticed is this. We need the leader, we need leader like Tinubu for some people to wake up to their reality. Do you know that it was just last year and not even up to 1 month that I realized that normally insecurity and kidnapping we witnessed under Buhari, we were not even supposed to witness all those things. By default, forest rangers, you understand, they've always been under the state government. Immediately they realized that thing, that kidnapping that all these criminals are using our forest, even right from 2015 when they were reporting new faces, the governor should have hired forest rangers. But you know the problem is this: all these guys, they can focus so much on what they can make. You understand? They will not hire just because they don't want to pay.
Yeah, so
if as at 2014 we put forest ranger there, we won't be having this issue today because you dismantle them from day one. We won't even let them settle.
Ola, this don't concern you. Look at how Fayose destroyed Makinde. How can you collect 30 billion, 50 billion, and you spend 4.5 billion? Where are the rest of the money?
It will keep it
Do you
for
know
election.
that story?
I heard the story, but you know this day I don't listen so much to many of those stories.
No, it's true. At the end of the day,
you know one thing.
they only collected. Look what. Just
I know
listen first. Listen.
Fayose rarely lies. You understand? Fayose,
yeah, he rarely
lies. You understand? And something like that too.
Yeah,
but
it's true.
When Fayose told you something, you can be almost 99% be rest assured that.
But look at this thing. A lot of people lost their property during that explosion. So many people die or something
I can hear
like
you
that.
progressive,
And
but faintly.
We can hear you. And then you collected 30 billion naira. And now you are not telling the state now that 30 billion is still intact. You put it somewhere. And it's the state money that you spend, 4.5 billion. I think Makinde is Olin.
See, there is no sin among them. The only thing is this: do you know why some people fall victim? You understand? It's only that when you don't know how to use the law to steal money.
Wait,
for those people that know how to use the money,
not today. I mean,
for those people that understand how to use the money, the law to steal money. Now you understand? They don't catch them. Look at how Tinubu stole.
How can somebody put
Look
that
at how Tinubu stole body loan, for example. Now look at how Tinubu stole body loan. You know the value of body loan today. You understand? Then
I don't know.
Some of those people that they gave contract one way or the other, they might come back and give him something. Like it happened to Amoshu when someone was trying to give him gratification.
Okay, so can you tell us how Obasanjo stole Otafa?
That's 16 billion. That's
Operation
16
Feed the Nation.
billion electricity
Operation
money.
Feed the Nation. Who did land use act?
So exactly, every one of them stole now. That's why everybody in Nigeria wants to be politician.
Progressive, you are breaking. You are breaking. We can hear you. The thing we break and we come, we break. Maybe you change your location.
Maybe you change your location. It's calling from Venezuela.
Yeah. So Oriola, you know my position is this. You understand? As a politician, even right here in Canada, you have to prove to me that you are not guilty of stealing in the office. Once you mention you're a politician, I have my baseline for you that a politician mostly must be a liar, and secondly, must know how to use the tools of the government to benefit themselves.
You are lying. You're not lying.
So now, for people like Obi, people now be telling me that Obi is saying all those kind of things. That's the first thing I felt for push them
No,
aside.
that man that
They
talk like a
they
son, he
really
tell you.
package him very well. That's 2023
Even
election.
me as a student, as part of student union, you understand, we still know how student union benefit officially. They will use the instrument, you understand, of that school constitution to still benefit themselves. You understand? So the thing is this: human being generally, we are corrupt as human being, including Remy. You understand? We
I'm not
Why did you
corrupt. Oh.
mention my name? There are six people here now. Why don't you mention Adewale
I'm
or
not.
Oriola?
I
Don't
am not
mention my name. I'm
corrupt.
not
Though.
corrupt. Oh.
Why? No,
I'm
no, no.
not
Why would you
corrupt.
mention? Why
Don't
would you
put my
mention
name
my
there. I'm
name,
not
Remy?
corrupt.
No, I'm from Ekiti. I'm not corrupt like you guys in Ogun State. So please let that
See the way
listen.
they are doing now. They are using what we call
Okay.
Ekiti Parapon. Oriola, please defend me because we are from Ogun
Okay,
State
let me
together. So,
Remy, how did you get? Because see, you know the lifestyle from where some people are filling form to free visa, or you are
mhm,
applying for a job and your age, and they just said
mhm,
they don't need more than 22, and your age is 30, and you say you are 21, all those stuff. See, all those things are
mhm,
corruption. Even when
mhm.
your resume, you have to tailor your resume and doctor your resume, all those stuff. Even though that's the system here, your resume cannot fly if you don't know how to doctor resume. So anything that is not straightforward, that you know, if something is A and you call
So
it
you
B,
know how to doctor resume, right?
everybody doctors resume. What are you talking about?
Olimbole.
No, everybody. See, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing.
I know you
If
are right because I won't know shit. Everybody will do it
I
now.
assume, okay,
I will not
how
share
will
you,
you
go.
list? You will list some kind of 50 job now. You understand? And you are going to use a system to capture all those stuff. You ask me whether I know SAP. I will tell you that I know SAP. You understand? Even if I've not used SAP before, because I've used Oracle. You know, sometimes you understand. I know this thing. I just back end things. That interface is the only thing that is different. As long as I know that I can learn that interface, you understand, within hours, I don't care. Let me give you an example. The first Microsoft Cloud that I had in my life, you understand. So someone asked me, asked about whether I'm certified. I said yes, I'm certified. I was not certified that time. Oh. He now asked some question. You understand? You know, when you are interviewing me too, especially on phone, I will just open my Google beside me, ChatGPT. Should you think you are smart now? Anything that I don't know as you are speaking, I don't type them. So as you are asking me, I will respond to you. Because of my general knowledge of this. Even if I don't know that thing, I fit that in that within that context that time, you know. I was doing that interview without cloud. Yeah, good. You know it. I was even making scenario. At that time, it's not as if I have that certification, but I was able to use my ChatGPT, Google everything. I was responding. You know what? Before they will call for the next interview like this, overnight, I don't brush up. Just go get that certificate. Quickly do tutorial. You understand? So sometimes if resume came, if you put something, if I know I can do it, I will tell you that I can even tell you that I have 20 years experience in that thing. That's how we flow here. The only thing I won't say is that if I don't have PhD, I will not tell you I have PhD because that one, your nyash go the risk will
That
kill
one no feel like oh.
you don't feel like
PhD,
for
la
that.
la la.
You understand? But if you ask me whether I know how to baff an adult person like Remia or Adewale now, of course I will say
Why only my
yeah,
name you are calling today now? Adewale is there. Prince Daddy, your friend is there. Trump Daddy. You are not
so
buffing him. It's me.
I will
And
tell them that I can do that.
Aro
So,
is also there now.
and,
Aro is there.
Wait, I have
What?
because
Yeah,
I
well,
have
but
a
they
question.
can't convince that because Alagbada on the one they can just start bumping, you know.
What is like being Canada? Abi, I want call like Benny. I want to share more zoo. They just go and pick
I
him
have
up
a
and.
question though, because I actually came in just because of this capture and stuff. What do you think us? Because now that we see what happened, it can happen to any country as of right now. Anyone can come and take your president. And what do you think us as Nigerians, for example, what should Nigerians be doing? I mean, who should we align with? What should we? I mean, when it comes to technology and game military gadgets, we don't have the money, number one, and we're not like producing anything. We don't have the scientific power or technology power. We're not even building anything. We're not doing research for anything. So, what do you think our focus should be once we know like the way the world is going now, when it comes to any military stuff, if you do, the only people that has like the superior one is America, and they're doing what they're doing currently right now. And what should we be doing? I mean, if we align way too
Okay.
much,
I would have loved Nigeria to align with America, but unfortunately, the condition they will put down, they will even took us backward again. They will control us to where we don't want at the end of the day. The little pocket of development that we have now, actually, Nigeria started producing drone. Nigeria they started producing drone, and they have started producing some armor tank by themselves. And there's a lot of indigenous contractors, like Proforce and the rest, that they are buying from them. But in terms of technology you are talking about, in terms of military, I would have loved us to be with America. But unfortunately, the way they do their own is like is the highway. If you don't follow it, we remove you tomorrow. So we want to totally align with that kind of country. That at the end of the day, you are their friend today, and tomorrow, if they don't like your face anymore, they do whatever they want. So I think Nigeria as a non-island nation, as we have, we still, to me, I think we should just continue to doing whatever we are doing, and then we can look at what are we gaining from China,
what are
what
we
are we
doing?
gaining from Europe,
What are we
what are
doing?
we gaining from them?
Let me tell you something. The best people to align with now is the greatest bully in the world. Is you are supposed to align with that person for now. Otherwise, you see all those America, all those China and Russia you are talking about. They know they save you. They know they do. The greatest bully in the world, which is Trump. Just align with that person, get until he come out office. And now, not only that is bullying, you understand, at least anything you do under him, whether International Red Cross, all this, your amnesty, all those people that used to rope with all this kind of rubbish reports, you understand, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. The only thing is this, our civil society, once you align with America, America is the one doing the job. They're not going to talk. Have you heard Amnesty
But
International
don't you
to
think
talk?
Nigeria already aligned with America now?
No, Nigeria has
Don't you think
always
we already
aligned.
aligned? Because
No, Nigeria
just
has
last month,
always. No, Nigeria has
yeah,
always
Nigeria is always
aligned.
aligned with America
No,
now.
Nigeria has always aligned with America until Obama's time, because Obama denied America of Africa, and Jonathan denied Obama of citing Africom in Nigeria. I will support that 100 times because number one, maybe with Africom in Nigeria, maybe we won't be able to build the refinery. I'm just joking anyway. There are something we won't be able to do. You understand? So, but as it is now, that we are cutting deal with America, we signed a multi-billion dollars military deal, and they've just exploded the Tomahawk, all those stuff. That money, all this ISR they be doing that money. So, as long as money is flowing from Nigeria to America, I think this my uncle, this my Adaripon, you understand, may not be able to do much. You understand, and the other thing we can do, is this.
Get Trump Daddy Ma.
No,
Trump
okay.
Daddy Ma exposed.
No, Ola, good evening,
Yeah.
everyone.
Good evening, Baba.
I just came in, so and I heard you talk about Trump. By the way, Mike and Ted,
Oriola.
our friend from Houston that was bashing Ogun State, Adewale. I heard what you said, so I will not even go there, but I'll forgive you. But the question is, are we back to the 19th century gunboat diplomacy model? Because the whole point of having you in an international court is that we don't have we're not back to pre 1945 rule based order where because if you remember post World War II, that was the whole idea of having UN, OSS, and ICC, where wars were last resort. You had courts, you had UN where you can go to and resolve issues. And if we are making invasion of countries the first rule of order, then you're going to create instability. So this gunboat diplomacy model that we're going back to pre 1800s, because the whole idea of having the UN was to preserve and protect countries' sovereignty and commercial interest and political interest. Okay, so that was the whole idea. So that stronger, because if you leave it, if you're back to 19th century gunpowder model, that means that stronger nation will just push the, the weaker ones. They will exploit them. That we've gone past that exploitation. That was the whole idea of having United Nations, and for people to willingly support this move by our president in the United States. It's like the Monroe Doctrine of imperialism is back in play. We are back to 1934, guys. That's what that means. Justifying that with some kind of somebody is selling drugs on the highway, that is not enough to invade a country. It's not enough. You cannot justify that because if he does it and he gets away with it, then you know who is next. Everybody,
Taiwan is next. that's who's next. Taiwan is next.
pretty much anybody that is pro BRICS is on the chopping block at this moment.
That's what I was about to say. That
so tomorrow it might just say, because they are feeding the narrative of Tinubu being a drug baron and people have stupidly, that because they don't like him for reason. If he picks up Tinubu today and just and say, oh, in Chicago it's true, ABC or D happened, most Nigerians will support it, unfortunately. And maybe it's a black thing, maybe it's a cultural flaw with black people. Remember, even when they saw slavery back in the days, people like us, like I still supported it. When they came and colonized Africa, they had supporters. And if they come and take over your country and take your oil, you will see half supporters. Maybe it's a cultural flaw.
No, all some people want, as long as Tinubu is not there, that's what some people want.
But in the 90s, BT, what happened today yesterday happened in the 90s as well. Grenada, AD, Dominican, Panama, they take out leaders and replace it with, they do the same style. They do the same thing. And I'm not talking about the one that they had to back the coup. When we talk about those ones, there's many from Iran to Guatemala, Congo. They've been doing this. It's not new. When they don't like something, if it's not in their favor, this is what they result
to. I'm with you, because if you look at the Monroe Doctrine, I'm sure you're aware of what the Monroe Doctrine is. Pretty much what it says from the 1920s in America as policy is that no other foreign superpower can control anything in America's sphere. So from the northern part of America down to the south, that whole half of the world, they are supposed to dominate. China, they cannot come in. That was actually created for the then SSR, that they cannot come in. But over time, China has made inroads into all those countries. So America now wants to regain those influence back. So they're not using the I'm saying that in today's world, that doctrine has spread beyond their own sphere into Africa, into some parts of Europe, into Asia. So people, if you're here celebrating that is invading Venezuela today, what happens when it comes to your own doorsteps tomorrow?
I have a question for you. When a powerful guy, I'll use you for example. If you make a law, so you make a law that, okay, this is what I want everybody to be doing. Because you are powerful enough, that's why you are able to make a law that every one of us has to follow. Does that mean that you yourself have to follow that law?
Yeah, yes, in a way, because
in a way, see?
No. Let me say why. Because Monroe law was in the 20s. In the 40s, you had all these international organizations that were specifically designed to curtail stronger nations from exploiting bigger, which America also signed to. So they also, so if you're, to your point, if you're powerful, then you sign a treaty and say, okay, I know I'm powerful, but I will not exploit smaller nations. You cannot then go against what you signed after those moral doctrines in the 20s. It's my point. To your point, if they were maintaining their rule and power from what they had in the early 1900s, I would say go at it. That is your prerogative. But don't sign agreements. Okay, can you trust America with any agreement right now on anything right now? You can't. They can just sign something with you today and tomorrow they just renege on it.
We know.
That's the new world we're living in. That will create instability because I can't trust
Oriola,
you on anything anymore.
Oriola, you know the danger when a powerful empire or a powerful entity, okay, creates a law or creates a principle and then fails to follow it. Do you know what happens to them?
What happens to them?
In the history of humanity, they've been found that they all fall and crumble. That's what actually predicated the fall of the Roman Empire. Every single empire and every single strong nation has ever collapsed. What has always happened is that they themselves fail to actually follow the principles they try to actually impose on everybody else.
Right, but
the danger the Americans are in right now is that what they are doing plays into the hands of the Chinese. They think that they are trying to, like you said, they're trying to instill the Monroe Doctrine, okay, to protect themselves from Chinese expansion. But they are not stopping the Chinese from expanding. And in fact, what has happened now is this. Individuals that are indifferent, that were formerly in their sphere of control, understand one thing and one thing for certain, that their friendship with the Americans is only temporal, that their friendship with the Americans is only it's meant to be at their detriment. It's not meant to be some collective, something for the collective good of both of us. So for my benefit and for your benefit as well. It's meant to be at your own detriment to the benefit of the Americans. What individuals, what countries that are purposeful, that are intentional will be doing now is this. They would ultimately start growing themselves to make sure that they are always this actually further nuclear rearmament. Because countries are going to know one thing for certain, that the only way that they can actually stop the potential of being bullied is that they themselves need to be very, very, very strong.
How?
We are going to go back to
How are they going to get stronger? Tell us how are they going to get
we're going to go to pre-World War I situations where countries are going to start arming themselves up. They're going to
How? Tell us, how are they going to?
They can buy arms from various countries.
Oriola, hold on. So to Arrow's point, in the next few years, you're going to see proliferation of the nuclear race will be back up again, because to most countries, the only way you can protect America is to have a nuclear weapon. That's the only way you can stop them from.
So which country? So you think Nigeria would?
I'm saying the race for that.
I'm not talking about Nigeria.
Not Nigeria.
I'm talking about other
just watch right now. The race to have a nuclear weapon will scale up by 1,000,000% in the next coming year.
It will scale up.
Brazil, for instance, are probably looking at themselves and saying, you know what? I think it's not a bad idea to have a few nuclear warheads, because Brazil is a serious country. They have technology. They have brilliant engineers. They have everything. They have aeronautics. They already have a good aerospace industry. They build planes. They build very advanced planes. They build weapons. They have everything. They have all the means to it. They have money. They have a population. They have a country that they want to protect. They have an interest. They have a geopolitical interest in the South America. They'll be looking and thinking to themselves, you know what? It might not be a bad idea to have nuclear warheads.
Arrow, in addition to what you just said, I think Brazil already fortified themselves, and they are totally 100% aligned with China and Russia. So with this kind of
right now, we're thinking maybe it's actually they are well fortified, but they'll be thinking maybe having nuclear capacity is not a bad idea to add to what we already have.
Yeah, of course, they don't have before. Now they want to.
Serious countries
that's my Arrow. That's my concern of when I mentioned creating instability. That is my concern. Like, if you keep going this way in all aspects, you don't remember the union was created largely in San Francisco by Roosevelt and all these guys from the US.
Yeah, after World War II. I was about to bring that up to you, that they never follow UN law at all. They don't even follow it. They don't follow WTO. They don't follow it's been going on for long. They're always back to do all these treaties. They don't follow it, but they sign.
WTO was under Clinton. You remember
but that was the initial question I was asking you. That when you create something, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to follow it. Sometimes when you are that powerful, that's what I'm trying.
But Ola, my point is that over the last 100 years, America has scaled back on that Maury doctrine mentality of just invade. Maybe you can say during Iraq, they went back to their old ways. The Iraq war,
But even but even during Iraq, okay, Bush went to the Congress, okay. Bush actually had to convince the Congress, even if you say he was lying, even if you say Blair, okay, had to go to Parliament and actually and get people to lie, okay, that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction.
I'm
They
saying to
still
the
made an
world,
effort to lie, to actually.
What about Gaddafi during Obama regime?
Yeah, even they still have to paint him bad. But what you have Trump doing is just woke up one morning and invaded. There's no congressional. Remember, and he's saying he's going to put boots on ground. He said he's going to appoint Americans to go and supersede over another country.
Yeah, that's the question I want
Remember
to
that
ask
Venezuela
Babatista.
have a sitting parliament. At the moment, Venezuela have a seat.
I don't understand, sir.
Let
So
me,
is he saying that he's going to dissolve the parliament? He's going to dissolve the constitution of Venezuela?
He said he's going to appoint Rubio to be their whatever. I don't
But for him
understand
to
it.
do that, he has to dissolve their constitution.
Let me give you
Without congressional approval.
let me give you a different angle to this before you guys go on. So the head of opposition in Venezuela said, well, if America does this and she becomes the head of state, she's going to move the capital, their embassy, from one part of one country that I cannot mention to the J capital. So you know who's running the show behind the scenes. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to be more. You should know where I'm going with this.
Now,
So you have, and the same country is now discussing, because I heard the prime minister of that country. I watched his entire speech. This guy was mentioning Nigeria. He mentioned Nigeria 4 times. When have you heard them discuss Nigeria in their? Yeah, I'm like, they have plans for you, and you look on, This is how they start.
I knew it. We'll be fine.
So they want to destabilize us, Abi.
Fine. No, fine. I'm watching Sky News. They're discussing Biafra, 1967. What is going on here on Sky News? Something. I'm telling you, they have plans for you guys. So you are here discussing.
Plan.
Yeah, because that refinery is doing something to them.
Do you know how many, Remy,
I don't know.
Do you know how many Remy, listen to me. Do you know how many refineries are closed down in Europe because of Dangote?
I know because I did a project on it also. I know. And they are not comfortable.
They are in debt. You know that guy that owns Ineos, that owns Manchester United. What's his name? That he shut down his refinery in England, in UK.
Yes, I know. And the other one also shut their refinery. The biggest one in Belgium was also shut down. And you know that but America is sending their goods to be refined.
I think that Tinubu, I think Tinubu is doing way too much. Well, he's doing it good. I mean, for us Nigerians, it's good. But the thing is because now he wants to be able to track every crude oil that's leaving Nigeria, to know what location they're actually going to. And that's a problem too, because we don't manage that port. It's being managed for us by them, So they tell you what is going out. You don't, it's what they tell you. If they say it's 10 or 20, that's what it is. But now you want to be able to know who is taking our crude oil out. How many are we taking out every day? That's the new part. They just opened the technology. So let me tell you something. They feel like you want to know too much. Yeah, I believe that's one of the problems.
I agree with that on that one.
So they want to be continuously.
Remy, there's no way Nigeria is doing 1.6. They're probably doing maybe 3 million a day. That we're just reporting 1.3 or 1.4. They are doing way more than that every day. But it's a very dangerous territory for the president to go into, because they can get rid of you.
So how can the country? So Babati, how can developing country? How can they improve this way when there's a lot of boots on your neck?
Why do you
How
want to
can we?
improve?
How can we prosper? So we
Why
just
do you
remain
want to
in this
prosper?
poverty level.
One year,
Oh man,
one year,
I think we need to. You know what? I think the end is coming totally. Because it does not make a sense that you are just living. We did not even wish us good luck at all. It's bad luck every now and then. So
The problem is, Mr. Remy, the problem the Americans have is this: they cannot stop China from rising. They can't.
no, they cannot.
Even though the Chinese economy has slowed down,
I
all right,
disagree with you, but I'll listen to
they
you.
cannot be stopped. Okay,
Okay.
no, that's the
disagree.
reality. Okay,
I disagree
let me
with
tell you,
How
Oriola,
can
let me
they
tell you
stop them?
something. Oriola, let me tell you something. Okay, you work in tech, I work in tech. All right. As much as the Americans and the Western powers have tried to undermine the growth of tech in China, the Chinese are doing something. There's two things they're very good at. Number one, not only are they able to actually just rub your tech, reverse engineer it, make it better, and just don't give any F in the world. They don't care all that IP stuff. You can shout IP and shout morality to their absolutely horse. They don't care. They've taken your IP, they've reverse engineered it, they've made it better, and they're going to use it for their own advantage, and they don't care about any morality about it. But also, when you look at AI, 50% of the best AI engineers in the world come from China. That's the fact. 50% of all AI
That's true.
engineers,
I
individuals
seconded it.
trained in artificial intelligence, are Chinese or individuals of Chinese descent. Even the
Okay,
ones
so
in America.
can I say something to you?
That is
Wait,
and
you're
I work with a lot of Chinese young
I
Chinese
know.
engineers.
Wait, you're right. But those kids that you're talking about, is it that I'll tell you two things? Is it they're Chinese America, meaning even
Okay, Chinese
no?
Americans,
Let me land.
No, they're Chinese. They're not Chinese
Let
America.
me land.
Yeah, I think you are
Wait, can I
you are
land?
underrating these
I'm
people
not
too much.
underrating.
Go
All
ahead.
this all this information is online. Can I land? They're not most of them, they're either Chinese America or the Chinese that comes here to study. Meaning most of the tertiary education, the knowledge they gain is from here to be able to do that. So that I
No,
hear your
I don't
point.
agree with you.
Oriola,
No.
Oh, wait, are
do
you
you know,
saying that most
are you
of those
aware of,
engineers
Yeah.
Oriola, I studied with Chinese students, okay? Went my last final year of college in Japan. We had a transfer of about 40 Chinese students. They came to study with us. These are young guys that, just the summer before that, one of my friends was sent over to China to help them with their English. And then they landed in September. Oriola, I can tell you for a fact that
Your voice is
when it comes
breaking.
to STEM, from what we all saw, including our lecturers, those guys are well ahead. When it comes to STEM, they're ahead. From a very young age, they teach them STEM. Their universities are very, very, very well organized. Their standards of education. But one thing I noticed is the Chinese want to send their young people to the West so they can understand how the Westerners think. Not that they don't have the intelligence, not that they've not developed.
They don't.
They all get interested. They want to know how
Wait,
you think.
let me help you real quick. So here's the thing. The research,
This is first-hand
wait,
experience. This is not like this online.
70% of Chinese elite founders, they graduated from top Chinese coastal universities rather than United States institutions. So you might be right. It looks like I was wrong. Yeah. So you're right. Yeah, you're right.
A lot of them will come to
Arrow Gidigba.
I have a question for
Hold on. Oriola, I like the conversation. You know, I wanted you and this Arogidigba to drag that in because you so much underrate all this Asian guy.
you're looking for Baz Business one tier. You look for one line. I didn't want
No, I've always said that the Western stole technology from the Asian people now.
let me ask Adina. Here's the question: if the West is more advanced and the Chinese are catching up, so what do we Africans or Nigeria? What do we have? So where are we on the totem pole?
We are nowhere.
Nyash. Let me tell you one thing. You Nigerians, you have Nyash, and you know how to shake everything
We
on
don't
social
have
media.
those girls don't.
No, like give us hope now.
Yeah, but the thing is,
but with our young now, they still want us not to
say something real quick? So even though those founders are 70%, the technology that most of them use, just like you said, they reverse engineer, like they took Americans' IP and they try to make it better. So that's what really happened. Most of them. It's more like, but we need wait. We need them. We need them to have their own ideas, to create their own.
They have their own ideas. Okay,
which one? Tell us what they came up with.
A lot of these Chinese have IP. Okay, look at UI for instance. UI had 5G like almost 2 years ahead of any American company.
No, it wasn't confirmed. No,
UI had 5G. No, I know this for a fact because my friend, I have a very close friend, associate, who was one of the lead engineers for one of the telecoms giants in this country. Okay, and when they were buying 5G equipment, to deploy the 5G technology, they had UI. They already bought UI stuff. And then Trump came along and they literally had to dump it, and then go buy Sony Ericsson and all that other some Nokia and all this other stuff. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: the reason they are stealing IP is because they want to save time. They want to save time and want to save money. It's because obviously when you start developing IP, you have to test, you have to do all these things, and it's a time. You know yourself as an engineer. It's a matter of time, and you're going to be doing incremental improvements. However, they can steal your shit. You spend the time, you spend the money.
Sorry.
They'll rub it and then they're going to
Aro, do you know ZTE? Jackie knows I say do you know ZTE? That's telecoms, You know. Let me tell you this. In year 2000 or 2001, I'm not directly working with Equinet, but we have a working arrangement with them. And all those telecommunication equipment they used that time, I was looking for that because I always go to the head office in Alakija Street. I was looking at maybe most of this thing will come from America, but most of what they use are from China. I was what is going on? Who is this company? I'm talking about as far back as 2000, 2001. And you, Oriola, you always underrate them. You told us they don't do nothing. Their technology is not good.
The best battery technology for all these electric cars and all this stuff is Chinese. The same guys that make BYD.
Yeah, but the guy, wait, guess where the guy studies? Guess where the guy studies? Where does it?
Before that BYD guy.
The BYD guy from
Oriola.
Which BYD guys
the Chinese, wait, the Chinese and the Asian guys, they were like almost 2,200 years superior to America in technology. What help America is this? Because America is the land of immigrants. When you see major invention that shaped the world, it did never started from America. You will see them from Asia, France, Scotland, Canada, and co. But just because America has mastered how to bring together and assemble. So basically, America stole the common knowledge across the global.
America is a hybrid nation, meaning that everybody around the world is present.
That's are we not saying the same thing?
No.
We are saying the same thing.
Hold on, Oriola. See, when you look at the type of technology you see in in China today, you don't find them. Have you seen some kind of multi-layer bridge? You know, the bridge that basically you will be on top of that bridge, you will look at down like this with faint. Because when you look at, because there are some bridges that they are just about the height of aircraft down, where you'll be looking at several feet down. Where will you see that one in America? You understand? And this guy will build some kind of new technology. Go and look at the RIC, the way they are doing all those stuff. Those things that you will never see in America, you are seeing it there. See, even like iron technology now, like iron revolution.
I think we have to give it to them.
We have
to give it to them that they have done
2,200 years before Great Britain. 2,200 years before Great Britain. That is when the Chinese people they had iron revolution. But you know why we don't hear much about them? Because they were peaceful people. They just wanted to do their sales.
But everybody knows about the Chinese Silk Road now. And we know about the opium wars that destroyed them now.
You know they were building big ship that even as at the time they were building, let's say you build something like maybe 2,000 cubic feet. Even by the time UK started building 30 cubic feet, you understand? They started a slave trade. They started fighting everybody. You understand? But these guys that they built large vessels before, they were not fighting anybody. They just wanted to do their trade. That thing is still in them today.
Ola, quick question, because some might say diversity works in some area, and others might say you don't need to have a diverse society to have this advance. Like China it's not as diverse. I mean, like.
But China is diverse.
No, I mean if you compare it to America in terms of race and ethnicity. Like, you know, from different parts of the world contributing to the American economy. So do you think that Nigeria needs to open its doors to more so-called, you know, we don't like using the word foreigners, expatriate, like we like to call them.
Not yet.
Yeah, but America has an artificial diversity. Because what's really what America has
your voice is cracking.
Okay. I think Babati asked me that question. Let me answer the question if you don't mind. Guys, let me answer the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me answer the question. See, in our own case today, because we need to bridge the gap and the cost of infrastructure to be that thing is huge. Like, look at it this way now. If we need average of $100 billion, you understand? What am I even saying? It's even more than that. You understand? But let's assume if we need average of $3 billion for the next 10 years for us to even catch up, you understand? Can we generate that one locally? No. So when we are talking of infrastructure, it's a combination of government and private sector. And private sector brings investment hugely. You know, like I was trying to tell people how they are doing Lagos Calabar. People think that they carry money from the budget straight away and building Lagos Calabar. No, that's not what they are doing. They are doing deferred payment. Okay, go and build. We pay you later. You understand? Even as they are building now, some people want to buy and toll it now. That's how you build it. Imagine building 10 of that across the country simultaneously.
Wait, the question is asking you.
Hold on, I'm going somewhere. Farabale, I'm going somewhere. So the same way, we need people from outside to come to Nigeria because, you know, look at the population in the north and people are not educated enough. So you need to bring people in to transfer knowledge. You understand? It's just like when if you are still thinking we can develop our railway system within, we're not calling China to come and build our rail. So just imagine us locking our people in the university, teaching them how to build rail. Do you know how many years it's going to take us to build? So we need to allow people to come in. Even China, as good as they allow people to come in. It was only when they opened that they move forward.
Transfer. You actually. As a government, the government has to be serious. We have to be serious as a people. As a people, we're not serious. As a people, we are so.
See, Arrow. One of the reasons we are not serious is we focus on more religion. Okay, how will you feel?
Yes.
Now, hold on. People are accusing Lagos of.
Before you go there,
hold on. Let me
don't need foreign people to come to the country. I disagree with that.
We do because even the Chinese.
We don't.
So is the low IQ Nigerians that we advance?
Wait.
The reason why South Africa is ahead of the rest of the Africans is because they have the Indians, the whites, the other races there.
What's in low IQ to make it low IQ?
I'm just saying just to.
But you need.
No. It's just the figure of speech. Yeah. No, the point I'm trying to make. No,
No,
yeah, Babati, that's why I came to agree with you.
no, my George, land the plane.
Technology
Yeah.
transfer.
See,
That's a good point.
Oriola, easier said than done. Let me tell you one thing. When you say
What's
you
easier
talk of
said and done?
investment,
What's easier said and
hold
done?
on now, hold on.
Technology transfer is easier
Hold on, just
done.
hold on, guy. When you say we need people, now Boeing is bringing its a maintenance facility now to Nigeria. And that is when Nigeria will learn and transfer knowledge. Are you saying Nigeria should just go back and start doing research on how to build the aircraft and how to maintain the aircraft? Now, when you are talking of building skyscrapers, building ship, building the sophisticated road, all those, look at what high-tech is doing. What high-tech is doing, Julius Berger cannot do it, for example. That's why
I
we
think
learn.
what Babati was asking, he's not saying to bring us to come and do something.
Babati, I got Babati. We should open our border for people to come in, but we should not put policy of local content. That's the main thing. If you are coming in, okay, like Tinubu now put the policy that you want to mine our gold, there's no problem. But you should set up processing. We want to be selling
again, yeah, what you are still saying, Allah, is that for people to come and do something for you. No, what he's saying is that make Nigeria like a immigrant country where you're not just, you bring different people from different countries to become Nigerians. Kind of, I think Babati, right?
Yeah,
like
from
from different.
We don't have a diversity. We don't have a diversity of
wait now.
Arrow, Babati, sorry. Arrow, let me be honest with you. If you go to, I know we're probably trying to talk about indigenous kind of thing. In Nigeria, there are many West Africans and all these Niger people there have become Nigerians. I'm telling you. So it's no different from making like some Chinese, Japanese, or some people from all these Indian or things like that to become Nigerians as well. We actually need that. Immigration, we need it. Some form of, it may not be like exactly like other people.
We don't need immigration.
China
if you say you don't need it,
all of you are.
And we have all these Chinese coming as well.
You're praising China now. You're praising China. They're good.
Answer why you don't need it.
What China did was just technology transfer. You come to we allow you big companies to come to our country, but while you're here, you work with our people. When you work with our people, we want you to transfer some of your knowledge to them. That's
why should they?
Why are we allowing that someone to?
But if people is coming to your country as a company,
because what you're saying now is,
hold on, Mike.
If those people come into our country, they have more money than us. Then they can push us around.
Oriola, wait now. Babati, how did what I say? How is it different from what Oriola is saying?
No, we didn't say
what I was saying, but
that's what I'm saying as well.
No,
now.
you didn't say.
Oriola is like two Nigerians. They just want to argue with you for no reason.
You never said technology transfer.
Sometimes they'll be saying the same thing, but they'll be arguing with you. They'll be arguing with you on the same point.
I'm just surprised.
No. What did you say? You never said I said technology transfer.
I said tech transfer. I shared it less than 5 minutes.
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about
this is what I said. Okay, this is what I said. I said, now we are behind in terms of infrastructure. That, for example, we need like about $300 billion annual for the next 10 years for us to catch up with some part of the world. And that's okay. The government cannot do that alone. What we do is that we open our border for foreign investors to come. When foreign investors come, they invest in our country, but you make policy of local content. The local content system means that, okay, you are coming, you cannot bring more than 10% expatriates. Why the remaining percent will be local people? That's what I just said. So I don't know how that is.
Yeah, so you guys agree on this thing. Everybody agree on that.
It's not the same thing. We don't agree on it.
What is the difference?
I will tell you.
You say that.
Wait now. Just hold on. MTN came to Nigeria, right? MTN is a South African company. But who are those people doing maintenance in Nigeria today? They are Nigerians.
It's not disagreeing. He's saying it's not exactly what he said. He's not saying disagree with your point. He's just saying his own point is not exactly your own. So you guys are not really arguing. He's just saying different things.
Okay, so he said
which I think is the same pretty much.
MTN came to Nigeria, correct? To create a telecommunication. So meaning that they built all the stations for the telecommunication, so you can have they built all those satellite, what they call it, those telecom things. They build all of those things. They probably, now I'm going to ask you this question: can Nigeria engineers replicate, let's say, what's the Nigerian telecommunication guy need
those things. Now, Glow need a replication of MTN to be built in Nigeria.
They did it
can
now. They did it.
Nigerians do that?
Glow did it now.
Yeah, by and
No.
large.
But Glow did not.
The engineers,
Glow
network
did not
engineers for
use
MTN and Glow are
Nigerian to build it though.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
Well, he did it.
Oriola, a lot
man.
of the network engineers for Glow and MTN are Nigerians. At least I know of a few guys that are actually now in Canada. And they were network engineers.
I hear you, and I'm not talking. See, I'm not saying meaning that if we need another type of company like that to be built, or from top to bottom, can we just have a Nigerian engineers that will do everything? That's what I'm saying.
I think the knowledge
they didn't transfer knowledge to us. They never transferred that knowledge to us. That's what
no.
Even if they transfer it, can you even figure it out?
What do you mean? Don't downplay black people. I hate when you downplay us. Don't downplay black people. Why are you like this? You always downplay us like we're dumb.
No, you have to do something for me to believe you can do it now. So that's it. You haven't done it, so you're not doing it.
Let me tell the reality of the problem we have in Nigeria. The reality is not that we don't have the expertise. The reality is a lot of the expertise as
we don't have the expertise. There's no.
No, we have the expertise. They are not more locally.
Don't have it.
No, they are not more locally. No, we do. I know people that.
Oriola, even if the Chinese give you the blueprint of everything, you still won't build it. Forget it. So don't waste your money.
Well, that's you. You like to disrespect.
Yeah, now show me what you have built. Now then I believe you. Those days me. It's you too now.
We can.
So you need blueprint for toothpick. Exactly. Thank you.
Because we've done it over
so they need to transfer. Wait, they need to transfer toothpick technology to use before you start making it. Oriola.
Nobody needs to transfer.
And you say I'm downplaying you. I'm telling you the truth about your reality. You're telling me black man don't want to build anything, man. Forget it.
Yeah, but
he goes to. Hold on. Let me. He goes to my agreement with. We need Nigeria need immigration. You need to bring immigrants from China, Japan, advanced this country where the people build, so they can come and become citizens of Nigeria and start to build.
So after,
we have immigrants from Niger Republic, Cameroon, Ghana. Those are where we get immigrants from. Those are the countries we bring immigrants from. We need to start bringing immigrants from India, from Japan.
We need quality immigrants. You can
exactly
who comes in. You know, right now we don't have birthright citizenship in Nigeria. So those Lebanese, they're not Nigerians actually technically.
Exactly. But somehow the Niger guy will figure out to become citizen. Some guy from Niger Republic.
Yeah. So you must change that law to. Then you can say, okay, we want you from this social country. So you can then gatekeep that kind of who comes in. Then you bring the top guys to come into your country. Tax breaks everywhere. Then they will. That's the way you can.
You give them incentive exactly to increase their population, the population of people from all these high IQ countries.
Okay, but when those guys pass on. When those guys pass on, what will happen? You keep
their children will inherit their culture and their mentality.
Why are you talking about foreigners? You're not talking about us.
I can't talk about you now because you're not building anything.
Let me give you an example.
But that's why I said technology transfer.
What do you? Okay, I'll wait for you to. I said they give you blueprint, you still won't build anything.
I grew up in Songwater, right? My dad was into manufacturing, chemical plants and stuff like that. Do you know how it grew faster? The top guys they came from India, Lebanon, Lebanese,
exactly.
So it was true. They were the ones that was showing him the ropes at the global level. You know, Nigeria, we don't have that global worldview of things. But
but they
didn't give them citizenship now.
Yeah,
they rather give it to
I'm saying that if you have more of that, they will even help your local manufacturer. They will help them.
At least they can even introduce the culture of productivity and innovation.
Babati, those things you talk about, they are already in Nigeria.
I am not saying that they were going to come there and take over the whole thing and we will be helpless. I don't want that either. I'm just saying that if you put in laws in place and you can enforce it, they can help your local industries grow because they know better. They've seen it across the world. They know how the thing is run properly, so they can help you guys out. So
what if you send your own students, you send them abroad to go get the
all the ones to be staying abroad? What are they doing, Oriola? They go and get green card in that country and stay there.
Did they come back? They don't come back.
Exactly.
Let's talk about ourselves then. Let's talk about ourselves.
instead of
Hold
now
on,
importing people to now
hold on,
become
hold on now.
our boss.
See, Babati, we used to have that thing until military incursion destroy all these things we are talking about. See, Nigeria, we're producing exabyte, we're producing our tire, we have a tire,
Glass,
you
everything.
understand, glass, everything we're producing. It's not, see, where we needed experts.
Nigerians, or you mean foreign companies?
Yes, Nigerians. Dunlop.
Nigerians.
Foreign
What are you
They were owned by
companies.
Nigerians
Hold
now.
on. Dunlop was owned by Nigeria.
No,
Dunlop,
their local
Michelin,
was run by Nigerians.
Dunlop, hold on.
foreign
Coca-Cola
companies.
employed Nigerians now.
They were foreign companies. Peugeot, all of them, they were all foreign.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. See, guy, the thing is this: the idea of foreign local we are talking about, it does not matter. Whether a foreigner brought a company and your local people were able to learn the skill, it does not matter. The thing is this: you have to have the investment.
But the local didn't learn the skills now. Because when Dunlop left,
guy, hold on now. You understand? Now, if someone didn't come to your country to spend like maybe about 30 billion in investment to build the Baltic, marine cable and put telecommunication thing in place, where are you going to learn it from? Go and learn it from university now. You don't
let me ask you, how was Elegasa able to replicate
when
how
Dunlop
was Elegasa able
knowledge
to do
left?
it? How was
I know Dunlop more than you very well because I was at NEPA at Ogbadatik.
I get it.
I'm asking you.
But the Nigerians couldn't figure out to make.
You a question. How was Elegasa able to do it? How was this?
What is Elegasa built? What is he making? It's not pans.
Look at how you are. You are underpaid. You are.
No, it's not just Elegasa was making something advanced.
Yeah, but he get the machines and he designed the type of chairs to manufacture, the type of plastic to manufacture, and that's a person in Nigeria. The guy didn't even go to university. He's a very agile and educated person. He didn't go to university and he was able to do that. Alabuku guy was able to do the same thing. Today, you still do
Alabuku.
Let me tell you one thing. Inosimoto design all his components today. He outsource the fabrication, but he design what it needs. Because when people say Inosimoto is just an assembly plant, sometimes you laugh.
He didn't design anything. Come on, man. Don't let us lie.
Are you kidding me? How much of Inosimoto do you know other than what?
Okay, can you give us? Okay, give us the schematic that they use. Give us.
They don't argue. Don't argue. You don't even know you are arguing.
Give us the schematic. I'm not arguing. Give us. Where can I check it? Where?
But at the end of the day,
if you want schematic for BMW, Mercedes, Tesla, just go online. You will see it. Where's the innocent schematic?
Guy. There are many people that are. Hold on. Stop arguing what you don't know. There are many.
I'm not arguing. I said where.
Guys, stop and listen.
Oriana, Innocent does manufacturing.
Stop arguing.
A lot of the cars are CKD, but he has other things that he does manufacturing.
He doesn't design. He doesn't.
Oriana, wait, let me land. Oriana, let me say something.
No,
Innocent does a lot of manufacturing for the airport.
Hold on.
A lot of aircraft for the Alpha Jets, Innocent actually makes them.
Proforce design and manufacture their own car.
Don't shift the goalpost. We are talking about innocence.
This time we just argue. Hold on, I'm just telling you.
Don't tell me. Tell us about innocence. Tell us about innocence.
Stop blind argument. What you don't know.
No. It's not blind argument because you're moving the goalpost now. You're going to Proforce.
I'm not moving
the goalpost. We all know that
Proforce
design stuff. We're not talking about them. We're talking about innocence.
Guy, if you want to argue for the sake of winning argument, I can kill that argument for you so that you still swim.
That's not. It's you that you don't want to agree with what I'm saying. I agree with
you have access to ResearchGate. You have access to your Google. Go and Google how many Nigerians that have gone to Inosimoto and have done a lot of thesis on what they are doing at Inosimoto, our own academics. So you don't just argue and assume that guy is doing this. There are many PhD students right in Nigeria and outside Nigeria that have done a lot on Inosimoto, and you are here arguing. Why don't you even take and do your own research?
Here's the thing. I've done my research. I've never seen any design, any prototype design any schematic
go and look at the
from.
vehicle that is designed for our military. Go and look at
Tell
the
me
vehicle that is
where.
designed.
Tell me
Oh,
where
no,
to
no,
find
stop
it.
arguing.
Let's
Just
move
tell
on,
me
man.
where.
Let's leave
I'm not
Innocent
arguing
alone.
with you. Why you kept saying that?
Motor,
Why do you keep saying I'm arguing? I am
Innocent
asking
You
you
guys have been
questions
arguing for the last 5
because
minutes.
the
You guys are saying
question
you're
is
not
not in your
arguing.
favor.
Innocent Motor work with our military and
Oh my
and
gosh.
all those military vehicles you see in Nigeria is not whatever you will see here,
You're
whatever you
not
want to call it.
answering
Okay, you
questions.
guys should
You
agree
have
to
to go
disagree,
out
man.
to
Let's
ask
move
me
on, man. I
questions.
beg.
Just tell me, where do I find the prototype design?
Even
The
there's one Igbo
schematic.
guy. There's one
Ola,
Igbo
just
guy that
Google, man. Google.
He's
no, hold
not
on.
Google is your
there. He
friend.
can't find it. I've Googled
Hold
now.
on. Jide,
Okay, Ola is Googling. You can't find though.
hold on. You see Jide, this Jide in TVC. He went and started looking at our armor vehicle, all those military that were locally manufactured. Then there was this defense guy, this one of the military guy that designed a vehicle there. So that guy
No,
is
he's asking
my
about the one you
it's
said.
my resistance. When he decided that vehicle, it was still this innocent that they gave this vehicle to that still manufactured that vehicle. They didn't import it. What's Jide, this Jide of TVC now? You understand? When you are saying time with Jide, go and listen to Jide and go this thing. He went to that place. He was in that vehicle.
Ola, you know what the problem is with Nigerian governments? Actually, they don't they don't invest put money into research. They don't create research program, pump money there.
You'll be shocked. Let me tell you one thing. There's one brand of gun that our military manufacturer, they call it OBJ 2000. OBJ 2000.
What kind of gun?
It's an automatic rifle.
Rifle.
Yeah, it's automatic rifle.
OBJ.
So
let's see if we can find it.
Yeah, OBJ 2000. That's what they call it. Let me call Google
OBJ.
What Innocent is doing is the same thing that what am I calling them now?
Or if I type in OBJ 2000, you don't think I find this NFL Odell Beckham Jr.
Sorry, I will. Okay, let me. If I Google it out myself, I will post it there now.
Okay, let me say OBJ 2000.
So I just Google now. So they asked, does Innocent manufacture or assemble? Here's the thing: the company has its assembly plants. Is that they just assemble stuff? They don't even.
Ola, I think me and Oriola, you're lying to us today because I Google OBG 2000 rifle. Hold on. And hold on. Where they say it was made is in what is it called? In Wyoming, I think. Wait, it says not okay. Okay, let me read it. Hold on. OBJ 2000 rifle likely referred to 3D model or game asset for popular rifle like the F2000.
Now OBJ something. I bet that 2000 or 2005, 2000 so series. You understand? It's OBJ. Yeah.
I think I'm beginning to bring you Oriola now. Like we can't find information you're giving us, man.
OBJ is made by Dicon now. Dicon in Kaduna. There's Dicon that does. There's a Turkish company that is actually taking over a lot of the manufacturing. So with the partnering with
give
Dicon,
us the information where to find it now.
No, okay, I'll send it to you actually because they actually have a social media angle as well. So it's a Turkish company that the federal government is actually now transferred the management to. So they have Nigerian army officers as well there that do some of the design.
What I'm saying is, okay. First of all, when America,
it's a simple. The OBJ rifle is a very simple.
Let's leave OBJ alone. Let's leave OBJ alone.
Hold on.
They also they make jackets as well. They make bulletproof. They make jackets and they make ammunition.
It is called OBJ 006.
Oh, 003.
OBJ 006 rifle. OBJ 006 rifle.
Okay, so it's different name. 006.
Yeah. They make bulletproof jackets. They make mortar. They make the 30mm mortar as well. The mortar launchers. They do ammunition.
So Nigeria produce one called FNFAL2.
FNFAL, yeah, the FNFAL. That's the rifle I think the Nigerians should actually develop because it's a fantastic rifle.
Well, let's clap for them, Sha. I think they are going in the right direction. But I still think they should invest money, put a lot of money to research, like in the billions of dollars.
Mike, there are a lot of things produced in Nigeria.
Yeah, I know, but we need to do better. We need to do more. I think we are not coordinated. One of our problems is we are not better coordinated. Hold on. In country is all that with there's not very good coordination. Like for example, the way they do this thing here, they put money into universities, right? They have the research program through professors and the brilliant students, like genius students. You understand? They do research. The research department in the top, universities in America, right? That's why you find out, this university is what MIT is where the research was, all those things. And then from there is when those companies like tech companies start recruiting their scientists. You understand? So that kind of thing we don't have in Nigeria. Our universities, we don't have research departments where because federal government is pumping money there for research. All they do is just produce a bunch of graduates that speak grammar. We don't have that. That's what these countries are doing that's making advance. It's not rocket science now. It's
We do
just
research
research.
on our. It's just not transferable sometimes. That's all.
It's
Okay.
not very. They will have Minister of Science and Technology and he'll be chopping money. They'll give him money for.
Locally made parts for innocence. You guess what they make? They make bumpers and foot mats. That's what
No,
they make.
Innocent makes
Innocent is fine. Let's give it to him.
Innocent
Let's
makes brake
encourage people that are doing
calipers. It makes brake calipers as well.
Oriola, you are just funny because I know the operation management behind manufacturing, so you
This
can call
my
it
guy.
assembly. See,
All
let
you're
me tell you
saying,
something.
you can't give us facts. You can't produce where we can find stuff. I'm telling you, they don't design. They outsource their car. The car was made
you
in
are just a bloody engineer. I
Okay,
know
thank you.
I know the process behind.
What did the bloody engineer?
He's disrespectful.
No, no,
Mr. Gonna say, is he not a bloody engineer as well?
no.
Should be bloody engineer in Bubuwa.
You know how I managed to handle Oriade. You see, when I
You're
started
not
my engineering
handling me
career.
at all. You can't produce any facts.
Hold on. No, sometimes I don't.
What are you
Sometimes
arguing?
I don't need to argue with you so far because I
I'm not
understand.
arguing with you. I was just saying that you're
I
not
was
correct
in your
because you can't
situation
produce
several years
facts.
ago. You
You don't
understand
even
something?
know what argument is. Argument is telling you something or trying to tackle you back and forth.
Arguments, all you guys are doing, talking over each other. That's what argument
I
is.
wasn't doing that. I was just saying that producers give me a link. I can see the design, the schematic, the prototype. You can produce.
Where are you saying? You are talking as if I'm in charge of innocent.
Exactly. They don't talk for them. So why are you talking for them?
I think can I make one point real quick? Give me a second. Post World War II, right? America was making almost half of the world's ship, right? They had the biggest shipyard in the world. As of 4 years ago, they were making 0.2%.
Turkey is not the biggest. Turkey is not one of the biggest ship making
I thought it's
countries.
China.
Turkey and China.
They went down to 0.2% in the world. Do you know what they did? That ship, that one in Philly, that Pittsburgh, whatever, they gave it to a company from